what you have endured for this country. To the rest of you, good luck, and long live this beautiful republic.
Haven't been out here in a long time. Jesus, you're too young to remember Activation Day.
It's an ambush! Fall back! Fall back! We need reinforcements! Sector Bravo Charlie Commander! Reinforcements now!
And let me tell you that fancy haircuts and TV ads is not the life of a PMC.
Senor La Vegas Group, welcome.
Even if we don't have an invasion, let me show you a revolution.
What the hell is happening?
Hush! Don't you fucking move.
You knew Donald Trump way back in his New York real estate days.
What a charmer.
And, you know, despite, you know, whatever you say about him, even you say he's a great salesman. What is his sales technique? Why is he so great?
He is a phenomenal salesman. He's not a great salesman. He's probably the best salesman I've ever been in the company of. And I spent a lot of time with Donald because he's 5 years older than me, I think 4 years, and he was raising his company right parallel with me raising mine. And so I did a lot of work with Donald, and I can tell you he is the best salesman I've ever met in my life. I watched him walk into a situation, for example, selling the Plaza Hotel to the Chinese out of Hong Kong, it was in Taiwan, group of Asians, wealthiest families in Hong Kong, and they were there because they were interested in the Plaza Hotel. And I was the broker, or my brokers, we were all at the table, and we were like really hungry to make this deal. And I watched him totally not pitch the Plaza Hotel, bury it, and talk about the land masses on the Hudson River and the buildings that would be there. They were not the least bit interested. They just wanted to buy the Plaza Hotel. Like a customer, I want to buy it, and Donald was near bankruptcy, really needed the money to bail out. And I watched him. I thought he was so off. He wasn't. They bought the land and built all those towers on the West River as we know it today. You know, all those Trump towers along the river. That was the deal. How did he do that? I'll tell you what his masterful mind does. He is a genius at picking out the vulnerability of someone's personality. He can smell it, sense it, and trust it. Okay? So, for example, if you were to walk into a business meeting with Donald and you're saying whatever you're saying, I've seen it time and time again, he could see what your weakness is and not physically reach over and put his finger on it, but he just could see what your weakness is and play into it. Not the nicest thing in the world, but it's a certain gift I've never seen anyone else.
I'm going to speak until my lawyer's here.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's not how that works. I need your ID. This is the last time I'm going to ask you, and you're going to step out of the car and you'll be arrested for failure. Ellis 222. I need you to step out of the car and identify yourself, please.
My name is Caitlin Higgins.
Nope, you need to step out of the car, Caitlin.
Tell him what? He's
Caitlin.
making me step out of the car.
Caitlin,
Dad.
step out of the car.
Nope.
Okay, Caitlin, I'm gonna warn you. If you don't step out of the car,
What
stop.
time am I doing? I have to
So
step out of the car. I'm
you're
gonna wait till my
investigating.
lawyer's on his
You
way,
asked me a
so
question.
you
I'm
told
trying.
me not to move until he
You
gets here.
asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it for you.
I appreciate
We're
that.
investigating disorderly conduct. There's an open container in the car, and there's 3 underage
That
kids
I
in the
have
car.
no part of.
Okay, I'm gonna figure it out when I get you out of the car.
Yeah,
you
and
need to step
can
out of the
figure that
car.
out when my lawyer gets
No,
here.
that's
He's
not how
on his
that
way.
works. I'm
Okay,
gonna. This is the last time I'm gonna warn you. I'm gonna pull you out of the car. You need to step out of the car now.
Do I step out of the car? Okay.
I'd step out, or you're gonna go to jail. Go to the front of the car, please.
I'm about to. I am. What's your badge number?
I already gave it to you once.
Well,
Have a
give
seat
it
right
to
here,
me
please.
again, because
Ma'am, have a seat
I'm-
right here, please. I'm not gonna tell you again, ma'am.
Well, I'm not driving.
Have
so
a seat. It
matter.
doesn't matter. You're underage. You guys been drinking.
I'm not underage.
Okay, how old are you?
And I haven't been drinking.
How old are
I
you?
haven't been drinking at all.
Okay, well, I'm going to figure that out because you smell like alcohol. So go ahead and put your phone down. You can leave it on speaker
I'm out
for all I
of the
care.
car.
Okay, can you talk to me and not your dad? Because your dad's going
No.
to get you arrested real quick.
My dad isn't going
All
to
right,
get me arrested.
you smell like
I'm waiting
alcohol.
till my lawyer gets here.
Okay, I don't care. You smell like alcohol. There's open containers in the car. How much you had to drink tonight?
I haven't had anything.
Okay, I'm going to take a look at your eyes real quick. And you take a look at this pen right here. Can you clearly see that in front of your face?
No, you cannot do that
Okay.
until my lawyer gets here.
Go and face towards the car. You're under arrest for prohibition.
Dad, he's underage. He's arresting me. Dad, he's fucking arresting me. Dad, he's fucking arresting me. Dad, he's fucking arresting me.
Stop! You are making this so much worse.
No, I'm not.
You should not be.
Wait till my fucking lawyer gets here.
Nope. Do not pull your hands away.
Just
You are under arrest. Stop pulling away.
Dad, he's arresting me.
You shouldn't be out.
Call my fucking dad. Call my fucking dad and my lawyer right fucking now.
Easy.
No, I'm pressing a lawsuit. This is insane. I did nothing wrong.
You're drinking and you're underage.
Okay, and I did nothing wrong.
You're drinking and you're underage. That's
Not.
illegal.
You have no proof of that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I tried to offer you that. Nope. You're gonna walk this way.
No, I'm waiting for my lawyer.
All right. You're gonna get charged with resisting arrest. Please stop. Stop.
Okay, can you stop driving so hard, please?
We're gonna have a seat in the car.
Call my fucking dad. Call my fucking dad.
Yeah, you're proving how sober you are right now.
Hey, buddy. Like, you're fucking getting a lawsuit. I didn't do shit to
You're
you.
underage and you're drinking.
Bro, I didn't do shit
Okay.
to you for you to fucking do this to me.
Don't be drunk underage. I'm
Like,
sorry.
Are you fucking kidding me? You're that miserable?
So angry. 20.
Officer.
You aight?
No, I'm really not.
All right.
He
Well,
just.
Hi, I'm Tom Michaels, and I want to invite you to my new laundromat, White's Only Laundry. We specialize in only washing your white laundry, so your linens, socks, and undershirts will look fresher than ever. By focusing just on white laundry, our prices are 25% lower than the other guys. Plus, get an extra 10% discount by singing our slogan at the register. Hope to see you soon. Hi, it's Tom again from the laundromat that's been in the news, and I really want to apologize. I definitely should have realized that the name, White's Only Laundry, sounds racist, is racist, and that was not my intention at all. But we've changed the name and fixed the problem. White's Only Laundry is now No Coloreds Laundry. It still gets across that we can't wash colored clothes without any of the racial connotations of whites only. Plus, to make up for our terrible mistake, come on in before Friday and you'll get yourself a free t-shirt. Just don't wash it here because it has all these colors on it. Hi, it's Tom again. I'm so sorry. I feel terrible. Obviously, changing the name only made things worse, and neither one of those are appropriate names for a laundromat or any business or anything. But I'm gonna make things right.
Let's go.
First, for the African American community, I've installed a special side entrance so that you'll know you're definitely welcome in my laundromat. Also, I've set aside separate but equally powerful washing machines exclusively for your use in the back of the laundromat, although they still only wash white clothes. And this time, to ensure I don't upset or disrespect anyone, I'm naming it after myself. And since my sister just had a baby, everybody come on down to Uncle Tom's Laundromat. Remember,
Come on, bro.
whites only, no coloreds, and black center through a special side entrance.
In the heliocentric model of the cosmos, the moon revolves around the Earth 13 times per year, traveling at 2,288 miles per hour, while the Earth revolves around the Sun once per year, traveling at 67,000 miles per hour. The following model and animation illustrate how this is supposed to occur. As you can see, since the moon is revolving around the Earth, which itself is revolving around the Sun, in order to maintain its regular orbit, the moon would have to be constantly and drastically changing its speed in ways completely unaccounted for by the model. In the outer part of its orbit, the moon would have to speed up 67,000 miles per hour, in addition to its regular speed of 2,288 miles per hour, just to keep up with the Earth. So the moon would then be traveling at 69,288 miles per hour when it reached the front of the Earth. At this point, since the moon is allegedly 240,000 miles away from the Earth would catch up in just 4 hours, so the moon must continue traveling 67,000 miles per hour along Earth's trajectory, while simultaneously continuing its now perpendicular 2,288 mile per hour second trajectory. Then, as it turns to reach the inner part of its orbit, the moon must now slow back down to its original speed, allowing the Earth to pass by. Lastly, as it passes behind the Earth, the moon must once again quickly accelerate back up to nearly 70,000 miles per hour before getting left in the dust. In addition to all of this, the Sun itself is allegedly orbiting the Milky Way galaxy at 448,000 miles per hour, further compounding the problems and calculations of the heliocentric model. If this were true, then the Earth, Moon, and other planets would all have yet another set of ridiculous and impossible corkscrewing accelerations and decelerations necessary just to keep up with the Sun. And for the cherry on top, all of these calculations have been assuming perfectly circular orbits, but the actual heliocentric model claims that the Moon's orbit around the Earth's orbit around the Sun, and the Sun's orbit around the Milky Way are all elliptical, not circular, meaning there would be even more additional accelerations and decelerations to calculate depending where each one is along its elliptical path. These constant and drastic accelerations and decelerations necessitated by the heliocentric model are rarely, if ever, mentioned by globe believers, because they have always been taught that the reason we do not feel or experience any of this supposed motion is because we always travel at a constant velocity. In their own model, however, due to their elliptical orbits and revolving around other revolving bodies, the Moon, Sun, Earth, and other planets could not maintain constant velocities, and would instead be regularly accelerating and decelerating. Yet, meanwhile, you can stack a house of cards, make a rock cairn, or play a game of Jenga, all without any of this motion, acceleration, and deceleration ever being felt or experienced.
You work here?
Yes.
Someone called the police?
Yeah.
Hey. How you doing? What's up, man? Her?
I just met him today. Don didn't inform me that he was the manager.
Okay. Is he in charge? No.
Don didn't tell me that.
But I mean, are you guys? Hold on.
I just met him today.
Okay, that's fine. But are you guys the only two people here?
Yes.
Yeah. And he's.
This is my break time anyway.
Okay, well, we'll just stay over here. We can hang out back here. That's fine. How you doing?
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
She's been extremely disrespectful. I was like, just go home. She's didn't want to leave, so.
You know, if he's in charge and he's telling you to leave.
I just met him today.
What's her name?
I don't even know her name. Can't get her name.
Oh, is this the first day?
It's first day with me, at least. I know I've heard from other managers that she can be a pain.
Okay.
Hello. Hi, Don.
She's on the phone with the boss. Yeah, she's only there. She only worked there 2 weeks. Okay. So he's definitely the one in charge here. Does he not know? What? Does he know her name?
He's like a manager. He came from another store, so he doesn't.
You said he's from another store, but I didn't know that. I don't know what's his issue, but he keeps jumping in front of me and jumping to my register, and I told him I didn't like that.
What was she doing?
She's making their day harder than it has to be. Like, there's one older gentleman, like around 50, 60. he has his ID because he's buying like cigarettes or something. And instead of just scanning the ID, you're like, can I hold it in my hands? Can I hold it? He's like, you can't just scan it. It's right here in my hand, you know? Like, just scan the card. They just start back and forth and back and forth. I said, just calm, because I'm not dealing with it. She already had 4 people walk away, and one of them were regulars.
Then he tried to send me home, and I told him I'm not going home unless Don tells me to, because you're not my manager.
Can I talk to you real quick?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Your other employee here, he called us because I guess whatever issue they're having, he wanted. What's your name? He wanted Shaquila to leave for the night. She didn't want to leave, so now we're here.
You're going to have her go ahead and leave for the day because they're obviously not going to work well
Okay.
together.
We'll explain that to her, and obviously, you'll have to talk to her at a later time, okay?
Okay.
All right, you have a good rest of your night, ma'am.
I'm not done talking. I need to talk to you.
You can call her back in a few minutes, but at this point, you gotta go, okay? You have to leave for the night. She's gonna contact you again. Maybe you guys can talk about it tomorrow, but she doesn't want you here either. She wants you to go.
She didn't say that.
She just said that to me, that she's to tell you to leave for the night. We're gonna need you to go, okay?
Hello? He exaggerates what
Shaquila,
the customer.
can we finish this conversation at a later date? He wants you to go. She's saying you gotta go. Let's just get our stuff and let's just go for the night, okay?
All right, Don. Am I not to return Monday? All right.
We good now?
Very well. No.
I know you're upset, but maybe you need to look for another job, find something else,
You don't have to stand here like I'm a criminal.
I'm not saying you're a criminal. I'm just waiting
Okay,
for
so
you.
why do you need to escort me out if I'm going to leave? It's not
Okay,
like
Shaquila, you're not going to start arguing with me, okay? I'm just waiting for you to come.
Y'all not going to
Okay.
stand here like I'm...
They want you to leave.
Okay, and I'm going to leave.
Okay, well, let's go.
We'll leave when they leave. When you leave.
We've been rude to you or any type of way to you? We've been very patient. We've been very patient with you.
All right, well, after a very, very weird, long day, let's just break down a couple of the top headlines and a couple of amazing QComs of what I think is about to come. But right here, y'all see this, I can't remember her name, Melanie here. She worked for the IRS, and she resigned after finding out that Homeland Security would be getting information on regards to all the illegal aliens in their social security numbers and stuff, right? Why in the world does the IRS have any information on illegal immigrants in our country in the first place? Why would they have information? That makes no sense. And then this, Trump had to sign an executive order to allow, I guess, give us back our normal water pressure. The last administration completely, what? They cut off our water? I don't even know what to say. Someone explain this one to me. Out of nowhere, Elon puts out this picture, which if you're an Anon and you're one of the digital warriors, you know exactly what that is, right? Okay, hold up. Then he drops this. Make showers great again. I mean, come on. Hold on. Didn't we hear from Trump today about plus, 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 plus? Remember that? Plus, 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 and then April showers? Wait, hold on. I thought that sounded familiar. Yeah, right here. 4/3/2018, almost another 7-year delta. Plus, 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 plus. April showers. Now, hold on. 2018, 4/14, almost another 7-year delta. These things are lining up on the cue board. April showers. Iran next. Oh, wow. My boy, the Justice Cometh, dropped that, and I said, yep. Things are playing out. We got the financial system. We got Iran coming in the picture. We got the election fraud of 2020 being exposed. Y'all better buckle up. I think it's about to get a little wet. Love y'all.
We may not lobby the executive, but as we were talking about, there was a discussion earlier about Congress being representative to the people. Well, the White House has to be responsive to Congress. And so it's working with, at the time, our friends on the Democratic side of the aisle to apply pressure the way that they know how to an administration, as it will be with this administration. Bob was talking about the people who will get appointed into some of these jobs. Look at the top level, you talk about Marco Rubio and Elise Stefanik, and Michael Waltz. Those three people have something in common. They all serve in Congress. They all have relationships with key AIPAC leaders from their communities. So the lines of communication are good. Should there be something questionable or curious this, that we need access on the conversation chip. You never know. One of the first candidates I ever met with as an APAC professional when my job was meeting candidates for Congress was a guy named John Ratcliffe. He was challenging a longtime incumbent member of Congress in Dallas. This guy looks like he could win the race. And we go talk to him. He had a good understanding of the issues. And a couple of weeks ago, he took the oath as the CIA director, for crying out loud. This is the guy that they had a chance to speak to. So there are a lot, I don't want to call them lifelines, but there are lifelines.
Is that Xi trying to convince the Chinese people he still retains the mandate from heaven?
Well, that's exactly what Kevin O'Leary was discussing when he said Xi cannot remain supreme leader if he loses the mandate of heaven, if he loses face in front of the Chinese people. So the mandate of heaven goes into this idea, this theory of Chinese history, of the cyclical nature of Chinese dynasties. And if you look at the CCP as a modern dynasty of China, the same way Qing dynasty, Ming dynasty, Song dynasty, Qin dynasty, etc., all the way back to Emperor Qin Shi Huang and the Yellow Emperor, the Golden Emperor, all the rest, that a dynasty falls when a dynasty becomes corrupt, when a dynasty loses. So invasion, pestilence, economic downturn, disease, famine, these are all reasons for a dynasty to have lost face or in the Chinese context, lost the mandate of heaven. And so if the Chinese people believe he has lost this, then potentially that would be something that would actually sap the economic strength or the political strength of his position within China. Now, I don't think that he is in a position to lose power in China right now. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am talking about is this is the nature of how China works. This is the nature of how things have always been. So he's going to fight as hard as possible to maintain the Chinese Communist Party's grip on control within China, the same way he did all the way back then.
The rot is so deep inside of this federal government, even if we have the most committed Trump administration we've ever had in this country, I'm still not sure they will be capable of cleaning it out in 4 years. But just know the cuts must be very, very deep, and they must do things that are going to shock you. These people have to go to prison. If they are not sent to prison, retirement's not near enough. If they are not sent to prison, then we're just going to get another Democrat in there at some point in time who's going to do all the same things, if not worse, and the communists inside of the government will do it without fear. If government people do not go to prison, we cannot save the United States of America. I don't care how secure the border is, how good inflation gets, how low taxes are. We cannot save the United States of America without government people going to prison. Once your government has become an evil criminal organization the way ours are, well, the only way out of that is sending criminals to prison. You can't break up the American mafia without sending mobsters to prison, and you can't save the United States of America without sending FBI agents to prison.
I believe that he ambushed China. I believe that he suckered the whole world into believing that he was going to go down in this, this Harry Carey, this suicide mission.
So you think this is
against the world?
The plan all along?
I think with him, it's so much spontaneous, but I believe it evolved. I mean, Monday, so many people were feeling terrible pain. Yeah. The markets were tanking. There was no, end in sight. People were watching their 401ks, their IRAs disappear. The whole nation was, I think, trembling over the uncertainty of where we were going with this. He was picking a fight with the entire world. So I said Monday, well, isn't the problem China? Why are we getting everybody, UK, European Union, Japan, etc. China's the problem. I couldn't understand it. But then this morning, and tell a New York story quickly. Yep. I'm at the Regency Hotel with a dear old friend of mine, David Sherrill, who does the stocks. Erica and I, my wife and I are together.
You're a broker?
In New York. You're my broker.
Of course.
And we're talking about, oh my God, this is awful, but we're doing the right thing. You have to have courage. You have to stick it out. I went to my Twitter followers. I said, please don't sell. This is on Sunday and Monday. Please don't sell unless you absolutely have to. And then, look what he does. Oh, surprise. You know, this is why Trump is triumphant. This is why you can't beat this guy.
Great breakfast, by the way, at the Regency.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting about it? The president, you talk about going to your Twitter followers. He went to his, I don't think it was Twitter, it's probably his own platform, Truth Social, right after the market opened today. And he said, great time to buy.
What a tease. But then, when he said that, everything was gloom and doom.
Right,
was,
but he knew he was going to make this announcement, apparently. He said he
knew, of course he knew.
Well,
and then he says, oh, by the way, I have this ace of spades. There it is, and now you know.
Is that a little shady to you, though, that kind of thing? Or?
I think when you're dealing with, these giant forces, China's been, they've been cleaning our clock for a long time.
Right.
Making a lot of money on the U.S. trade in a lot of different ways. Dumping product. Not taking hours at all. How many Chevys and Fords and Buicks are riding around in Beijing, I wonder? Not very many.
They used to like Buicks, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that what he did was brilliant. And a lot of people are heaving a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah.
People were staring at the abyss. No one knew how far this was going to go, whether we really were off the cliff forever. And, I just feel sorry for all the people who chickened out and sold out. And took major losses, because that's the thing about the market. When somebody wins, somebody else has lost.
What do you think his goal is here in all of this? Or maybe it's both, but I'm having a hard time seeing how you could do both. In other words, does he want to bring back all these manufacturing jobs? That's what he talks about all the time. If so, you'd want to keep the tariffs on, theoretically, even if, that's what, and then force people to move their businesses here. Or is he just trying to cut some sort of, he's cutting better deals?
I don't know, Connell, because that's way above my pay grade. But what I do know is that the United States now provides services to the world. We do what we do best.
Yeah.
There are countries that manufacture stuff and they do it as well as we do for a lot less money. You can't have barriers. The United States exists. I hate to sound like a globalist, but it is an international reality. And I just think he wants the best possible deal he can get for the United States of America. God bless him for that. That's why people really dig the guy. That's why he's hard to beat. That charisma is unbelievable. I could sing his praises forever. And I wonder if I was sitting here and the market was down 2,000 instead of being up, all these thousands, if I would be singing the same tune. I hope so. It just seems to me that this is Trump writ large. This is the guy, the way he does business. He suckered China in, trying to put their neck way out there. We're going to fight you to the end, says President Xi. And guess what? The United States pulls a fast one.
Well,
Sabre 459er taxi, runway 30, wind 240 at 8, altimeter 2992. Sabre 459er, runway 30, cleared for takeoff. Well, my name is Robert Scott. I was an air traffic controller with the FAA here in the U.S. for 24 years. I was stationed at different places, mostly small and regional airports, but it had to be big enough to have a tower. I always loved aviation. Once I got to air traffic control school in Oklahoma, I just thought, I love this. This is great. This is practically better than being a pilot. So I've always loved air traffic very much.
My job, or my AFSC in the course, which is a 303X1, was an air traffic control radar specialist. And what I did is I installed and maintained air traffic control radar systems. So what radar is a system in which you can determine the speed and the range of aircraft. And the way that is done specifically is an electromagnetic pulse is fired from a very directional antenna out to an area that you want to scan, okay? And at some point it will encounter presumably an aircraft. And when it does that, a certain part of that signal will be reflected back. Okay, so as that signal is coming back, what happens is the radar is internally timing how long it takes that pulse to come back. And by that pulse, using a Doppler effect, it can tell exactly how far away that aircraft is, and by continuing to fire these pulses and get continuous reflections from it, by the rate of Doppler change that those signals come back, we can actually gauge the speed of that aircraft. Some of the things that I witnessed that were very interesting about radar is that we would be able to track aircraft all the way down to the ground, and I do mean all the way down to the ground at distances of around 100 miles. And now that I know the calculation curvature, 100 miles is 6,666 feet of curvature, of drop. That is literally impossible because radar works at microwave frequencies, 2 to 6 gigahertz or even higher, anywhere in the microwave spectrum, and it is absolutely reliant on it being line of sight, meaning if you can't see it, it don't work. When you take into consideration that we're able to track aircraft from, you know, whatever altitude they're coming in at, all the way down to the ground at a target 100 miles away, and knowing that that target should be 6,000 plus foot below the curvature, that kind of eliminates the ball model.
Well, you know, in air traffic control, they have two different types of radar. There's a short range, but airport-based radar goes out to 60 miles. And then for the long flights and high altitude and off coast, it can go out to, it's en route radar, and it can be 200 miles. So they can detect targets 200 miles away. So in radar, the point is it has to be able to have a direct line to the airplane. So with regards to the shape of the Earth, I never thought about it as I worked for 24 years. You didn't say, wait a minute, I think that target is too low for me to see at that distance. Nobody ever even thinks about that. But in reality, now knowing what must be if there were to live on a ball, the fact is that at even just 180 miles, any airplane below 26,000 feet, if the radar can see it, the Earth is not a ball, period. End of story. And does that happen very often? 1,000 times plus a day. 1,000 times plus a day, somebody calls up, somebody comes from offshore. There's a whole class of aircraft that are not pressurized. They can't fly above 11,000 feet. The pilot will pass out. So they operate at and below 10,000 feet no matter what. And no matter what the weather, they just can't operate up there. And there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of these airplanes still operating all the time. And so they're coming in at 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 feet from like Bermuda or beyond and say 180 miles from Miami. And I said, Roger. And every time they do that, they prove the Earth is flat. And they don't know it. But it's absolute undeniable proof. 26,000. And at 200 miles, 29,000. I mean, there's a lot of commercial flights are never at 29,000 coming in from 200 miles out. So, over and over again.
Microwave technology, and this is something that I worked on with a company called Western Telecommunications. And with this job, what I was a field RF engineer. And I did the field engineering and all the testing for these long, great big, huge 10,000 channel microwave relay stations. I remember that we built a lot of sites across Kansas, the state of Kansas, which is very famous for being flat as a pancake, right? Well, not only Kansas, but Nebraska and Iowa as well. So while we were building these sites across Kansas and Nebraska and Iowa, the distance in between each one of these sites was approximately 40 to 60 miles, depending on the terrain. And there were occasions when we would have to do line equalizations, and we would have to diagnose a problem to find out why we were getting an unevenness in the spectrum of microwave signal, okay? So in order to do that, what we would do is we would bypass like one of the hops, and we would go from one, and instead of going from here to here, we would go down to this one, shoot from this one to this one, and sometimes we would even go, you know, 2 sites away, right? And actually there were times when we actually did 3 sites. So if you have a 40 to 60, you know, you can get very close to 200 miles on some of those hops. And when we did that, and we would establish our communications, never thinking at all about the curvature of the Earth, we were simply looking for line equalization. But the point is that we had established a connection with the site that was 2 to 3 hops down the line, which represents a distance of 200 miles, anywhere from 100 to 200 miles. And the curvature calculations are immense for 200 miles and absolutely impossible, especially going across Kansas or Nebraska. When I look at that in retrospect as a flat earther and understanding the curvature and knowing also that we were dealing with 6 gigahertz microwave, there is no way at all that these signals could have possibly propagated, but they did. And that was something that, you know, for me personally, was a huge piece of evidence.
The other thing is that for 24 years, I gave clearances to aircraft. We read the charts. You have to be familiar with every detail of any airway in your airspace. And that's 60 miles around. And you have to memorize all these radials and everything. And so we looked at these charts regularly. We had low altitude charts and high altitude charts, and we looked at where was what. You know, we studied these things because we would have aircraft call us from those positions. And the thing about all air navigation charts is they're flat. There's nothing on it that says not corrected for curvature. I never gave a clearance that said that had anything to do with curvature or adjustment for rotation. No pilot in the history of aviation has even given that a second thought. Nothing adjusts for it. Nothing is ever built to adjust for it. There's no curvature adjustment. There is no spin adjustment. And even in radar, you could put a guy on a vector at 180 degrees, you know, fly heading 180. He could be on that vector for 100 miles. And all the time the Earth is spinning out from under him. It makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. So I never figured this stuff out until I began to research flat Earth.
When you plot a trip, it's done on a Jeppesen map, which is essentially a flat Earth azimuthal equidistant type of map. There are pilots that will insist that you do spherical calculations, but you don't. You do them based on a latitude and longitude system. That's how you derive your, you know, where you're going to go, where you're coming from, where you're going to. And it's all done based on a flat map.
Tim Pool, a man who built his reputation on transparency, anti-establishment journalism, and calling out the media elite, admitted that he sat in a private meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu under a little-known confidentiality agreement called the Chatham House Rule. Watch this.
Last night I wasn't here. I got late word that I was invited to a private roundtable meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was under what's called Chatham House rules. For those that are not familiar, this means that you cannot reveal anybody who attended, nor attribute anything to any one individual, as they deny it, and they would. However, what I love about what the White House is currently doing, when you bring together a bunch of influencers and podcasters who don't know much about journalism culture, whatever you want to call it, not that we respect it tremendously, most people didn't know what Chatham House meant. So with all due respect, it's funny because they bring us into the Blair House, which is where Netanyahu was staying. And immediately people are walking around with their cameras, their phones up. They actually took our phones from us. And I legit thought they would maintain Chatham House rules, meaning you can't quote the prime minister, you can't quote his officials and the other people who were there, but you can report what was said generally. If you wanted an official quote on a specific matter, you would then ask an official once the meeting was wrapped, and they'd provide you the exact quote. Or they would just say outright, like, we ain't putting our quotes on that one.
Okay, so this should alarm you because this wasn't just a conversation. It was a controlled environment curated by a foreign government with the explicit purpose of shaping how you, the audience, see the world. And the people who agreed to this meeting weren't diplomats. They weren't intelligence analysts. They weren't even traditional journalists. They were independent journalists and influencers, the people you trust because you believe they aren't controlled. And now they are. So what is the Chatham House rule? So let's pause and explain exactly what this rule is because the devil is in the details and most people have never even heard of it. So the Chatham House rule was created in 1927 by the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London, aka the Chatham House. It was designed to encourage open, honest dialogue during times of war or diplomacy or instability. So here's the official definition. When a meeting or part thereof is held under the Chatham House rule, participants are free to use the information received, but neither the identity nor the affiliation of the speakers nor that of any other participant may be revealed. So let's break that down into plain English. You can repeat what was said, but you can't say who said it or where they work or where they're from or that they were even in the room. So the idea was that people could speak honestly without getting fired or starting a war or causing a scandal. Now that makes sense for high stakes diplomacy, like two countries trying to stop a war without alarming their citizens. But here's the catch. This wasn't a peace summit. This was a foreign government talking to YouTubers behind closed doors. That's not diplomacy. That's message control. So here's the hard truth. The Chatham House rule was never meant to be used by journalists or commentators or anyone whose whole brand is, I tell you what the establishment won't. Because the second someone in media agrees to keep a source secret, not for safety, but for strategy, they stop being a watchdog and they become a guard dog. And that's exactly what happened here. Now, according to reporting from the Jewish Insider, which, by the way, Tim Pool called fake news while also admitting it was mostly accurate, this closed-door meeting happened at Blair House, which is the official guest house of the U.S. president, right across from the White House. So who was in the room? On the influencer side, you have Tim Pool, prominent YouTuber, Dave Rubin, also a prominent YouTuber, former press secretary Sean Spicer, editor-in-chief of The Federalist Molly Hemingway, Bethany and Seth Mandel, who both write for the New York Post and Washington Examiner, mommy blogger Jessica Krause, and host of Newsmax, David J. Harris Jr. And on the Israeli side, you have Netanyahu himself, his top diplomatic advisor, and the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. No cameras, no transcripts, just a government, a message, and a room full of people who control what millions of Americans see online. So what was the topic? Well, the goal was to address the growing anti-Israel backlash in right-wing media, especially among pro-Trump populist and Gen Z influencers who are watching footage from Gaza and beginning to question everything. So according to multiple attendees, including Tim, he raised the possibility that Qatar might be manipulating social media algorithms to push anti-Semitic or anti-Israel content. Let's watch what he says about that.
I said there's been a report released from pro-Israel sources alleging Qatar is funding bots and operations to promote anti-Israel content. Is there any evidence that's true? And he said, I don't know. It's possible. That's what happened. I did not say they actually were doing that because I don't know that they're actually doing it. However, I did to a variety of people express what I've expressed on this show, that there are clearly bots that are anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. That is not to say that people who are critical of Israel don't exist or that no one is critical of Israel. People certainly are.
Okay, so in other words, maybe the outrage isn't real. Maybe it's bots. And Netanyahu's answer was, it's possible, which was just enough to plant the seed in all of these influencers to get the word out there. So think about what just happened. A foreign leader met with a group of influential American voices. They agreed not to say who said what. They left that meeting and started repeating the key ideas without telling their audiences where those ideas came from. That's not independent media. That's PR. That's narrative laundering. It's taking talking points from the top of a foreign power structure and repackaging them as grassroots, authentic thought. This story matters because it strikes at the core of what people believe about alternative media. These guys are rebels. They don't take orders. They don't play the DC game. They're not CNN in a hoodie. But guess what? The moment power invited them in, they showed up. They sat down. They listened. They took notes. And now they're feeding you the exact messages the government wanted them to deliver without telling you where those messages came from. So let me ask you, if Anderson Cooper did this, would you trust him? Then why would you trust Tim Pool? Now, here's a story I've never told until now. This all reminded me of something that happened to me personally back in March of 2020 when I was invited onto Tim Pool's podcast. Before we went live, myself and some of his staff were just hanging out in the kitchen, just talking, and I casually mentioned that I had just returned from a trip to the West Bank. Not even a political statement, just a fact. And immediately, like snapping fingers, his 3 staffers all jumped in. We're pro-Israel. Yep, very, very pro-Israel. Not, oh, really? What did you see? Oh, that's interesting. Tell us more. Just a shutdown. And I remember thinking, that's really odd. That was really fast. That was robotic. That seemed rehearsed. It didn't feel like a personal opinion. Their response felt automatic and pre-programmed. Now, I didn't understand it at the time. But after watching this Netanyahu meeting unfold, after seeing how over the past few months Tim himself has defended Israel in nonsensical ways, now I get it. That moment wasn't an opinion, it was a line. Now, we used to be afraid of censorship, and we still should be. But the bigger threat today isn't silencing speech, it's manipulating it. Not banning content, but pushing certain voices to the top. Not jailing dissidents, but inviting them to dinner. Not attacking critics, but infiltrating the platforms you trust the most. This isn't conspiracy, this is strategy, and you're watching it in real time. So the next time someone says, I'm just asking questions, ask yourself this. Who did they meet with last week? What were the rules? What didn't they tell you? Because the biggest threat to free speech isn't just the government. It's when influencers become informal agents of power and still pretend they're not. Now you might say, well, Tim admitted it. Yeah, sure, after the Jewish Insider outed him. Now, if everybody on the named list, only Tim and David Harris Jr. have acknowledged the meeting. The rest haven't. And even if they do, is it a limited hangout? Just enough to make you trust but not give the full story? So the next time someone tells you they're fighting the establishment, but they're sitting in rooms with foreign leaders under secret rules, they're not rebels, they're not journalists, they're not even independent. They're part of the machine, just wearing different clothes. And if they can't be honest with you about that, then why trust them to be honest with you about anything? Thank you for watching this clip from the old Kim Iverson Show, which you could catch Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, by going to KimIversonShow.com. You'll catch it live. It is free to watch. 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Some people's kids, I tell you, what has this world even come to? So I'm standing here pumping diesel on my way home from work this morning, and I'm the only one here, nobody else around. I'm standing here pumping diesel, minding my own business, and this guy, shady-looking character, looks like a drug addict, appears out of nowhere, pops up, and next I look up, and he's right next to me on the other side of the pump. He said, man, hey, can I holler at you? And so I said, well, it doesn't look like I have a choice. He said, man, let me tell you. And he starts going into this spiel that he's clearly rehearsed 1,000 times about him and his baby mama got split up and she's over there and he's trying to get to her and he needs a little money and this and that. And truth be told, I don't give two fucks about what he's saying. I'm not even listening. So I'm tired of hearing him talk. So I got about $6 in my pocket. And I reach in my pocket and get it out while he's talking. Mid-story, I said, hey, shut up. I said, I don't care about all that. And before I could even reach out there to hand him the money, he reached down there and snatches it up out of my hand. I thought to myself, that's a little rude, but whatever. So he looked down there, he counted it and everything. It's just a 5 and a 1. And he looked at it and he looked up at me and he looks all pissed off. And he said, $6. What the fuck am I supposed to do with $6? Which instantly stamped my hot button because you talk about ungrateful. And so I told him, I said, shit, best I can figure, use it as a down payment to go fuck yourself. And I think it kind of caught him off guard because he didn't say anything for a second. And then he just looked pissed off, which made me start laughing. And I think me laughing pissed him off even more because the look on his face said it all. He said, you're a fucking piece of shit. I said, well, I just give you $6, so I can't be too big of a piece of shit, can I? And he said, well, you need your ass beat. I said, well, buddy, you better call somebody that can get it done because I don't think you got it in you. And he just got pissed off, turned around and walked off. I don't even know where he went, truth be told. Some people's kids.
Well, it appears we have another altercation at the gas station. This guy's like, blow me, you just suck on my egg roll. And these guys are like, just get out of here, man, get out of here.
I'm from New York, and I'm out here by myself. Fuck these niggas, man.
So obviously this isn't New York, this is an out-of-towner looking to cause problems, whatever he's trying to do. But he'll end up paying the ultimate price as he tries to confront Corn-Fed Fred. Corn-Fed Fred comes in with that nice old good-fashioned takedown, now whooping the living shit out of his head, and the car moves out of the way, giving them a little more room and a little more distance. And now putting on the ground and pound clinic as he continues to turn his face into freaking hamburger helper oblivion. Obviously, there's no rules in a street fight, so he is striking the back of his head, which, my God, is just absolutely dominating him at this point. Now taking the back, utilizing that weight for the full mount position as he continues to pulverize is his dome, and my God, I think it's over. Somebody is going to step in. This guy should have never stepped up in the first place. My God, just go back to New York.
Who remembers the story of Dolly the sheep? Dolly was a female sheep and the first mammal that was cloned from an adult somatic cell. She was cloned by associates of the Roslin Institute in Scotland. This was done using the process of a nuclear transfer from a cell taken from a mammary gland. Her cloning proved that a cloned organism could be produced from a mature cell from a specific body part. Contrary to popular belief, she was not the first animal to be cloned, but made worldwide headlines because Dolly was the first mammal to be cloned from an adult cell. That was almost 30 years ago, and one would have to assume they started doing this long before they told us they started doing it. However, here we are, almost 30 years later, and now we're hearing from a guest on the Joe Rogan podcast. Headline, guest blows Joe Rogan away with a terrifying transhumanism warning, basically telling us that this has gotten way out of control. Biotech entrepreneur Ben Lamb painted a bone-chilling picture of where humanity could be headed on this particular episode. Gene editing was at the heart of the conversation, and according to Lamb, China isn't just experimenting with it, they've already created genetically modified children. He pointed to a now infamous case from 2018 when a Chinese scientist announced that he'd cloned human embryos and edited their genes using CRISPR to make them, quote, resistant to HIV. Take a listen.
Right, like the China story. Like, can you explain to people what they did? They said they were inoculating them from HIV, which is
They actually were
very
engineering.
suspect.
They were engineering babies and editing their embryos to confer a resistance to HIV. Now, still to this day, so they were cloning them and then they were genetically modifying them, and so they're doing lots of things that are. There's a general moratorium in the world on some of these things around humans. Anything that's considered a germline edit, so anything that could be passed on to the next generation, right? So things. So if you engineer something into the genome, the fear is, from a germline. So all your cells in your body are somatic cells, except for your egg or sperm. Those are germ cells. So anything that could be affected into the germline, so that you pass it on to the next generation, that could be Umbrella Corporation type moment.
But Lamb warned it doesn't end there. In fact, there is growing debate over whether those same embryos were also edited for enhanced intelligence. The science is still inconclusive, but the intent, he claims, is very real. Lamb pointed to BGI, or Beijing Genomics Institute, as a key player in this effort. He claimed that during the COVID era, BGI offered free testing to countries around the world, not just out of goodwill, but to harvest DNA at scale. They're like, we'll do all the COVID testing for you for free. Just send us your data. Well, a 2021 Reuters investigation revealed that the company's prenatal tests, taken by millions of women around the world, were being used to collect genetic data for the Chinese military without proper consent or oversight. Lamb also alleges that BGI has publicly stated its mission is to sequence as much of the global population as possible in search of genes tied to intelligence and act on the findings. They're openly saying, we are sequencing as much as we can of the world population looking for genes for intelligence, he told Rogan. That's not a hidden thing. And to think that China is the only one exploiting this type of technology, or that this is anything new, would be naive. Most countries have been doing this and utilizing things like CRISPR for many, many years. Just look at Dolly. If we're finding out about it now, that means they're closer to perfecting it and likely releasing it en masse. Any day now, you could probably expect to have clinics like this popping up in a city near you. We've seen through certain options today, like IVF, surrogacy, options being offered to willing potential families to select their child's eye color, hair color, height, things of this nature. You can see how this is slowly being normalized. And when we're talking editing intelligence, well, the implications are terrifying. Do we trust the people doing this? What control could they have possibly over the perfect human after they've created it? At a time in civilization where mankind needs to seek and find God, we're finding ourselves more and more in a situation of man trying to play God or become God. Essentially, this is what transhumanism is all about. This is a dark, diabolical manipulation of God's creation and a sinister movement as a whole. And the numbers are rising. We now find ourselves in the position of having essentially corrupted God's perfect creation And mind you, they've spent generations dumbing down the population worldwide through things like fluoride in the water, which we now know does lower IQ. Don't even get me started on the education system. And now they're offering us some promise of eternal life by uploading our minds to the cloud, editing our genes for the perfect human, living forever through our alleged consciousness uploaded to some server somewhere, putting a chip in our brain. Where does it all end? And why do all of these issues in society somehow always revert to, in the end, coming for our children? We've seen the predatory behavior of groups advocating for sexual freedoms eventually grooming our children, calling you a bigot if you have a problem with that. The same is true of transhumanism. Editing adult genes voluntarily is one thing, but what about when these types of things get added into the childhood vaccine schedule, for example? Well, I dare say if biotech has its way, it won't be long. In this case specifically, they're coming for the children at conception or likely even before conception. Remaining human and avoiding plugging into the matrix as much as possible seems to be the only way to ensure that mankind physically, mentally, and spiritually prospers. Well, the tariff wars are accelerating. President Trump is leveling the unfair playing field that has existed for decades by imposing tariffs on China, Canada, Mexico, and now Europe. These countries are retaliating back with tariffs on US goods, forcing Trump to respond by upping the ante and reciprocating back. Now, Trump will win, but in the meantime, markets are in complete upheaval with record-breaking days of volatility as the world hasn't experienced tariffs like this since the days of our founding fathers. Silver and gold thrive in times of chaos, as they are now. Take advantage of this once-in-a-generation opportunity to thrive and call Kirk Elliott Precious Metals at 720-605-3900 and let them know Daily Pulse sent you, or go to kepm.com/pulse. Learn how to protect your retirement assets with a firm that will educate you, not overcharge you with high commission gold and silver, and doesn't charge a commission when you sell. Call them today, 720-605-3900. There are ads for gold and silver on nearly every show these days. I have a warning for you. Don't overpay for your stuff. Stay away from overpriced, high commission, rare or semi-rare coins for personal delivery or in your IRAs. Only purchase low-cost bullion that is 100% liquid from a firm that doesn't even charge a commission when you liquidate. Call KEPM at 720-605-3900. Let them know Daily Pulse sent you, or go to kepm.com/pulse to learn more and take advantage of what may be the largest bull market of a generation. That's kepm.com/pulse.
No, ma'am. I stand as myself and speak for myself in myself. And I am not the trustee over the all caps name that you're operating on.
But you're here in court today because you were charged with some charges.
I'm here in court today because I am making a special visitation. This is not an appearance, only spirits appear. Living men, living persons make special visitation. That's why I'm here, to make sure that you guys don't tainter my truthful, proper name.
Do you still live at 28 Flying Eagle in Manhattan?
That is a storage unit that I sleep in from time to time.
All right.
I live in myself in this body. I am the living man.
Did you apply for the public defender?
What use have I for a voice of ruin? They can only speak fictitious legalese to you. I speak natural living man's English to you. It's called common English. That's the only thing that I work in.
That's fine.
There will be no legalese used here.
Well, you were charged on the 31st of August of 2013 with obstructing a police officer in violation of 45-7302. You were also charged on the same date with resisting arrest in violation of 45-7301 of the Montana Code.
Those men were charged by me right back by staging an overthrow of the Constitution of 1789, an overthrow of the Bill of Rights, an overthrow of my rights to forage for food as a natural living person who was in hunger. I was searching for something to put in my stomach, as I am recognized to be allowed to do by universal law. Has nothing to do with your corporate fiction. They violated everything, and furthermore, for your knowledge, they violated Judge Holly Brown's Title 26 United States Code ruling, which I went before her and prevailed on 21st March 2011. EPO 9-58A is the case number wherein she evidenced that I am not a taxpayer because I am not a federal citizen. Federal law trumps state law at every turn. I have 9 judge rulings to that end, and that trumps state law. I am not registered crap. I am the living man, and I have the right to forage for food when I'm hungry.
All right. But you're here on different charges.
That
This
is
is not
what
Holly Brown's
stands.
courtroom.
Ma'am, you can argue this all day long. You're operating on corporate fiction.
I'm telling you, you're here on some charges which were filed in the reports.
I do not
Number
understand
one.
those charges.
Number one, you keep interrupting me, and I'm going to charge you with contempt, and you'll go to
Oh,
jail.
contempt of court is spelled C-O-double-N. I know about conning. That's navigation.
Sir,
Contempt is the storm.
I said, be
Don't
quiet
touch me.
until I get
Don't
through
touch
reading
me.
this
You ain't a
to you.
god. Don't
Officer?
you touch me. I am the living man protected by universal law.
You keep
stand
talking,
down.
and you're going to be charged with contempt, and you're going to go to jail.
You have already contempted this place.
No, I told
by
you
the
I
fraud
would
you're
if you
trying
didn't
to
quit
get done
talking.
here. These are the living witnesses to what you're trying to do.
Very
You
good.
are trying to create a fictitious, fraudulent action. You are trying to bilk the Federal Reserve by
Sir.
securitizing in all caps commercialized name
Sir.
and notifying
Would you remove
them
him from the
that
court?
they are standing in debt now. If you touch me, you will violate natural law. Do not come near me. I am
Then
protected
shush.
by the land.
Shush.
Do not tell me to shut up. I am the living natural man, and my voice will be heard. That is the Jolly Roger. That thing you call the American flag with the gold fringe around it is the Jolly Roger, and you are acting as one of his privateers.
Okay, you're here on the charge of arrest.
I'm here by
arrest.
special visitation.
Right. And
I've
you're
never
here
let
on
you get away with
obstructing
this.
a
You bet
police
I'm here.
officer. To each charge could be up to a $500 fine, up to 6 months in jail.
I do not understand any charges. I only understand universal law and the right to live.
Well, you
To
pled
live at
not
peace
guilty.
and to live as I need to.
You pled not guilty in this.
I
court.
never plead. Animals plead. Sound like bah, oink oink.
I have a paper with your signature on it, sir.
It says prime evidence standing right through it. You bring forward all natural forms of evidence that I'm not prime evidence. I am the living soil. The dirt, the water, and the air has its own voice, does it not? It all supports
Sir?
forms of life, does it not? I am a part of that life. I am not your corporate fiction.
Sir,
Do not danger me.
you're here today on an omnibus hearing. You've already pled not
I'm
guilty.
here by special visitation to see to it that you do not tainter my natural living man's name.
Are you prepared
That's
to
why
tell
I'm
the
here.
court if you wish to go to trial on this matter?
This is a trial. Tell me
No,
it's
this
not.
isn't a trial.
Here's my
This is
jury
an
of my
omnibus
peers.
hearing, sir.
You cannot produce a jury of my peers because all juries are selected from a pool of registered voters, and the instant a person registers to vote, their natural ability as a peer to comprehend natural law has been dissolved and turned into fiction. There cannot be raised a jury of my peers. It cannot be done.
Excuse me for just a moment.
No way. Get back here and finish this. Hey, get back here and finish this. The judge has left the courtroom. There you go.
You won.
Yeah.
There is nobody in this courtroom.
Yeah.
The judge has
Yeah.
walked out.
The judge has walked out.
I
Everybody up
said
and
no
out.
excuse.
Everybody up and out.
I'm not letting you
Up and out.
off.
Up and out. Up and out. Follow the man.
Case
Get your hands on it.
Let's go.
You banned the court. Don't hang around. Let's go. Get out of here. Let's go. Don't dally. Let's go.
abandoned the court.
Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. I don't know. Come on. Where's the driver? Leave him be.
They'll do it for.
Going to Headwater or Bear?
Yeah.
Headwater. Headwater. Stay tight on me. They're going to try something. It's in their eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer just messed up big time. You see, yesterday afternoon, Senator Chuck Schumer sat down with PBS NewsHour to talk about the Democrats' so-called strategy to combat President Trump's evil Republican agenda. And sure, standard partisan rhetoric, but here's the problem. Chuck Schumer accidentally admitted to committing a federal crime. And no, I'm not joking. So folks, I want you all to take a listen to the clip. Then we're going to have a lot to talk about.
In 2017, when he was last here, Nancy Pelosi and I said we're going to go after him on health care. He was very unpopular with that. We're going to go after him on tax breaks for the rich. And then we won the House and picked up some seats in the Senate in 2018. Same thing is going to happen now. And we're going to go after him in so many different ways. We are doing much better on the social media, led by Cory Booker and Tina Smith in our House. And so we're reaching people who were not reached before. We are mobilizing in New York. We have people going to the Republican districts and going after these Republicans who are voting for this and forcing them to either change their vote or face the consequences. This is a long, relentless fight that we fight every day. And I am confident that we will bring Trump's popularity, numbers, and strength down if we keep at it and keep at it and keep at it.
Okay, so folks, did you hear that bit at the end? As Chuck Schumer very clearly said, we are mobilizing in New York. We have people going to the Republican districts and going after these Republicans who are voting for this and forcing them to either change their vote or face the consequences. Now, folks, in case you didn't know, that is a big-time federal crime. You see, according to the Voting Rights Act of 1965, you are not allowed to intimidate, threaten, or coerce anyone in an effort to interfere with their vote, including elected officials. But so here we have the Senate Minority Leader, one of the most powerful Democrats in the country, bragging on live television about how they're sending out people to pressure Republicans into changing their votes, or, quote, face the consequences. But now, folks, here's the deal. We all already know that the Democrats and their progressive NGO buddies have been paying protesters for decades, but this right here, this is next level. This isn't just some shady backroom deal or a group of anonymous protesters. No, this is Senator Chuck Schumer on live television openly admitting that the Democrats are sending paid agitators into Republican districts to intimidate voters. And remember, let's not forget that this is coming from the very same people that love to get up on their soapbox and preach about how President Trump and all of his radical MAGA voters are a threat to our democracy. Folks, this is not just peak progressive hypocrisy, but you know what? It's a federal crime. But now, folks, there's actually another clip I want you to take a look at from the very same Chuck Schumer PBS interview from just the other day, and shockingly, it gets even worse. But first, I want to say real quick that if you guys enjoy the daily news coverage, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton with my daily struggle against the YouTube algorithm. But okay, folks, take a look at this.
Hello?
Hi, may I speak to Ian, please?
Speaking. Who's this?
Well, Ian, have you heard of Second Date before?
I'm not familiar with all the segments, but I have heard you guys do something like that. Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
cool. Well, that's why I'm calling you today.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What does that mean exactly?
Well, it means that you went on a date with somebody and then you didn't call them back after. So they emailed us to get you on the phone and find out what happened. You have any idea who it could be?
Maybe.
Who? Who do you think?
I don't know. I'm on the app, so there's a couple girls here and there.
Name one of them and I'll tell you if you're right.
Shoot, is it Lori?
Oh.
No, it's not Lori.
Okay.
Maybe next time, though. This one is about Morgan. You remember Morgan?
Morgan.
Uh-huh.
The whole date with her was kind of a letdown, to be honest.
A letdown? That's sad. She thought you guys had a great time.
I don't know. Maybe she had a good time, but I didn't really enjoy that date that much at all.
Why?
Wow.
Well, like, she's pretty and everything, and I was hoping that she'd be attracted to me, but I don't really think that she was.
Aw, why would you say that?
Like, after the bar, we went to her spot, and I'm thinking, cool, she's definitely attracted to me, and
Yeah.
we're about to go down, We get there, and she's like, I'm going to shower and change. Could you possibly do some dishes for me? So I was like, okay, sure, I'll help.
Wait, is this before or after she made dinner? Because she did tell us that you guys went back to her place and she made like an amazing chicken marsala.
It was good. This was before, because she wanted to change, and she was like, could you just do the dishes? So I was like, yeah, I'll help prep. Like, I can help prep. She can cook. That's nice. I get to her sink, and her sink like filthy. It's packed with dishes. It took me. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, like, my back's hurting already from standing there so long. She comes back, looks at the recipe book, and she's like, you know what? Shoot, I'm actually missing a few ingredients. Do you think you could run down to the corner store?
Okay, so
I like how you guys went from like first date to like, I don't know, long-term relationship status already.
Right. So I say, like, all right. And then she's like, actually, you know, I need a couple more things. Here's a list. And then I'm at the store alone with this list of like 15 things that I'm spending my money on this first date with this girl. And I'm just like, what am I doing? You know?
So you're basically just running errands for her at this point.
Yeah. So I bought all of her groceries. She cooks the dinner, and the dinner's good. So then she invites me to watch a movie on the couch. All right, cool. Things are finally getting good, you know? So right before I sit down on the couch with her, she's like, oh, my God, I actually haven't walked my dog today, and my ankle's hurting. Do you think you could walk my dog for me?
Go walk the dog for me.
Yeah, and I'm like, really?
What did you just start laughing? Because it's almost humorous at this point, right?
Do everything.
Yeah, I know. I just felt awkward. I was like, well, it's not her dog's fault. Let me go walk the dog real quick.
You are too nice.
Yeah, seriously.
So I walked the dog. I come back, and the dog was, like, really happy. I don't know if she ever takes her dog for a walk. Like, she loves me. So we come back, me and the dog. We start the movie, and she falls asleep. So, of course, I left. You know, I was like, okay, I guess my errands are done for the day.
That makes sense. Yeah, you did all you had to do. All your chores were done. She tucked in. Yeah. You can go home now.
But
that makes sense.
You know what it'd be like if you guys ever got married, because you just lived the married life that night.
Yeah. It was like the entire marriage without any of the benefits or trust or having a partner.
Yeah. Sweet. I wonder why you didn't want to just hang out for the rest of your life there.
Oh, man. Well, she's been calling me lately, too, and I'm sure she wants me to, like, pick up her dry cleaning this week.
Let's ask her, Ian, because she's actually on the other line listening.
Oh, my God. Is this the one you have been listening the whole time?
Jack Posobiec, is she going to sit there and let the United States try to work out trade relationships and have these guys actually take care of the currency manipulation, all the ways they try to game the system and actually become fair trade partners with the U.S.? Is the Chinese Communist Party going to allow that, or is this another front? Folks, you understand, this is a global conflict between the Chinese Communist Party and the United States of America, from drug labs in Mexico to the Arctic and everywhere in between. Is she just going to sit there and let us cut deals? Because Caroline's right. The ASEAN countries remember what the Chinese have done to them. They'll be all over trying to partner with the United States to do something. Is China going to allow that to happen, sir?
Well, Steve, they're not going to allow it to happen, but it might not be up to them. Look, you know, when it comes down to it, Xi Jinping arriving as a general secretary of the Communist Party, Chairman Xi going to ASEAN, this is monumental. This is something that hasn't happened before. Typically, when the way the Chinese Communist Party talks with ASEAN is by bayonet or water cannon, or building these islands up in their grill, up in their backyard, and then sending their aircraft carrier out to run flight tests. No, this is very, very telling that Xi Jinping is going himself, not by a delegation, not Wang Qishan. No, he himself is going to be going to there to have this conversation. And I wonder, by the way, I also wonder if Russia is going to be sending a delegation as well, because now we're really going to start seeing the interplay here. Plus, by the way, you've got a lot of other countries in the same region. Look, we're talking about some major economies that do business that travels through ASEAN as well. We're talking about who? The South Koreans and the Japanese. So who did Secretary Bessent have dinner last night? It was the Japanese ambassador, the Japanese delegation. They came over first. The South Koreans as well. Samsung, we all know about that, their power. Look, these economic deals have put everything on the table as President Trump's economic restructuring of globalism has begun. The Great Deal.
Jewish business blooms as never before. The House of Rothschild is just one example of the use of this tactic by the Jews to spread their net of financial influence over the working man. The House of Warburg follows the same tactic as do other Jewish banking families. By the beginning of the 20th century, the Jews are sitting at all junctions of the world's money market. They're an international power. Though they make up only 1% of the population of the earth, their capital enables them to terrorize world exchanges, world opinion, and world politics. New York is today's chief center of Jewish power. The New York Stock Exchange, financial center of the world, is ruled by such Jewish banking houses as Kuhn, Loeb, Warburg, Hanauer, Wertheim, Leveson, Seligman, Guggenheim, Wolf, Schiff, Strauss, Stern, and so forth. These Jewish kings of finance love to play out their power behind the scenes and stay out of the limelight. Outwardly, they fit right in with their hosts. They look almost like genuine Americans. Bernard Baruch, Jewish financial advisor and friend of the American president, in the guise of a smart citizen of the United States. Otto Kahn, Jewish banker of Wall Street, enjoying his role as Anglo-Saxon lord. Jewish banker Felix Warburg. Jewish banker Mortimer Schiff. Jewish lawyer and German hater Samuel Untermyer. Professor Felix Frankfurter, Jewish legal advisor to the American president. Herbert Lehman, Jewish governor of the state of New York. LaGuardia, half-Jewish mayor of New York City. Henry Morgenthau, Jewish secretary of the Treasury of the United States. The Jew Leon Blum, former Prime Minister of France, who knows how to act just like a genuine Frenchman. Millions of French workers once greeted him as their party leader. The Jew whore Belisha, former Minister of War for England. English soldiers salute their commander. But the Jew is still a ruthless parasite even when in power, for his power doesn't come from his own strength. It lasts only as long as his misled hosts are willing to carry him on their backs.
What do you make of that? Why is there this odd flip now that a lot of the left, who probably would have supported this if this was a Democrat position, are turning against you?
The reason that they didn't support it and the reason they didn't do it is, again, it's one of the ways in which massive amounts of federal money have been laundered through organizations and back into the DNC coffers.
And they know about it.
I'll be very...
You think they know about it?
I absolutely know for a fact that they know about it. When you look at the NGOs that we have been funding to support the invasion on our southern and northern borders, when you look at, I'll name them, Catholic Charities, you look at these various organizations, Catholic Charities, $1.2 billion we have paid in the last 4 years, $1.2 billion to Catholic Charities to bring people into our country illegally. Okay. That portions of that money is going right back to the DNC. The money that we are laundering through these agencies, the money that we're laundering through these NGOs, the money that we're laundering through these various organizations throughout the world is not only again funding things that are toxic to the very culture that we're supposed to be helping, but that money is finding its way back into people who want.
Well, the Special Branch for Crimes Against Prosecutors, Judges, and Police for the case to be dismissed. They call it, what is it, Diego, with, I forget the technical word.
Technicality?
Yeah, no, it would be,
Derek?
No, not, I'll think of it eventually, but anyway, they said that essentially there was no crime. In other words, the technical thing that they did was drop it, there's no crime. Well, they had a police guard with a bullet still in his body that the doctors couldn't take out because it was too close to his bladder. And they had a car with bullet holes in it. So you could say, I don't know who committed this crime, but you can't say there was no crime. That's one thing they did. They took this prosecutor and they persecuted her. And they tried to move her to the stronghold of where the organization that tried to kill her actually was. She found a witness. And this guy gave a sworn statement that he saw the head of that former guerrilla group offer a guy in prison $1,000 to kill her. They didn't do anything. Nothing.
And then this happened.
You guys want to talk to us now? No, why not? Well, why are you then? Don't even think about throwing that on me.
They circled the block, ready for round two, this time with a bottle of barbecue sauce. But I learned my lesson and kept my distance. Late this afternoon, the bailiff arrived and moved the squatters out.
Okay, so once again, the squatters are right here. They're about to leave the establishment. Just so you guys know, you're live on television. I wouldn't do that. So as you can see, they're not the nicest neighbors that you want to live next to. And look, we're not here to celebrate having people evicted from their home, but these people moved into this quiet neighborhood. They turned it upside down. They were not pleasant to live next to. So what's happening right now? A crew from the mortgage company is inside the home. They're securing the place. These people will not be allowed to return. For now, we are live on the east side. Back to you.
Well, Ronnie, I want to know, they threatened you with a drink and then barbecue sauce. What was the latest threat right then?
Well, that was the barbecue sauce
more
there.
barbecue.
Yeah, just we're going to get out of here because they're about to come back. And
So this morning, I received an offer from the DNC for $20,000. Guidelines, a script, and even talking points on how I should criticize Trump and conservative media. Now, I said no, but before I did, they're probably going to get really pissed off for me putting this out in a video, but honestly, I really don't give a fuck. You should have chose to watch my content instead of assuming that I would do the dirty work for you. But I really wanted to get some insider information and a full rundown as to what the contract actually consisted of, which is a contract for 1 year, and I don't really know who the fuck would do a 1-year contract for $20,000, but anyways. But to not only create a Discord, but to also link up with other DNC creators. I got the rundown of which creators are actually involved with these contracts, and it's really interesting to see some very familiar names. And the talking points in themselves are just so fucking cringy, dude. I couldn't even look at them with a straight face. But see, the most part about these contracts is the fact that the names that just so happen to be at the head of these management agencies are some of the same exact names that were involved with conservative media. And I know this because I was also offered a contract last year by conservative media, which I also did not take.
There is nothing like a library. You just want to come to a library. Maybe you want to take out the Lancome. Maybe you want to take out a Huckleberry Finn or a Catcher in the Rye. Or maybe you're just a homeless person who want to get the internet access to watch a Jewish-made pornographer. Either way, we are giving $100 million to the library so they can buy the most up-to-date book of Marxism and communism.
In September 1989, Doug Muchler reported for duty. He was a counterintelligence officer stationed at Fort Ridge, just outside Anchorage, Alaska. His job was investigating espionage and terrorism, so his first stop was the map room. He needed to get the lay of the land. Doug grew up in Ohio, so learning about the rugged terrain and wilderness of Alaska would take a lot of studying. Alaska is a big place, almost 700,000 square miles, twice the size of Texas. Doug spread out a few maps across the giant table in the center of the room. He scanned the maps. They showed mountain range, rivers, lakes, cities, old mining towns, the typical stuff. But then something caught his eye. On a map of Denali National Park, there was an area no bigger than his thumb that was whited out. Doug grabbed a magnifying glass. No features. About 60 miles west of Mount McKinley was a small zone labeled, "This area not surveyed to date." Doug thought this was odd. The entire state of Alaska was definitely surveyed, every inch of it. How could this tiny patch not surveyed? He set the question aside. He was a chief warrant officer in military intelligence. He figured if he needed to know, he'd know. Still, something about that location haunted him. And 3 years later, find out why. It was late 1992, and Doug Muchler was killing time with a few dozen officers. Someone shushed the group and turned up the TV. The local news was running a story about an underground nuclear detonation in China. It was so powerful that it sent waves in the Earth's crust all the way to Alaska. But that wasn't the story. When seismologists analyzed the data, they saw the cross-section of a huge object about 100 feet below the surface in central Alaska. It was a pyramid, a huge pyramid, bigger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, 550 feet tall from the top to the base. The news showed the pyramid's location on a map. Doug wasn't sure, but he could swear it was right in the middle of the location marked area not surveyed to date. He ran to the map room. He was right. Next stop, his quarters. He set his VCR to record the 11 o'clock news. He needed to be sure. The late night news came and went without a single mention of the pyramid. Doug called a few news junkies he knew. Nobody heard anything about it. The next day, with military intelligence credentials, Doug went to the local news station. The station manager said there was no such story and had no idea what Doug was talking about. They returned to his office. Doug stood in the lobby for a minute, confused. Not only did he see the news story, but almost 40 other soldiers did too. The station manager's strange behavior made Doug feel that something wasn't right.
Had a men in black step by.
Well, that's what Doug thought. But this visit was off the books. He had no authority here. As Doug was heading out, he heard a voice behind him. It was one of the younger employees. The kid nervously gestured for Doug to come over, so he did. The younger man was clearly rattled. He looked around, lowered his voice, and said the story was true.
Look, I'm not supposed to say anything. I could get fired for this, but this just isn't sitting right with me.
Doug acted like he wasn't sure what the kid was talking about, but he was pretty sure what he was talking about.
That story about the underground pyramid is real. We ran it during last night's 6 o'clock broadcast. A few hours later, a couple of scary guys in suits came by the station and grilled my boss in his own office. Next thing I know, the story is pulled from the 11 o'clock lineup, and all the tapes of the story were confiscated. It's all gone.
Doug asked why. Although, again, he knew the answer. He just wanted to hear this kid say it.
After the suits left, the news director said we had to kill the story because it involved a Chinese nuclear test. It was a matter of national security. We were told to forget about it. The nuclear test, the pyramid, all of it. Pretend it never happened or face criminal charges. That's all I know.
The kid begged Doug to keep him out of it, and Doug agreed. Again, as an experienced intelligence officer, Doug knew these tactics. He also knew he shouldn't press the issue with his superiors, so he didn't. But he was annoyed.
I was mad. I went back to the office in formation that night. I told everybody what I'd found out, and the guys in the unit were like, wait a minute, we watched it. What do you mean they didn't run it? Same thing I was saying.
Doug continued his normal duties at Fort Richardson, but he couldn't stop thinking about that pyramid. He was frustrated, but there was no way to get more information. Then, a year later, Doug was transferred to Fort Meade in Maryland, home of the National Security Agency, and that would provide an opportunity. In 1993, Doug Muchler was transferred to Fort Meade, Maryland. Fort Meade is known for being the headquarters of the NSA. Doug said he wasn't working for the NSA, but for a unit nearby.
Oh, he was totally working for the NSA.
Probably. Fort Meade was also home to a giant warehouse of files. Row after row, shelf after shelf, floor after floor. It was a giant archive of government evidence, and much of it top secret.
Ooh, like where they keep the Ark and all that stuff?
No, this place was just files.
Well, I'd still like to snoop around there.
So would I. Doug played it cool. He introduced himself to the archivist and showed him his credentials. Doug asked if there were any files about archaeological sites in Alaska. Didn't say pyramid or anything like that. He kept his questions non-specific. The archivist didn't blink. He wrote down a few numbers and handed Doug a slip of paper. The row, the shelf. Doug was getting closer. He found the Alaska files. He pulled a few and settled in the reading room. But he wouldn't get the chance to learn anything.
Here come the men in black.
And I had just sat down, and these two guys came. You feel someone standing behind you, and these two goons go, "Hey, you don't have a need to know for that information."
Doug turned around and asked what they meant. He was just looking at archaeological sites in Alaska. They said, "We know what you're looking for. You need to leave the building immediately." Doug asks why.
They don't want us messing with them up there anymore. They don't want you messing with them up there. They don't want us, anybody, messing with them.
Wait. Messing with who up there?
Well, that's what Doug wanted to know, but the two guys...
Men in black?
Right. They realized they just said too much. Doug left the warehouse, resumed his duties, and kept quiet. But after he left the service, he went public with the story. It turned out that not only is the pyramid real, the military knows exactly where it is. They also know what the pyramid is.
How?
Because they're the ones operating it.
Yahtzee!
Marty Johnson shook his head and quietly laughed. As an engineer in the Navy during World War II, he worked on more than his share of top-secret projects. But this was something else. He was flown from Omaha, Nebraska to Unalakleet, Alaska, wherever that was, and then rushed onto a white bus with blacked-out windows. On the bus were a few engineers and technicians. Once everyone was settled, the bus started driving east. Nobody was told where they were going or specifically what they were doing. And honestly, Marty didn't care. This was exciting. While most of the passengers seemed nervous, Marty was smiling ear to ear. He felt like a character spy novel. After the war, Marty was recruited by Western Electric Manufacturing. Well, technically, he worked for Bell Labs, created from the engineering department of Western Electric and half owned by AT&T. When offered the job, Marty didn't need much convincing. He'd be working on highly classified projects for the military. His specialty was electrical engineering, but Marty Johnson could build or fix anything you threw at him. He liked a challenge, and working on cutting-edge tech was right up his alley. In the late 40s, he worked with transistors. These little devices revolutionized electronics. He had no idea how Bell came up with the idea, but wow, did they change everything.
Aliens gave them the transistors.
Maybe. Well, here it was, 1959, and Marty felt he was helping invent the future. He couldn't tell his family where he was or what he was doing. They understood that his work, whatever it was very important. After a 6-hour bumpy ride, the bus finally stopped. When the door opened, the cold Alaska air rushed in like a punch in the face. Stepping out of the bus was shocking. After 6 hours in the dark, the bright white Alaskan landscape was overpowering. Marty lifted his collar, shielded his eyes, and walked with his colleagues. Once his eyes adjusted, Marty became confused. There's nothing here. Ice, snow, mountains, that's it. Then he heard a shout from up ahead. Two men in uniform stood next to what looked like a concrete shed in the middle of nowhere. Marty would need answers soon. The cold wind was taking the fun out of this adventure. The group shuffled into the shed. The officers came in last and closed the door. In unison, everyone sighed in relief. One of the officers told the group to grab the rail. Hold on. He yanked a metal gate across the door and pushed a button. With a quick jerk, the platform began dropping. Now Marty understood. The shed was just an entrance to this elevator shaft. As the elevator descended, the temperature warmed a bit. It was still cold enough as breath, but at least they were spared from the biting wind. And after daydreaming a bit, Marty realized they'd been going down for a long time. The elevator finally stopped. The officer opened the gate and gestured for everyone to step out. Marty followed the group out into the hallway. It looked like every military office building he'd ever been in. The gray concrete floor and walls painted beige, the constant buzzing of overhead fluorescent lights, all too familiar. The group started moving again. Marty felt like he was on a museum tour, just following the crowd. They passed plenty of doors, so the place must be bigger than it looked. The doors had no names, only numbers. Clean, simple, efficient. Definitely military. The officer up front raised his voice a bit so everyone could hear. Before they started their 4-week orientation, they would get the project. Finally, Marty thought. Judging by the murmurs in the group, he wasn't the only one becoming impatient. After making a few turns here and there, they reached the end of the hallway. They were standing in front of a huge steel door. It had to be 15 feet high and wide enough to drive a car through. The officer grabbed a red phone receiver off the wall and spoke into it. Marty couldn't hear, but he chuckled to himself as he imagined the officer saying, "Open sesame." From somewhere, there was the sound of metal on metal, and the door began to slowly swing open. Not only was the door tall and wide, it had to be a foot thick. What could be in here that required security measures like this? Was it nukes? Marty hoped it wasn't nukes. They walked through the door into a giant cavern. Then Marty saw it, and everything made sense. The blacked out windows, the secrecy, the security. The officer proudly announced, "Gentlemen, welcome to the Dark Pyramid." In the spring of '78, Lee Pearson with Unalakleet Airport trading war stories with a fellow vet. Lee retired and became a teacher, but his new friend, a helicopter pilot, was still in the service. The pilot could tell Lee was missing the excitement of the old days, so he made him an offer. He was making a quick run into the triangle.
Lee, I got something that will get your blood pumping. We're taking some important equipment out to a secret base near Denali. You know Mount McKinley? We'll be in and out in 4 hours. You want to tag along?
Lee said absolutely. They hopped in the helicopter and started flying due east. After just under 2 hours of flight time, the pilot gave Lee a heads up.
Okay, we're just about 5 miles out. Things are about to get weird. Our instruments are going to go crazy. You're going to hear all kinds of alarms. Don't panic. And we'll go VFR the rest of the way, and we'll be fine.
VFR?
Visual flight rules. Basically, you turn off autopilot, keep the ground in sight, and keep your eyes open for obstacles.
Got it.
Then the helicopter's electronics went haywire. The radar screen went out. The compass needle was spinning like a fan. Lee was visibly nervous. Then all the power in the helicopter, the instruments, lights, everything went black. But the helicopter kept flying. A few minutes later, it touched down. Within seconds, a ground crew was refueling them, with the engine running and the rotor spinning. Lee looked around. There were a couple of small guardhouses with towers. He saw 2 or 3 Quonset huts. Boxes of equipment were piled here and there. Razor wire was everywhere. Lee looked up. Overhead, a C-130 was flying tight circles over the area. Then 6 men in black uniforms start yanking crates of cargo. Lee, being a military man himself, notices the uniforms have no insignia, no unit patches, no rank, name tape, no identification of any kind. There are men around the perimeter of the landing zone. They're heavily armed and aiming at the helicopter. Lee looks behind them. There's a Jeep parked just a few yards away. On top of it is a .50 caliber machine gun. It's loaded, manned, and aimed right at them. Lee glances nervously at the pilot, who gives him a look that says, "Relax, this is normal." In 3, maybe 4 minutes, they're airborne and headed west, back to the airport. Once they get about 5 miles from the site, all the instruments come back on and everything is working perfectly. Lee asks the pilot, "What was that?" The pilot looks at Lee, taps his headset, and holds his finger in front of his mouth.
Yeah, they'd be listening to the radio.
Yep. At a small bar near the airport, the 3 men sit at a quiet table in the back. A waitress drops off a round of beers. Lee grabs one, takes a sip, and says, "Okay, let's hear it."
That place is more secret than the Manhattan Project. Nobody's supposed to know it even exists. Deep underground is a giant pyramid made of black stone. They think it's stone anyway.
Lee asks who would build a giant pyramid underground and why.
All they know is that it's thousands of years old. They've had techs and engineers working there since the 50s. Power generator of some kind. And this thing puts out a lot of juice.
This sounded crazy to Lee. He asked how much power does the pyramid generate? The pilot said, enough to power the whole country. Pyramids as power plants. Sounds like science fiction, but if made of the right materials, it could possibly work. I have an entire episode on how the Great Pyramid of Giza could have created energy. And there's scientific evidence that supports this theory.
Pyramid power, link below.
Marty Johnson was very specific about the site and the technology. He said the pyramid was He said the pyramid is 550 feet tall, with the base 700 feet below the surface. The angles of the pyramid were 48 degrees, not 45. I don't know why this is important, but Marty said it was. There were enclosed control rooms at each corner. The control rooms measured the energy flowing through the pyramid. The purpose of the project was energy distribution. If they ever got this to work, we don't know. But Marty Johnson's son said his father built a replica of the pyramid made out of aluminum. He ran a small amount of voltage through the pyramid, and that energy was then magnified. This mini pyramid produced more than enough electricity to power their entire house and farm. It's been theorized that the pyramids in Alaska, Egypt, Indonesia, and other places formed an ancient energy grid. They pulled electricity out of the zero-point field and transmitted it around the planet, maybe even around the solar system.
Free energy cover-up, link below.
Right. I have an entire episode about inventors who discovered ways to pull energy from the quantum field that exists everywhere.
And what happened to those inventors?
All died of mysterious causes. So, is the Dark Pyramid an energy device? We don't know. We have to find it first. And some people think they have.
This is my swamp. You will die. You will die, Shrek. You will die. My trophy system. What have you done? You fiend. Bye, Shrek. Fuck. Chat. If you swap seats, if you're not in the driver's seat, you push the loadouts out of the way. Did you see that?
There is no such thing as biopsies in cancer. They say that out loud, but they have not even one scientific study to show for that. Whereas I have 50 to show that they do spread cancer. They just believe so strongly and so blindly in what they were told, and they're afraid of the truth because it means that for years and years and years, doctors have been killing people through biopsies. And they always blame it on the cancer instead of on the metastasis that was caused by the biopsy. Be very careful. Never do a prostate biopsy. Never do a breast biopsy. There are better ways. You don't need the mammogram with its own radiation. You don't need biopsy to tell you if it's cancer or not. You can be 99% sure just by doing an ultrasound with a technician who knows what she's doing.
Up until the Biden administration, there was a lot of headway being made statewide. The day that President Biden went into office, every single task force, every single group that worked in the United States of America that was fighting for King quit it on the day that he became office, and then he opened up the borders. And because I was a middle-aged white dude, they assumed that I was a sexual tourist.
That tells you how big the industry is.
That's how big it is, buddy.
Whoa.
That's how many Americans are going all over the world molesting kids. And I said, I just bought these two little girls for $120. Like, she showed me, she said I could make a movie out of them. She's like, oh my God. The kids in Mexico went through the same exact sex magic rituals as the kids in Nepal that we rescued, as the kids in India, as the kids in Uganda, as the kids in the Amazon. And it's like, this thing is truly global.
I was in Costa Rica. We were feeding all these people. This woman walks up to me with these two little Nicaraguan refugee children. They're around 10. They're little bitty beanpos. They're dark, beautiful little girls with big black eyes. And this lady said, "Would you like to buy these two little girls?" And I said, "What?" She goes, "You can rent them for a day, but if I was you, I would just buy them and I would make movies." And man, when she said that, I looked at these little girls and I looked back at her, and I mean, they're just hobbits. You know, they're little kids. And I looked back at her, and of course, my first instinct was to run off screaming like my head was on fire. You know, I mean, you don't know how to handle a situation like that. I didn't have any kind of grid for anything like that. But then all of a sudden, I felt the presence of the Lord. And I mean, a grace came on, and I knew what to do. I knew how to say it. I knew exactly how to handle the situation. And that did not come from me. It just met me right there in Matamoros. And I went, "Yeah, dude, I'll buy them right now. How much?" And she said, $60 a piece. And I reached in my back pocket, and I had like $80-something. And turned to the guy next to me and said, "Hey, give me some more money. Give me some." And so I bought these two little girls. I took them by the hand, and I walked out of the trash dump with them. And whenever we got out to the car, I met my wife. My wife came over, and I said, "I just bought these two little girls for $120. Like, she showed me, she said I could make a movie out of them." She's like, "Oh my God." And so we sit down, we start talking to these kids, and, you know, "Hey, do you have family here?" Like, "No." Man, they were starving. They were sick, all the things. We went and fed them. We got them hooked up with a pastor friend of mine who already had a home. And those were the first two kids. After that, every single time that we were in a trash dump, I would just look and I would see kids that I could buy. And because I was a middle-aged white dude, they assumed I was a sexual tourist.
That tells you how big the industry is.
That's how big it is, buddy.
Whoa.
That's how many Americans are going all over the world molesting kids, because everybody's addicted to pornography, which I'd like to talk to you about the power of pornography and what it does to you, and the portal that pornography is. I'd like to talk to you about that, because it truly is a portal. And so the bottom line is we just spontaneously rescued kids, and then we started strategically rescuing kids, and then we decided we had to have our own homes, we had to have our own schools, and we continued to do that. We got into deeper and deeper and deeper places. We got into fighting cartels, we got into fighting porno rings, we got into building our security teams, we got into building how do you get guns, how do you do this, how do you do that, how do you get licensing for guns in this country and that country, how do you work with this general, how do you work with that general, will they go in and engage those forces, and will they bring those kids to us, do we have compliance? And this last year we rescued our 11,000th kid.
That's wild.
And we've raised them all. That's the other thing too. We've raised them.
You have houses all over the world, right?
All over the world. So yeah, we have 54 rescue centers with multiple houses all over. We have over 4,000 kids under our care right this second.
Jeez.
We rescued a kid yesterday. We rescued a 12-year-old little girl in Colombia.
Wow.
Yesterday.
Holy cow. All right. So you're traveling the entire world doing this.
Yep.
What has there been opportunity to do it here stateside, or really? Exactly.
Yeah. So if I can speak into that, up until the Biden administration, there was a lot of headway being made statewide. The day that President Biden went into office, every single one of us that had FBI, CIA, DOJ numbers, they went gang, 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 gang. The day Biden became president. And some of those people we had worked with for 10, 15, 17 years, never spoke to them again. The day, every single task force, every single group that worked in the United States of America that was fighting for trafficking quit it on the day that he became office, and then he opened up the borders. That's an undeniable fact. You can read into that whatever you want to read into. That is the reality of what happened. And so since we have a new administration, the borders are closed, and there's a green light to fight it in a big way. Another thing that happened as well over the past 4 years is the compliance to take in kids in the United States of America for kids that have been trafficked is so astronomically high and dollar costs that nobody can afford to take in trafficked kids. So it's like, okay, well, what do you need? Okay, well, you're going to have to pay for full time. Are you going to pay for all this lawyer team. You got to pay for all this psychologist team. You got to pay for this, got to pay for that. How much is that? Oh, it's about $280,000 a child a year.
That's impossible.
It's impossible. And the people that want to do that are a bunch of yahoos like me that have churches, and we feed people and we love people and we take in kids. So they literally priced us out. It's a lot like the whole racket on adoption of kids. You know, hey, you want to adopt a baby in China? Okay, that we stole from Christians. This one is really healthy. Okay, that's going to be $60,000 to $80,000 after you go. It's just a racket. It's trafficking in of itself.
Legal trafficking.
It's legal trafficking. It
Wow.
is. And so the compliance on this side has been terrible. Another thing that happened is if you went after kids and if you pointed out the structure of what was taking place, okay, this kid came across the border and this child was here. And while this child was here, they were checked in by our border patrol. She had a little tag on her that said, send me to 1313 Mockingbird Lane in Aurora, Colorado, and my daddy's name is Bill. Then you call up Bill on that phone number. Bill, I got your kid here. Oh yeah, that's my kid. Okay, well, we'll send them to you. Then we literally escorted that child to that trafficker. We paid for the entire 9 yards. We turned them over. We never vetted Bill, ever, one single time. Said, thanks for bringing my kid. And then boom, off they went, and they murdered that child, or they sexualized that child, or they sold that child, or something horrible. And we're missing over 300,000 children from right here in the United States of America that was under the control and the care of our government. And that's just over 4 years. That's not counting the 8 million children a year, 8 million that disappear. That's not the kids that are in the system. There's 8 million children disappear. What is that? All over the world. And I can tell you this. And this is what took me down the rabbit hole of all things blurry and scary and weird and all that kind of stuff. Because the kids in Mexico went through the same exact sex magic rituals as the kids in Nepal that we rescued, as the kids in India, as the kids in Uganda, as the kids in the Amazon. And it's like, this thing is truly global. Truly. It is next level global. And it requires blood of children for this next level Luciferian globalistic. It requires Nephilim sex magic, and it requires the building up of iniquity, of iniquitous bloodlines, and then you cash in on it. So what they'll do is they'll take a girl, abuse the snot out of her, have her get pregnant. She has a baby, and they have a second bloodline, third. At about the fourth generation, if they perform next Nephilim sex magic and blood ritual abuse on that fourth generation, it's a sorcerous, powerful thing to them. And, you know, I didn't know anything about any of that. Yeah. I didn't know. I mean, dude, again, I'm from Joshua, Texas, and I'm just a guy that, hey, we have an opportunity to rescue kids, and we got an opportunity to do this. We got an opportunity to do that. And we started doing that, and we just started seeing it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's like we started coming across South Africans with the first name L. E-L. Really? All over the world. All over the world. And it's like, if you come across a child or a young woman or a young man that, like, what are you doing in Uganda? Why are you here? Well, somebody brought me here. I had to escape something. And their first name is L. El Sion. Can you think of any famous South Africans that their first name begins with EL? Like Elon?
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Yeah, that is all.
I didn't even think about that.
It's like on Stranger Things. What's that chick's name?
11.
Yeah, exactly right. And everybody calls her L.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now we're cooking.
Now, this whole thing is so real. And I've seen it all over the world. And I have nobody to talk to. Everybody's just like, what am I going to do? I mean, who am I going to go talk to about this, that? And then all of a sudden, it's kind of like, man, you're tracking through the jungle and you got a machete. And then all of a sudden you come into a clearing and boom, there's all these, and you find your tribe. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's an important breakthrough whenever you start to do that. It's the sinew forming on the mighty army. Can these dry bones live? The first thing that formed was the sinew. It was the connect pieces. It wasn't the heart, it wasn't a brain, it wasn't guts, it wasn't it was sinews was the first one. That when you start to connect within the body, no matter how weird that is, it's when you start to raise up an army.
Yes.
The deal is, man, there's a form of this magic that involves all of this sexual activity going all the way back to Genesis chapter 6. When the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, they took unto them wives, and there were giants in those days. And you remember the witch at Endor? He calls one up from the pit. What is that pit magic? It's literally about a jailbreak. That's what that's about.
That's interesting.
And it requires the blood of children. It requires the sexuality of children. It requires horror. It requires all those things that's been going on with Bel worship throughout the centuries. CERN believes in the jailbreak. I promise.
Wow.
CERN believes 10, and they're all Luciferians.
Yeah.
Look at their opening show.
Yeah.
They know that there is a way that they can claim legal right to humanity if they can get enough of us to be involved with this whole hideous agenda.
Wow. Are 4% of the world's population, but had 60% of the COVID cases and deaths because we're pre-inflamed because of our diet. That's why 93% of us have poor metabolic health. And it's all fixable. It's know what's going on inside your body. If you peel back the hood to be the CEO of your own health by understanding your own lab data and health data, you can actually change this. Our 4% of the world's population, but had 60% of the COVID cases and deaths.
Why are these doors and windows halfway in the ground?
Diet.
During the early 19th century, strange events were reported worldwide. Cities were being dug out from layers of mud and debris. Buildings were being revealed that were covered to their rooftops in mud. A global cataclysmic event buried entire civilizations, erasing them from history. But here is where it gets rather unsettling. The Tartarian Empire, often depicted in old maps, was an advanced civilization that existed across Europe and Asia. They built architectural marvels, had access to advanced technology, and were able to harness energy from the atmosphere. The mud flood, many say, was a deliberate attempt to wipe out Tartaria from history, hiding their advanced technology.
Your body,
but it gets even darker. Look at the World's Fairs of the 1800s and early 1900s. These elaborate buildings, resembling ancient architecture, were supposedly built in just a few years. After the fairs, they were supposedly demolished. Was this to erase evidence of an advanced pre-existing civilization? The Chicago World's Fair in 1893, the Paris Exposition in 1900, and the St. Louis magnificent architecture, and on official papers they were apparently built with plaster wood. Do these look like temporary structures to you? The sudden disappearance of these architectural marvels raises the question, were they remnants of the Tartarian Empire, conveniently disguised as temporary exhibits and then destroyed to hide their origins?
60% of the COVID cases and deaths
I'm Attorney General
because we're
James
pre-inflamed because of our
On
diet.
September
That's why
15th,
93% of us have poor
2024,
metabolic
Ryan
health.
Ralph
And it's all
attempted to
fixable.
assassinate
All fixable.
then
If you know what's
presidential
going on
candidate
inside your
Donald J.
body, if you
Trump
the
at
hood,
the
be the CEO of your
International
own health
Golf
by
Club
understanding
in
your own
West
lab
Palm
data and
Beach.
health data, you can
Shortly
actually change
after
this.
the
We're 4% of the world's
assassination
population, but had
Governor
60% of the
DeSantis signed
COVID
an
cases and
executive
deaths
order
because we're
directing the Office of
pre-inflamed
Attorney
because of our
General to
diet. That's
work
why
with our law
93% of us have
enforcement
poor metabolic
partners
health.
and
And it's all
investigate
fixable.
Mr. Ralph.
All fixable. If you know what's
After
going on inside your
206
body, if you peel
days
back
of
the hood to be the
stonewalling by the
CEO of your own
federal
health by
government
understanding your own
that
lab data
stemmed
and
from
health
days
data,
of
you
the
can
Biden
actually change this.
administration,
We're 4% of the world's
I'm able to
population,
now
but had
announce that my
60%
office
COVID
is
cases and
charging Mr.
deaths
Ralph
because
for the
we're
attempted
pre-inflamed because of
first-degree
our
murder
diet.
of
That's why
President
93% of us
as
have
well
poor
as a
metabolic health.
charge
And
for
it's all
terrorism.
fixable. It's all
My
fixable. If you
office,
know
as
what's
well
going on
as
inside your
law
body, if you
enforcement
peel back the
partners,
hood,
will
be the
met with
CEO of your own
major
health by
roadblocks
understanding your own
in
lab
prosecuting
data
this
and
case
health
during
data,
Biden's
you can
term.
actually change this. We're 4%
Biden
of the
and
world's
his attorney
population,
general
but had
sought to
60% of the
frustrate our
COVID
efforts
cases and
and
deaths
block
because
our
we're
investigation into the
pre-inflamed because
man
of our diet.
who
That's why
crossed into
93% of us have poor
and
metabolic
attempted to
health. And it's
commit
all
political
fixable.
violence
It's all fixable. If
against
you know
a
what's
Florida
going on
resident.
inside your body, if you peel back
Thank
the
God
hood,
he was
be the CEO of your own
unsuccessful.
health by
And
understanding
thank
your own
God
lab
we have
data and
Donald
health data,
Trump
you
as
can actually
president
change this.
again.
We're 4% of the world's
The
population, but
leadership
had
of U.S.
60% of
Attorney
the
General
COVID cases
Pam
and
Bondi
deaths
and
because
FBI
we're
Director Kash
pre-inflamed
Patel
because of our
was
diet. That's why
instrumental
93%
in
of us have
preserving
poor
Florida's
metabolic health. And it's
authority
all
to
fixable.
do what is
It's
right
all
and
fixable. If
bring
you know what's
justice
going on
where it
inside
is
your
due.
body, if you peel back the hood to be
We
the
now
CEO
have
of
a
your own
federal
health by
government
understanding your own
willing to
lab
work
data and
together
health
to
data,
pursue
you can actually
justice.
change this. We're 4% of the world's
Attempting to take the
population, but had
life of a
60% of
former
the
president
COVID
and a
cases and
leading
deaths
presidential
because we're
candidate
pre-inflamed
isn't just
because of
an
our
attack
diet.
on
That's why
one man.
93% of us have poor
This was a
metabolic health.
political
And it's all
attack
fixable.
against our
It's all
Republican
fixable.
form
If you
of
know what's
government
going on inside
and
your
our
body, if you
shared
peel back the
American
hood to be the
values.
CEO of your own health by
We
understanding
cannot
your own
allow
lab data
justice
and
to
health
be
data,
delayed
you
or
can actually
denied.
change this.
And
We're 4%
thanks
of
to
the
the
world's
president,
population, but had
our
60%
U.S.
of the
Attorney
COVID COVID
General,
cases and
the
deaths
FBI
because we're
director. We are
pre-inflamed
moving
because of our
forward
diet.
in our
That's why 93% of us are
Our
poor metabolic
statewide
health. And it's
prosecutors
all
will work
fixable.
to hold this
It's
evil
all
man
fixable.
accountable.
If you know what's going on
and
inside your
keep
body,
Florida
if you peel back the
safe,
hood
strong,
to be the CEO of your own
free.
health by understanding your own lab data and health data, you can actually change this. Our 4% of the world's population, but had 60% of the COVID cases and deaths because we're pre-inflamed because of our diet. That's why 93% of us have poor metabolic health. And it's all fixable.
I know the
All
law. I've been there,
fixable. If
done
you
that.
know what's going on inside your body, if you peel
So we
back
did
the
a pad
hood
for this
to be
guy?
the CEO of your own
It's a
health
gorgeous
by understanding your own
concrete pad.
lab data and health
Very
data,
happy
you
with
can
my
actually
guys'
change this. Our 4% of the world's population, but had 60% of the COVID cases
Still
and
an
deaths
antique-release pad
because
right
we're
now.
pre-inflamed because of our diet. That's why 93% of us
He
have
said he
poor
didn't
metabolic
like
health.
it
And it's all
because the
fixable.
stamp was going at
Fixable.
5.
If you know what's going on
It
inside
says
your
straight.
body, if you peel back
So-
the hood to be the CEO of your own health by understanding your own lab data and health data,
They
you
didn't
can
want-
actually
he said he
change
didn't
this.
wanna
Our
pay for
4% of the world's
it.
population, but had 60% of the COVID cases and deaths
we're gonna
because
demo
we're
it, try to fix it right, but
pre-inflamed because of our diet.
then he got
That's why
mad
93%
because
of
demoing it.
poor metabolic health. And it's all
To
fixable.
replace it, so
All fixable. If you know what's going on
all it
inside
tells
your
me is
body,
that he just
peel
wanted to
back
get
the
it for
hood,
free without
be the
paying.
CEO of your own health by understanding your own lab data and health data.
this
You
is
can
a
actually
gorgeous
change
job.
this. Our 4% of
Very
the world's
pretty job.
population, but had 60% of the COVID cases and deaths because
And
we're
he's been offering to
pre-inflamed
rip it out and
because of our
replace it for free.
diet. That's why 93% of us have poor
and then he
metabolic
gets
health.
mad
And it's all
because we actually
fixable.
started breaking it.
All fixable. If you know what's going on inside your body, if you peel back the
So,
hood to
if
be
you
the
truly
CEO of
didn't
your own
like this,
health by understanding your own lab data and health data, you
why
can
would
actually
you,
change this. Our 4% of the world's population,
get
but
mad
had
when we're gonna replace
60% of the
it for free?
COVID cases and deaths
Because he wanted it
we're
for free.
pre-inflamed because of our diet.
The whole
That's why
job.
93% of us have poor metabolic
Your
health. And
contractor,
it's all
be
fixable.
careful out there. And,
All fixable. If you know what's going on inside your body, if you peel back the hood to be the CEO of your own health,
people
by
wonder why we
understanding
take
your
bigger
own lab data
deposits
and health
nowadays
data, you can actually change
because of
this. Our
clients like
4%
this.
of the world's population, but had 60%
Many
of the
grown men
COVID
out here that
cases
gotta
and
pay
deaths
bills.
because we're
Expect this company
pre-inflamed because of our
pay their
diet.
bills.
That's why 93% of us have poor metabolic
And
health. And it's all
we have clients
fixable.
like this.
All fixable. If you know
this
what's going
client,
on inside your
he's
body,
probably
if you
one of the
peel
nicest
back
clients
the
I've
hood,
ever
be
met
the CEO of your own health
until
by
it's time to
understanding your own lab data and health data, you can actually change this. Our 4% of the world's population, but had 60% of the COVID cases and deaths because we're pre-inflamed because of our diet. That's why 93% of us have poor metabolic health. And it's all fixable. Our 4% of the world's population, but had 60% of the COVID cases and deaths because we're pre-inflamed because of our diet. That's why 93% of us have poor metabolic health. And it's all fixable. It's all fixable. If you know what's going on inside your body, if you peel back the hood to be the CEO of your own health by understanding your own lab data and health data, you can actually change this. All fixable. If you know what's going on inside your body, if you peel back the hood to be the CEO of your own health by understanding your own lab data and health data, you can actually change this. Our 4% of the world's population, but had 60% of the COVID cases and deaths because we're pre-inflamed because of our diet. That's why 93% of us have
Secretary, oh my gosh, you're icing priests. You're icing moms, and oh, this guy, you know, he bakes cookies for Sunday schools. What are we doing here? Is any of that true?
No, Jesse, we're going after the worst of the worst, and those with final removal orders. And I just would remind everybody, you know, that we don't pick and choose who the law applies to. You know, we're just enforcing the laws of this country. We're going out there and making our communities safer. So the scales of justice have been balanced and even under President Trump. And I'm just so grateful that he's allowing us to go out there and just enforce the laws. There should be consequences when you do something out there that hurts an American, and that American citizens get to come first. That did not happen under the Biden administration. And it's shocking to me the amount of violent criminals that are in this country that we now have to remove. And many of them, we have to go out and pick them up by force because they want to stay there and continue to victimize people.
Yeah, media keeps saying, Secretary, oh my gosh, you're icing priests. You're icing moms, and oh, this guy, you know, he bakes cookies for Sunday schools. What are we doing here? Is any of that true?
There was a guy in Iowa. He bought a ticket. It hit for $16 million. The rules are you have a year to claim it. In Iowa, if you hit the jackpot, you can't be anonymous when you claim it. You have to say who you are, and your name will be published. That's part of the deal that goes along with it. 6 months after the drawing, there was a lawyer up in Canada that hit them up and was like, hey, I have the ticket. I'm a lawyer in Canada. I would like to claim it. And they're like, okay, this sounds kind of weird, because the guy in Canada wouldn't come to Iowa to like turn the physical ticket in. So they asked the guy, okay, what's the serial number? And then what's the number combination that you have? The serial number on the ticket is not publicly available information. You only have that if you have the ticket in your hand. And so he gave them the serial number, which was right, gave them the right combination, obviously. And they're like, okay, why won't you come to Iowa to claim? He's like, I really want to come down there. So they reviewed the convenience store footage, and they're like, what were you wearing when you bought it? And he just made something up that wasn't right. Then he was like, I'd like you to wire the amount to this corporation that I run. But the corporation was spelled incorrectly. So like, there's something up going on here. Fast forward another 6 months. It's been a year to the day since the lottery winner was chosen. He's got 2 hours left. A different lawyer from New York shows up with 2 hours left. Is like, here's the ticket. I have it in my hands right now. I'd like to claim it. They're like, okay, well, who do you want us to make it out to? He gave them wiring information for that weird Canadian lawyer that had just hit them up like 6 months ago. They're like, okay, this is up. By the way, the information that we're sending the money to, that's a shell corporation in Belize. So what's happening here? They had no explanation for it. They were trying to figure out who this guy was that bought the lottery ticket, because it wasn't either of these two guys. They had convenience store footage of the guy wearing like a real low profile baseball cap and like a big coat, so you couldn't really see who it was. And they released the video, and they're like, we need your help finding this person, and we also have him on tape asking for the ticket. If you recognize his voice, please let us know. They got a bunch of tips. I think they got like 10 or 20 about the same guy. And it was a guy named Eddie Tipton. And Eddie Tipton, you know what his job was? He was the software security manager of the lottery. That's what his job was. And what he did, he wrote code into the lottery so that on May 22nd, November 23rd, and December 29th, he would select which numbers would win on those 3 days. So he slipped in lines of code, hoping nobody would notice, and he won the lottery twice. So they caught him for that. And then they started to investigate, wait a second, what about these other lottery winners? Because it just so happens we found out that Eddie's brother won the lottery 10 years ago in Colorado. And then they found like 2 other people on those 3 dates that had won the lottery. And it's because old Eddie Tipton just like slipped in a little bit of code and rigged it for himself. So he went to jail. he got busted for that big time.
And I think a lot of you need to hear this. It doesn't matter who you are, okay? It doesn't matter what you do for a job, okay? It doesn't matter if you are a freaking billionaire or if you're the poorest homeless person on the street. It doesn't matter if you are conventionally attractive or if you're like freaking ugly as all get out, okay? It doesn't matter if you're fat or skinny or tall or short. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. Like, none of that matters, okay? Because at the end of the day, you can still catch these hands, dog. Do not fuck with me, okay? I will fold you like clean laundry. And by that, I mean I will ball you up and throw you on the ground until I wash your again. Okay, I will fold you hot dog style, hamburger style. I will fold you origami, dude. I don't give a fuck. Don't fuck with me, dude.
Run that on the streets.
So you would go to the public reception center, then that's where you would be processed. It's going to be different than the concentration camps of World War II because we basically are in an automated technocracy. They've got synthetic beans, they have robotics. They really don't need a large population base. So one of the reasons that I left the agencies is they have this plan that if you do not believe that the government is God, then you would go to one of these processing centers briefly. If you could be re-educated, they would do that, although there isn't much need for humans. The globalists really are free to admit that there's no room for humans anymore. It's our duty to expire so that to make the planet, to atone for our sins, basically, of what we've done to the planet. And so you will basically be killed. And there are two different humane methods of killing. And one of those is gassing, and the other method is decapitation. And they've been doing all these experiments, decapitating thousands and thousands of mice, recording their brain waves, all of that, to justify decapitation as a humane method of euthanizing people.
You're talking about guillotines?
Guillotines, yes. And if you think that there's no evidence, so back in between 2000 and 2005, I collected a lot of military documents, such as, because they were really studying the issue of guillotines and how to build a better guillotine, this type of thing. So I have those documents.
So just to translate this, are you saying that people, as they're facing starvation because of the collapse of the food supply, they'll turn themselves into the FEMA camps? They'll be processed, registered, probably, microchipped, right? Whatever they're going to do, they need to do to track you. And then at some point, you'll be sorted out into one of two groups, like a group of maybe people that they might be able to use, and then the people that they've got to get rid of, and you're just going to be led into a guillotine and decapitated, and that's it? That's actually how FEMA is going to process people?
Have you ever seen the movie Sophie's Skull?
No.
So this is about a young girl and her brother. She was probably 18, and they were passing out anti-Hitler propaganda. This is a true story. It's called The White Rose, and they were caught when they passed some anti-Hitler propaganda out at the college, and they had a puppet trial, and they were executed. And I believe that every person in America needs to see Sophie's Skull. It is on YouTube. It is free. It will prepare you for what's coming.
And so this was set in the Nazi era. Was Sophie a German citizen then?
Yes, she was German, and the movie is in German with English subtitles, but it's very easy to follow.
Okay, all right, good choice. Let's throw in a little bit of a video clip of Sophie's Gold there, just to give people an idea of how they could see that movie.
Alrighty, welcome everybody to a live stream version of the Reality Based Podcast. Today I'm joined by Jay Dyer, one of my absolute favorite content creators. I spend an obscene amount of time listening to Jay's content. Every single time I go on a plane, I download 3 or 4 of your videos, your long form philosophical introductions to philosophy and talking about Descartes and talking about Marx and all of these sorts of people. And it's just unbelievably informative. So I'm an absolute nerd for Dyer's analysis. So thanks for joining me today,
Thanks,
bro.
man. So yeah, you get to hear me being mean to a lot of idiots then, if you hear the long form debates. But
yeah, I think actually my favorite ones are your long form just monologues about different philosophers and about introduction to philosophy. And I like how you break down philosophy into the 3 branches of metaphysics, ethics, and epistemology, and explain all of that. And it's just for somebody who's like trying to learn philosophy and understand it, to be able to just isolate all of the different aspects and all of the different philosophers and all of the different branches of philosophy and understand it. Because it just goes over my head when I hear people speaking like a lot of sort of philosophical jargon without actually isolating it and talking about the different branches of the tree, if you know what I mean.
yeah, I think to a lot of people it's that way. it's just kind of like anything. If you're learning an instrument, eventually it just kind of comes. But decoding the jargon, it's not that difficult. And I think, if you just persevere, it'll start making sense, especially when you get into the more abstract stuff with Plato or Aristotle or transcendental arguments. It becomes pretty, secondhand once you're used to it.
Yeah, so today I wanted to focus a bit on some more mystic topics, I guess, like some of the things that we're seeing with the pyramids at the moment, and also get a little bit into Eastern religions and your take on things like Hinduism. And I'm actually in Asia at the moment, and I'm seeing a lot of these sort of spiritual practices. And since reading a little bit into Orthodoxy, you can't really unsee the relationship that they have with the quote unquote gods or demons over here. So I want to talk a little bit about that. But in regards to the pyramids, I mean, there's so many different theories out there. We've got the Zacharias Sitchin's guy. We've got like Magical Egypt by John Anthony West and people like this. We've got Graham Hancock does a lot of work in this regard. You've got the Sphinx having all of the water damage to suggest that it's like much older than what people think, and that there used to be a rainforest there where the desert is now. And then recently we've had this discovery where it may or may not be the case that there are these massive pillars underneath the pyramids. So how have you interpreted that? Do you think that there's any sort of merit to that?
Well, a lot of the technology that they're using, it's all pretty new to me. I started reading about that last week or whenever it was they first announced it. So I don't know that I could speak to exactly what's going on. I've tried my best to get to the bottom of it, decipher it. And it looks like there's something going on. When you talk about that underwater chamber, I did go and find the Mr. Beast video where he supposedly, went down there and got in the water. So there actually is a large, sizable pool of water underneath the Sphinx. I think that's right, or one of the tombs. And so to me, that does suggest the possibility that there's stuff that we don't know. I think it is confirmed from the paper from 2022 that there's at least some under the pyramid chambers that were not known about until recently. But more controversial is the claim of the yet to be peer-reviewed new paper by the same people like Bundy and the other guy, that there are these resonances that can be.
I was sitting out there in the shed one evening, not doing too much of nothing, just kind of staring at the wall and waiting on my mother to come out and give me my Bible lesson, Well, I hear the commotion up there in the house, and so I run up on the screened-in porch to see what is going on. I looked in the window there, and I seen my mother laying on the floor there, any clothes on. I seen Jesse Dixon laying on top of her. He was having his way with her. Well, I just seen red. I picked up a Kaiser blade that was sitting there by the screen door. Some folks called it a sling blade. I call it a Kaiser blade. Just kind of a long wood handle, kind of like an axe handle, with a long blade on it, shaped kind of like a banana. Sharp on one edge and dull on the other. It's what the highway boys used to cut down weeds and whatnot.
China retaliates with 34% tariff on U.S. imports. So this kind of goes in with what we just saw here. So the 34% imports, that's what caused the market to tank, right? And while that is taking place, Trump comes back. Rob, is that story today? So Vietnam is ready to remove U.S. import tariffs as it seeks delay to Trump's 46% levy. So Vietnam comes out and says, we're ready to negotiate. What do you guys want to do, right? That's that story. And then Trump comes out and says, Rob, do you have the story of him putting the going even stronger on?
Yes, that's addendum page 6. China says it'll fight to the end.
Right, there you go. China says it'll fight till the end after Trump threatens 50% additional tariffs. Sure. This is from yesterday, okay? So yesterday, they're saying we're not going to back down and we're going to be negotiating with it till the very end. Okay, cool. China's Commerce Ministry vowed to fight to the end after Trump threatened an additional 50% tariff on U.S. imports from China set for Wednesday unless Beijing withdraws the 34% tariffs from last Friday. The ministry said the U.S. threat to escalate tariffs on China is a mistake on top of a mistake, and China will never accept it, following Trump's 34% levy on top of 20% duties since February, pushing U.S. tariffs on China to 65% per Morgan Stanley. The People's Bank of China set the yuan's midpoint rate at 7.2 per dollar Tuesday, the weakest since September 2023, signaling strain, with Robin Brooks telling CNBC, this is Beijing politely saying this is getting a little too much. We are putting you on notice. China's 34% retaliatory tariffs after Trump's moves, noting since China already faces more than 60% in tariff rate, it doesn't really matter if it goes up 50% or 500%, hinting at the readiness for a full trade war, saying 500%. Is this him responding to it, Rob?
This is Donald Trump yesterday with Bibi Netanyahu from the White House.
Okay, and they're talking about tariffs?
Yes, the 50% tariff.
Go for it.
As you know, against my statement, they put a 34% tariff on above what their ridiculous tariffs were already. And I said, if that tariff isn't removed by tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we're putting a 50% tariff on above the tariffs that we put on. So they've gone for years. They've become a rich country because of people, again, that were in the White House that allowed this to happen. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year they'd make on us on trade, and it shouldn't be that way. And have a great relationship.
Rob, can you do me a favor? Rob, can you do me a favor? Go find a clip. And this is the part where a lot of this stuff is kind of coming together. You have the clip from Pelosi on China with tariffs. This is in 1996. Folks, if you've never seen this, you have to see this. Pelosi is talking about tariffs on how China, this is it, Rob. Watch this. No, but it's 5 minutes and 42 seconds.
I'll find a shorter.
There's a shorter one, Rob. How long is that one?
That's the same.
Is it the same thing? Well, let's see how quickly she gets into it. Let's see how quickly she, I found one that is, let me see if this is the one.
You want to go where she's at the chart.
Do you have the chart?
I think if you click like a minute into it, shows her at the chart.
How far does China...
That's it. Okay, go back a little bit. Perfect. Go for it. Watch this, folks.
On the status quo that the business community is asking each and every one of you, each and every one of us to endorse today. Right now, we have a $34 billion trade deficit with China, the 1995 figure. It will be over $40 billion for 1996. Since the Tiananmen Square massacre, this figure has increased 1,000%, from $3.5 billion then to about $34 billion now. In terms of tariffs, I think it's interesting to note that the average U.S. MFN tariff on Chinese goods coming into the United States is 2%, whereas the average Chinese MFN tariff on U.S. goods going into China is 35%. Is that reciprocal? On exports, China only allows certain industries into China, of U.S. Industries into China, and therefore only 2% of U.S. exports are allowed into China. On the other hand, the U.S. allows China to flood our markets with a third of their exports, and that'll probably go over 40%. And it's limitless because we have not placed any restriction. In terms of jobs, this is the biggest and cruelest hoax of all. Not only do we not have market access, not only do they have prohibitive tariffs, not only are our exports not let in very specifically, but China benefits with at least 10 million jobs from U.S.-China trade.
We gave him
the president in his statement requesting this special waiver said that China trade supports 170,000 jobs in the United States, 170,000 jobs, whereas our imports from China support 10 million jobs at least. Fact is that U.S.-China trade is a job loser. And one of the reasons that it is because well, first let me just make another point, and that is that our colleagues on the other side of this issue will say that trade with China, exports to China have increased 3 times in the last 10 years. They have. But they fail to mention that imports from China have increased 11 times, thereby leading to this huge trade deficit. The other issue, in addition, if intellectual...
So, and then she gets into intellectual and a bunch of different things. This is Democrat Nancy Pelosi, 96, talking about what's going on with China. And if you go back and listen to what Trump said on Oprah Winfrey in 1988, when they talked about tariffs, that's exactly what he's been talking about. Trump's been talking about this with Oprah Winfrey since 1988. Is this a clip on tariffs?
Yes.
Go for it, Rob. Watch this, folks.
Foreign policy. What would you do differently, Don?
Watch this.
I'd make our allies, forgetting about the enemies you can't talk to so easily.
Brilliant.
I'd make our allies pay their fair share. We're a debtor nation. Something's going to happen over the next number of years with this country, because you can't keep going on losing $200 billion, and yet we let Japan come in and dump everything right into our markets and everything. It's not free trade. If you ever go to Japan right now and try to sell something, forget about it, Oprah. Just forget about it. It's almost impossible. They don't have laws against it. They just make it impossible. They come over here, they sell their cars, their VCRs, they knock the hell out of our companies. And, hey, I have tremendous respect for the Japanese people. I mean, you can respect somebody that's beating the hell out of you, but they are beating the hell out of this country. Kuwait, they live like kings. The poorest person in Kuwait, they live like kings. And yet they're not paying. We make it possible for them to sell their oil. Why aren't they paying us 25% of what they're making? It's a joke.
This sounds like
pause it right there.
Political, presidential
Pause it right there. So the people that say Trump is, he's just hard, he's doing this, he's doing that. Yeah, he's been on this position with tariffs since 1988. Tom, your thoughts here with what's going on with China, the tariffs, as well as the clip we played with Nancy Pelosi.
Wow, there's a whole bunch of stuff. First of all, I'll take the easy one. The easy one is Nancy Pelosi. This is Nancy Pelosi in what I call PG mode, which I stand for as pre-globalist. As she moved to globalism, all of those positions you just say shifted away. This isn't Nancy in history. This is a different Nancy. This was Nancy truly looking out for the American worker, and a lot of union dollars were in that gold necklace there. A lot of union support was in her campaigns there. And when you move to a globalist agenda, you realize the truth, that they subtly moved away from supporting America's unions, and they took money from other things. So Nancy's easy. She moved to a globalist agenda. That sounds like Trump, because it does sound like Trump. Now then, we go to China today. I find it very interesting that Vietnam, Taiwan, and Cambodia, the little tigers that were all wanting to help during COVID. I don't know if you remember, but they all spoke up and says, we'll help you with supply chains. We'll see what we could do. You know why? They wanted market share of that manufacturing. They're not saluting China, especially Taiwan. It's like, hey, we'll help you out. We'll manufacture. So Vietnam, Taiwan, and Cambodia. And last night, Scott Bessent told Fox News it wasn't 50 countries, it was 70 countries that were ready to discuss, and that Japan had raised its hand early, and so it was going to be one of the first to the table. Because you raised your hand first, you came to the first. Guess what? You get to meet the teacher first. So I think there's a lot of international market share of manufacturing that's responding here. Now, the market likes that. Today, the market's up 3%. Everything's up 3% across the board. And before the market even opened today, the VIX was from 49 down to 41. And right now, I think, somebody help me, I think the VIX is 38. Meaning that the volatility as measured by the inside of the market of the intensity, there it is, 38. The intensity of the market trading and change has dropped 10 points overnight. Why? Because the market loves what it heard from Vietnam, Taiwan, Cambodia, and the number 70 and the word Japan from Scott. Now then, that does not yet help the American worker. What will help the American worker is when the jobs come here, and that's a multifaceted issue that Trump is fighting. But the market likes it when we get back to some people cooperating. And by the way, you know who Ursula von der Leyen is? She's the president of the EU Commission, and she goes out and makes speeches when Macron and people don't want to make, because remember, they face the wrath of the media and the populace. So Macron comes out, makes a statement supporting Trump on tariffs. Look out, he's going to get slaughtered in the press, and the people are going to be pissed. But Ursula von der Leyen, President EU Commission, can say to China this morning, she said it 2.5 hours ago, I saw it, we had a phone call with China, and I spoke to the premier, and I cautioned them strongly on responding irrationally and too roughly to what President Trump is doing. So that is a very large trading market with China, calling them on the phone through their president of the EU Commission to say, hey, man, Easy does it. Easy does it, to just translate that. So that's what I think is going on right now. China's got to come to the bargaining table, but there's multiple facets here that encourage me a lot.
Brandon.
Yeah, so, this makes me think of, you told me about the guy, Morton Downey Jr. the other day, how it was the fastest rise and fall ever of a person on TV. I think that's what China's going to be. If you look at China's GDP, I think it's going to be the fastest rise and fall of a country that we've ever seen before, because their GDP explicitly rose because of what we gave them. We gave them like the sweetest, best setup ever to pump money into China, with no conditions. Just, hey, here, do our slave labor. We're getting off the gold standard, so we want cheap labor so that inflation isn't super noticeable. But I think this,
and a fully manipulated currency. Remember.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. And they've stolen our technology, and I think that this is the hill they're willing to die on. So that is the one thing that makes me nervous. I think they're a paper tiger in a lot of regards, but I think they will take drastic measures to stop us from being successful with this, because this will decimate them if we follow through with it.
Brandon, I'm dead serious, and you could see it. I know you weren't looking, but exactly what you were saying was what hit me last night about China. First of all, they are our adversary, correct? Well, I think personally, adversary to be it's an opponent in a contest, conflict, or dispute. I think it's deeper than that. I think they are our enemy, because if you think about it, we're at war with them. We're at war. It's not boots on the ground. It's not bullets being shot, but everything that they've done, from trade, from TikTok and poisoning our youth's brains and buying military land near our military bases. Trump has to be careful. This is what worries me. He's threatening them to do something within 24 hours, and then their Ministry of Commerce says we will fight to the end. Okay, I think we need to listen, because what scares me is they'll do whatever they have to do to protect their power and their control. Okay, they are a communist regime. And it's funny how Nancy Pelosi is over there talking crap, but when COVID hit, what was she doing? No, in Chinatown. Come over here. So we know who's really in control. Okay, and then I definitely did this. The last time Trump was doing this and having this attitude was in 2018, trying to stop their cheating, their theft, manipulation. What happened? A virus randomly leaked out of a lab that we kind of control and run, and nobody said, meaning they still to this day are playing the whole game of it could have been a lab leak. I think we have to be he has to be very careful with them, because I don't trust them one bit. They've shown that they're capable of going that length to shut everything down if they have to, and I think we're playing games with a regime that's willing to do anything, Pat, anything to stop us. This is going to get ugly, and it's going to get really ugly soon.
So, Rob, if you can play this clip. This is Scott Besson, which, by the way, what a very, I really like the way he speaks, the way he interviews, the things he says. He's actually a very good teacher, because he can explain something in 30 seconds that takes somebody else 5 minutes to explain. So the average person can also receive it. Can you play this clip on the number of people that have been calling, countries that are wanting to negotiate with us with the tariffs? Go forward.
Larry, I can tell you that there are 50, 60, maybe almost 70 countries now who have approached us. So it's going to be a busy April, May, maybe into June. And Japan is a very important military ally. They're a very important economic ally. And the U.S. has a lot of history with them. So I would expect that Japan's going to get priority, just because they came forward very quickly. But it's going to be very busy. And if President Trump, again, gave himself maximum negotiating leverage, and just when he achieved the maximum leverage, he's willing to start talking.
Adam.
Love that. Well, all these countries are coming to do what? They were trying to do one thing, cut a deal. Trump should probably make it, like, whoever gets in the top 10 to negotiate will get a better deal. It's the art of the deal. So this is what it reminds me of. So we were talking about China. The number one goal of Trump is to deal with China. It's not to deal with Bangladesh. It's not to deal with Vietnam, Canada's, Mexico. It's all about China. So there's, I said you did a great breakdown when you shaved your head, and years ago you talked about there's different levels to this. There's different levels to this negotiation. So China is the end boss, right? So whether they're a paper tiger or a powerful dragon remains to be seen. But it's like, you ever play Mike Tyson's Punch-Out back in the day? What a game, right?
Yeah.
And Mike Tyson was the final boss.
Yeah.
So the guy who played in the game was what, Lil Mac?
Glass Joe.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So USA is like Big Mac.
Yeah.
It's not like we're some wussy. We're the number one country. So we're Big Mac, and we're going through the ranks. The first guy is Glass Joe. Boom, knock him out. Some, fruity French guy, done. Then you got Don Flamenco. He's doing his little dance. He's got his rose in his mouth. Boom, knock him out. Vietnam, Spain, India. Boom, we're knocking these people out. King Hippo shows up. Here we go, right here. He's a fat guy, sumo wrestler. Boom, knock him out. Soda Popinski, the drunk Russian guy. Maybe I played the game this weekend. Who knows? All of a sudden, we're beating all these guys. Boom, 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 boom. Then there's the final boss, Mike Tyson. That's China. So Trump's plan is to knock all these guys out. Bing, ding, bing, bing. Our allies. Okay, UK, we cut a deal. Israel, we cut a deal. Japan, South Korea, cut a deal. Then we deal with India. We deal with these levels and levels and levels, and then we knock out China in the end.
But what are they willing? What extent are they willing to go? Because guess what? Trump is going to be for us. Are you not worried at all? Because I mean, if you think about it, though, there's a reason. I mean, they're in control. There's a reason Gavin Newsom cleans up the city of San Francisco when they show up. There's a reason John Cena apologizes in Mandarin when he messes up. There's a reason LeBron, everybody bows down to them. And it's like, how far are we going to push them?
And why do you think they bow down to them?
Because they own them. They own all these guys, all the money.
So it's the money.
Well, obviously
it's
the money.
the money,
But
Lebowski.
and this is
so what we're trying to do
of course,
is figure out the money.
But when you back up a Mike Tyson in a corner, Mike Tyson, he's going to punch you in your face. These China.
You know what Mike Tyson's going to do? He's going to bite your ear.
Thank you. Yeah,
that's
thank
the analogy.
you. Thank you.
And Trump got shot in the ear, so there's an analogy there.
So no, he's going to bite you in the ear. No, but to me, you took the words out of my mouth. Everything they're saying right now, 50 people have called, 60 people, 70, but there's one person that hasn't called.
China.
It's the only one that hasn't called.
Exactly.
China hasn't called. So, until China calls, they're the guy, right? Everybody else can say whatever they want to say. They're the guy. They're the ones you're going to want to negotiate with.
Of course.
And it's going to be who can take the pain the longest. How nasty could it be? What other pains can you use against them? What other ways can you frustrate them? So imagine if all of a sudden you really want to irritate them. Imagine Trump takes a trip to Taiwan. Okay? No, I'm being serious with you. Imagine news comes out. Hey, President Trump lands in Taiwan. Yeah, you don't want to do a deal? No problem. We're down the street from you. And takes a picture looking at China over the water.
Oh,
You know
man.
what I'm talking about. Takes a picture right there and posts it. I think Trump's willing to go as far as possible to make this work. And I think China knows if they do a deal, let's actually go and process this. If China does do a deal with U.S., what could happen to them? Think about that. They need the money.
Yeah.
What's going to happen if China does a deal with U.S.? So if China says, okay, let's just say right now they're sitting there saying, all right, let's do reciprocal 0-0.
Yeah.
Well, if they
They're
do a
going to
deal
come
with
way
the
back
US,
down to earth. They're going to come way back down to earth.
But
'cause-
forget about down to earth. Their vision and the dreams of becoming a reality is going to be what?
yeah, no, it's not going to happen. They're not going to be a superpower.
So you know what's one of my biggest
I don't know about
concerns? What's one of my biggest concerns that didn't happen?
What?
That would have given us additional leverage is that Panama Canal, the two ports didn't get done.
Yeah.
And there was a stop there. So it's not done, but it's not completed yet. Right? C.K. Hutchison still owns those 43 ports. What's the latest?
I think that's something he'd
This is
use
today.
military force for, though. if he
Panama
had to.
casts doubt on BlackRock Canal Ports deal touted by Trump. Top auditor C.K. Hutchison owes $300 million in unpaid fees linked to two Panama Canal ports. Go a little bit low, Rob. So this is just this morning. Panama's top auditor says Hong Kong C.K. Hutchison owes hundreds of millions of dollars unpaid fees and failed to necessary two ports Panama Canal blows plans. U.S. asset manager to buy the ports at 22. BlackRock's acquisition to the ports situated at the end. But is it done yet? Is it completed yet?
It was supposed to be signed, but it doesn't sound like it was.
It doesn't sound like it's completed. The reason why initial April 10th on BlackRock for signing the definitive documents for the deal passed with no announcement, but comments made late Monday by Panamanian Comptroller, this is yesterday, General Anel Flores introduced the most serious hurdle yet to BlackRock taking control of the two ports. Flores said he was presenting the findings of an audit that began after the deal between Hutchison and BlackRock Consortium was announced. Go a little bit low, Rob. Let's see. Flores said Panama Ports operates the ports and didn't get the necessary clearances when it extended the 25-year contract. Yeah, to me, all I'm thinking right now is the amount of leverage Trump and the U.S. has to go to China and say, if you don't do this, we're going to do this. Like, you remember when China... What was the first company that Trump said, nope, you can't do business here in the States? Do you remember the big one? The $100 billion company?
Wasn't Tencent?
No. It was the
Alibaba.
daughter that would, no, the daughter was in China was a CFO of the company doing a deal with Iran, and Trump said, "You guys are all out of here."
Oh, Huawei.
That phone was blown up in the U.S. Huawei. That phone was coming up, and it was something that was, and with overnight, they lost $50 billion of valuation. I think that was the number because of the daughter. So Trump has the ability to do some things here, but this would have been a very, very big piece to the negotiation, Tom.
I don't think things are over yet. And I think that China is being, what people don't realize, they are fighting a four-sided war. Now, the big giant side is these tariffs. They're also interfering with the TikTok deal, and they're saying, oh, it's because of tariffs. No, it's not. You want that data, and you want that path to power. And look, you see what's going on there? Panama's auditor are saying that C.K. Hutchinson owes money, and there's an audit. So guess what? U.S. pressure on Panama, declare them in default and take the ports. You watch. There's an angle there administratively that China would flip out, but now they're trying to protect the port deal. They are trying to manipulate C.K. Hutchinson on the port deal because that's a path to power. So that's the second. And the third one is any deal they make, you have to remember they've never allowed their currency, help me here, Brandon, to float with all the rest of the currencies on the world.
Never.
The dollar, the currencies, there is one piece of free trade internationally. Everybody's currency floats with each other in terms of relative value, correct?
Yes.
Except one big one. There's some little ones, but big one, and that is the renminbi.
That's right.
And that's where China refuses to let it float and manipulates the value of its China and lies to its own banks about how much they're printing in the background. Right?
Oh,
They don't have a Fed, but they have a balance sheet.
They
and
printed
lie about it.
way more than
so
us.
They are stuck on. They are stuck on tariffs, big. They are stuck on currency. They're trying to hold power with TikTok, and they're trying to hold power with the ports. And I think that it's a very busy time. They are big, and they are the one we have to talk to. But I like the fact that there is multiple fronts that Trump is pushing on against them.
I said this last time on Jesse Waters. If we get all the deals done, Trump needs to write Art of the Deal too. Because it's time, man. Everybody's going to want to know how these deals got done. Brandon, you were saying.
Yeah, no, just when it comes to leverage, I think we have far more leverage than China does because the thing that made them valuable to us is going away. Like what made them valuable was cheap labor and their manufacturing capacity. But, with AI and with their labor being more expensive now, that's no longer that much of an advantage for us. And then what they need us for is they need us for our consumer base because our consumer base feeds probably the majority of their economy. We absorb what they make. Because nobody else in the world could do that. And, they're extremely vulnerable in terms of what they have to import to feed their country. So if you look at them, they're pretty landlocked. So, and we have all of our allies around them. So we have Japan, we have South Korea, we have Taiwan. So if we wanted to, we could easily blockade China and stop them from even importing food and oil. So hopefully we don't have to do that. But I think we could very easily cut them down.
Adam.
Look, I think, we talked about China being the end boss here. What's the definition of a good deal or a fair deal? The definition, in my opinion, is both sides kind of get what they want and both sides kind of give up stuff that they wanted, but they're willing to part with, right? That's a negotiation. I kind of wanted this. We're going to have to do something with the Panama Canal. You wanted TikTok. We'll meet you here. Supply, demand, trade, input. That's what it comes down to. But if we go back to what Trump believes, people say that Trump doesn't really have an ideology. It's kind of clear he has one thing that he definitely cares about. And that's dealing with these unfair trade practices. He's been talking about it for 40 years, starting with Oprah in '88, and he loves America. So I think, Trump sort of goes by the shock and awe. He throws out something crazy out there. He's like, the whole world's getting tariffs. Bing, bing, ding, ding, ding. You're all getting these numbers. And then you see who responds. Vietnam responds. Israel responds. India responds. All these countries responding. And basically, in my opinion, Trump looked at the world. On the second term, he had 4 years to sit back and relax. And he goes, you know what I'm sick of? I'm just sick of kicking the can down the road. This needs to be dealt with at some point. And I'm that mother effer who's going to do it. So rather than kick the can down the road, I'm going to pick up the can. I'm going to spray paint it red, white, and blue. And I'm going to chuck it at China and say, make my day, mother sucker. And we're going to see where this negotiation goes. It could go terribly good or terribly bad. But Trump's willing to die on this hill.
So you said TikTok, Tom. Play this clip on TikTok, and then I'll give you some thoughts I have on this. Go for it, Rob.
you open to deals with these countries if they're calling
The guy wrote the book Art of the Deal.
Somebody said that we're going to give you something that's so phenomenal as long as they're giving us something that's good. For instance, with TikTok as an example, we have a situation with TikTok where China will probably say, we'll approve a deal, but will you do something on the tariffs? The tariffs give us great power to negotiate. Always have. I've used them very well in the first administration, as you saw, but now we're taking it to a whole new level because it's a worldwide situation.
Oh my God!
And it's very exciting to see. And what it's done is driven a lot of great companies to our country, and you're going to see construction starting all over. I heard that, you know.
If I follow up on your earlier comment about TikTok, you said that the Chinese might be willing to agree to approve that sale in exchange for tariff relief. Is that something that you've floated to them or you've heard from them? Or
no, I'm just using that as an example. Okay. Let's say we had a problem with TikTok, and let's say China wasn't going to approve. We could use tariffs in order to get it approved. You know,
The deadline is
you give them
Saturday.
something in return.
What's the update on the deal negotiations for
We have
TikTok?
we're very close to a deal with a very good group of people for TikTok.
Larry Ellison and Oracle?
Is it multiple investors? Just
multiple.
And then did the last minute bids kind of throw things into disarray for you, or do you have your strategy completely locked up on who's going to
Which last minute?
on acquiring TikTok?
No, I
There were,
think,
like,
I
some
think,
last
I
minute
think, I think that China maybe will call and say, well, we're upset with the tariffs, and maybe they want to get something a little bit in order to get TikTok approved. Who knows?
You can pause it right there. Okay. TikTok versus tariffs. In the list of, like, if you were to put, which is more important, 60-40 TikTok or 60-40 tariffs or whatever, how would you compare the two? Getting the TikTok deal done or tariffs?
100-0.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Who
exactly.
cares about TikTok?
Mm-hmm.
Who cares about TikTok? At any point, if you want, you can shut down TikTok. Of course, you're going to lose a lot of the younger audience that's not happy with you and all this other stuff. And TikTok kind of turned in his favor in the last election. Charlie Kirk killed it on TikTok, and a lot of the younger conservatives started using it. But no, this tariff thing is very big, very, very big. If they figure out a deal with the tariffs, could be some very interesting things going on here. Are you a dog person or a cat person? We know this guy's a cat person. Adam, I have a special guest here today. If you can bring him over here. This is my number one therapist for the last 16 years next month. This is our buddy Jimbo.
Jimbo!
Jimbo is going to be 16 years old next month, and he's wearing some. Jimbo, can we show off what you got on? He's got a Future Looks Bright shirt back here, and because it is what is it? The National Pet Day, Rob? Can you pull that up?
Yes, Friday, National Pet Day.
National Pet Day is Friday. We got this gear for you that our merch team thought it was a good idea. Okay, I want to show you this. So if you guys, honestly, if this sells out, I'm going to personally give credit to the merch team to come up with these ideas. And I will say, this is their idea if it goes lights out, okay? Now, what do we have here? A few different things for you to pick from with Future Looks Bright. Frisbee rope toy. This is one. We have this tennis ball. What does it say? Tennis ball sling toy. We have this other one. This is sick, actually, if you look at it. This is the biting, the dog toy, what the leash is that we got with Future Looks Bright on it and vitamin on it.
Gangster.
This is the gangster if you're from L.A., New York, maybe in Baltimore, pick this up.
Yeah.
We got some of this stuff. And on top of that, if you go, by the way, look at that Yeti one. Can you zoom into that Yeti one?
Oh,
is that
that's
like
awesome.
a Yeti, like a Yeti
the dog bowl?
Yeah, look how sick that is with Future Looks
I
Bright.
saw Vinny drinking
Every
out of one of
day
those
your
this
dog
morning.
will be excited when he's going through this. Go back, Rob. So let's place an order on one of the things so they can kind of see. Let's place an order on this, hypothetically. If you buy this, watch what happens, okay? So you buy this $15, you add it to the cart. Then it says here, are you Team Wolf or Team Meow? So you're going to get a Valuetainment mug that says Meow or Wolf, depending on if you're a dog person or a cat person. Obviously, Adam goes with Meow and Vinny would go with Wolf, but some of us actually like dogs and cats. But anyways, if you got animals, if you got dogs, go place an order for National Pet Day. Future Looks Bright. I never forget one of the shows I watched, cartoons, that it said all dogs go to heaven with the character Charlie. You remember that? What a great movie, right?
Cry all the time.
If you love dogs, you got dogs, place an order. Future Looks Bright, not only for us humans, but also for dogs. If you enjoyed this video, you want to watch more videos like this, click here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click here.
We've spent several years now getting to the bottom of this, and we know just how it works. There are 15 cheating techniques. 14 of them are the on-the-ground ways you know about. And they're very sophisticated people. And they study each county, and they say, based on its laws and practices, we're going to choose method B, E, and K. But so they cheat as much as they can in these different on-the-ground ways you've been hearing about for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
But then on election night at 7:01 p.m. when the polls close in whatever precinct or whatever county, they're coming on from Serbia, and there's an office from Serbia that comes into a back door in these machines. Do you mind if I take a moment to explain how they work?
Please do. We've been talking about this for years. I want to hear it.
I won't geek out too much on it, but they create your computer. You might remember it has a hard drive and it has RAM, and RAM is it's random access memory, and it just means it's not recording it on a physical medium other than. And anyway, they create in that RAM what's called a virtual machine. A ghost machine in the machine. I think we agreed when we discussed a ghost.
I thought it was just a ghost in the machine, but you said no, it was the.
It's a ghost machine in the machine. So it's like a second machine that's in that machine called a virtual machine. It's a technology that's been around a couple of decades, and from that ghost machine from Serbia, they access the hard drive, change everything they want, including the images, and then it disappears. And there's almost no record whatsoever. It was there, and they closed the connection. That's why they have fought so hard against people getting to inspect the hard drives, because you can find it if you know what you're looking for, and you can find the connectivity that they were connected to from Canada or something. So we know just how they did it and what happened on Election Day, November 5th, 2020. And I can tell you that Kamala Harris was completely confident of winning. She was in a business.
You mean
2024. I'm sorry, did I say 2020? Yeah. She was in a business, a bank, I'll go ahead and say it now, a bank with her transition team, talking about opening up banking accounts for the transition. She was in the bank and talking to some people, and it was very inappropriate. I got word of it within hours. I got word of it that, first of all, her transition team were all Obama retreads. Second, it was a whole.
She's
Obama
just
game.
his puppet.
Yeah, and Susan Rice's puppet.
Okay, yeah.
And so Obama retreads, and secondly, they were 100% confident. It was described to me as, Patrick, it's very inappropriate. They're smirking. They're sitting here telling us, it doesn't, don't believe anything you read in the press, don't believe the polls, this election's in the bag. We were 100% confident and smirking about it. So they thought they were going to win, which is why on election night, she didn't have a concession speech. She had no.
I remember that.
Remember?
Yeah.
She wrote it. It was actually the only speech she gave that she sounded like a
Yeah, but it took like 12 hours to
24.
late. Yeah.
It took her 24 hours to do it.
Yeah.
And that's why they've been
Hillary didn't have one either in 16.
Right. They've been off script. They've been off script since November 6th. They did not have any script for this. They had no expectation of it. They thought it was completely in the bag. So the question is, what happened?
Yeah, what did happen?
What happened is that Serbian office, which incidentally is staffed by military intelligence from Serbia and China. Serbia is a Western satellite of China.
Yeah.
It's staffed by military intelligence. They're at the end of the day, they can jam any result. They got neutralized. And the story of how it got neutralized is something that's going to come out in time when the proper authorities wanted to. But they got neutralized for that day, is what happened.
Just before the election? I mean, just before they could change the votes? It got neutralized?
24 hours before.
Can you tell me what neutralize means? I don't want to get in trouble.
I don't want to get into. I don't want to get into it here. The story will be for other people to break. But there are some real heroes, American heroes, who did their job and they neutralized that operation. And that was the final resort for the cheaters was that. So that's why they didn't have to push too hard in the U.S. because they always expected to come through at the end from Serbia. And get this, it turns out they've been doing this for 20 years and to 72 nations. China, and there's a military institute in China, in Xi'an, China, and they study every democracy, in the Western nation. And I'm sure they've got an expert for every one of 3,000 counties in America. And I'm sure that county, what county are we in here?
This is Blanco County. But
Blanco County.
Yeah.
I'm sure that that there's some expert who knows more about Blanco County than anyone you know.
On the Chinese payroll.
Well, there's a Blue Masonic Lodge in town, so that says everything.
Well, and they have been for 20 years altering who wins in the school board level, the police, the captains, every elected position, and moving up. And then they've just in the last 5 years got to the top. But that's so Chinese to take over, to overthrow the West like that without firing a shot.
Yeah, without firing a shot and without seemingly arousing any suspicion at all.
The nature of fifth generation warfare is you don't even know that you're under attack or who your enemy is. But it's so Chinese. For 2,500 years, they have believed that the greatest victory is to win without fighting. Mm-hmm. And that's what they've done. The goal was to overthrow our republic. They've been at it 20 years, but all across the West. So we bemoan what we see happening in Europe and this migration. Well, it just turns out that the politicians who are doing this are not truly getting elected by the people. They're getting elected, they're getting chosen from some people in Serbia, some Chinese military intelligence. So they've studied the West down to every nook and cranny, and they are bending the arc of the West so that it crashes into a brick wall. And this is all, it's not a theory anymore. And there's the people who really need to understand this understand it all now. And President Trump understands it in these terms, that this is, I believe that he understands it in these terms.
A lot of companies have backed away from DEI over the last couple of months. There's other companies that are holding on to some vestige of it, but there's others that are like really all in on diversity, equity, inclusion. I'll
To
give you
this day.
You're going to love this. And the worst of the Europeans, because they really, I think, believe in this sort of European stakeholder capitalism model. So you have, I'll give you a plug for Alp right now. So if you talk about one of the worst companies that's out there,
America's greatest nicotine pouch.
America's lip pillow. But who is your biggest competitor?
That would be the Zyn Corporation.
Zyn. Do you know who owns Zyn?
I do.
So it's Philip Morris International.
Yep.
They are operationally headquartered in Switzerland. On their website to this day, I mean, you go on their website today, they have a massive diversity, equity, inclusion piece that is on their website. They have that, and I would say it's I'll call it the worst aspects of DEI, which can be quota systems, race-based systems. And on their website today, they say we're going to hire 20% of our people. We want to be Asian. Literally on their website, just 20%. They want 40% women. I mean, literally quota systems they have on their website today.
It should be 100% African, by the way, if they're really going to make a dent. But they're racist, so they wouldn't do that.
Yeah. So, I mean, but the other piece is that on their website, and this is a company that makes Marlboro cigarettes and Zyn and other things, is so they're like one of their big partners for Pride Month that's coming up is the Stonewall Org. And Stonewall Org is one of these LGBTQ plus organizations, and fine, you can be that, but like they are advocating for biological men to compete against women in sports. They're advocating for
Zyn is all in on the gay thing?
I mean, but like this is what's crazy is that like, and I think this is the problem about where we're going is
what does that have to keep that out of my mouth? I mean, this is like come on.
So, but like this is the problem of I think like where you're seeing trying to serve multiple masters. I'm not making this up. You can literally go on their website literally today and see all of this. And I think this is the problem. What we're seeing is that you have these more like European based companies that I think might sincerely probably believe a lot of this, or the European mindset, which is very distinct from sort of the American capitalist model.
Crippled by war guilt, bent on suicide, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, at least here in the United States and others, we have a democracy. We can throw people out if we don't like them. But corporations, I mean, they're transnational organizations. They operated
with an emphasis on the trans.
yeah, with an emphasis on that. But they go across borders. And if you are sort of operation philosophically sort of a European-based company, but you have operations in another country and you're imposing those values in another country, I think that's problematic.
You turned off your phone, but it's still spying on you. Welcome back to the art of personal cybersecurity. Every modern device contains a hidden processor designed to stay on no matter what. Intel's management engine, AMD's PSP, and Apple's Secure Enclave run in the background, completely outside of your control. They have full access to your mic, camera, and network, even when your device looks off. Manufacturers built these processors to be untouchable. You can't turn them off, you can't remove them. They run on lockdown, closed source firmware, meaning that no one can fully inspect or disable them unless they work for their company. Even when powered down, your device can still connect to the internet. It pings servers, tracks your location, and sends data without your knowledge. Governments, corporations, and hackers all know this, and they exploit it. In 2017, the CIA's Weeping Angel turned off Samsung smart TVs into listening devices, recording people in their own homes. No off switch. So how do you stop it? The only real solution is hardware without these chips, like System 76's open source laptops and de-Googled phones. But most people don't know this hardware even exists, and mainstream manufacturers don't want you to. For everyone else, the truth is simple. You are never truly offline. Your devices are never truly off.
This white supremacist theory that Jews are driving for, quote, open borders to commit white genocide, as they call it, to replace America as it looks today with Muslims and Mexicans and other people.
Jews are the ones who want to welcome refugees because it's a conspiracy. And the truth is that, yes, there are Jews in Pittsburgh who are working to resettle refugees. That is true.
White Americans who feel that they're losing their country, they're losing ownership of the country. And they're right. I mean, we are becoming more diverse, more multicultural, and they are, in the end, they are not the future. In the end, the power they still have will go away.
That we're witnessing the end of white America as we know it. The question is, how long and how expensive will the funeral be?
Brown people and black people and Muslims and immigrants are coming to replace our white civilization, and the Jew's job is basically to pass as a white person, but in fact do the bidding of these people that we
there are many people who are biologically and even halakhically Jewish, that is to say they are Jewish. They brainwashed people to subscribe to the notion that the most desirable utopian reality that could be hoped for in human affairs would be a complete admixture of the nations, of the ethnic groups, and of the cultures.
It's a kind of utopia, just the fact that the whole world will mix up with each other, that in, I don't know, 70, 80 years, there will be no white people anymore and only cappuccino-colored people.
Look, that's the only way. This is the only solution.
But when the diversity becomes so extreme that you have almost like balkanized groups, that there are no actual traditional communities, all the traditional communities are outnumbered completely by newcomers, and the newcomers keep on and on rolling in, it has a very alienating effect.
Folks like me who were Caucasian of European descent, for the first time in 2017, will be in an absolute minority in the United States of America. Absolute minority. Fewer than 50% of the people in America from then and on.
Why is Norm Eisen a villain in your eyes?
Well, it's all very troubling. Norm Eisen belongs to, he's known as a lawfare activist, someone who launched hundreds of lawsuits against Donald Trump through his vehicle Crew during the first admin, and then spearheaded basically every act of lawfare. He really is the legal hatchet man for the blob, the sort of quarterback, the lawyer of all lawyers when it comes to malfeasance and malicious prosecutions. Assisted the impeachment of Donald Trump in 2019, started a whole podcast about trying Trump and spearheading the legal strategy for arresting Donald Trump, plotting that during his term and then helping execute it while Trump was in exile those 4 years. And so pretty much all lawfare flows through Norm Eisen. And John Roberts, it's actually been disclosed, and I have to credit an account called The Researcher on X, who appears to spend most of his or her day simply watching Norm Eisen videos and posting short clips.
Amazing.
Actually found a confession from Norm Eisen where he was hemming and hawing a little bit, it seemed, about whether or not to disclose. In one of the clips, he was bragging about it. That's the one from that tweet that you just showed, that John Roberts, Chief Justice John Roberts, had gone for a full week to stay under Norm Eisen's roof. That account then posted a second clip of Norm Eisen saying that actually John Roberts had gone to visit him twice, and that they are apparently close friends and an ally of Norm Eisen on the courts. They actually had a whole planning session about how to potentially pressure or get into the minds of the chief justices. And Norm Eisen said, actually, John Roberts is good. I know him. He's a peer. We're friends. He's visited me twice. When you see statements from John Roberts, like the unilateral statement that he penned when Trump began truthing and tweeting about the removal of judges who were clearly doing these district court in far left jurisdiction rulings to affect hundreds of millions of people here in the United States. If you remember, Chief Justice John Roberts made the unprecedented decision to, without a case even being before him, writing a public letter condemning Trump for even talking about such topics.
Right.
This sort of connects to the larger picture of what Norm Eisen really is. I mean, Norm Eisen, I don't consider him a lawyer. He was a U.S. ambassador, the head of the State Department for the Czech Republic, which is sort of the East-West gateway. This is where China initially set up shop to begin its dominance over Europe. There's a lot of strange affairs running from China to Hunter Biden that flow through that exact region. While Norm Eisen was there, one of the things he said he was most proud of was spearheading, I should say, assisting or gently encouraging the prosecutions of the State Department's political enemies. He actually bragged about getting the Czech Republic to effectively arrest enemies of the state, and by that I mean the U.S. State Department. But this is part of a color revolution cadre. That's really the best way to understand Norm Eisen and the role of the, he just spoke at the Tesla takedowns, the big protests, street protests. And you have to understand, part of this color revolution playbook for how to overthrow a democratically elected government involves lawfare in the courts, and it involves riots or violent adjacent street protests that surround the parliament buildings, shut down roads,
right.
Cause mass worker things. And you can actually find in the writings from Norm Eisen's contemporaries that these riots and street protests impact the decisions of the judiciary. They gave an example, I believe, from Georgia. Michael McFaul, one of Norm Eisen's close contemporaries and frequent co-panelists in this, described how, I believe it was in Georgia in the early 2000s, they orchestrated a color revolution to challenge an election result. And even though the other side was winning, they got enough street muscle in the streets that McFaul appeared to brag that the judges did not want to rule in favor of the opponent who appeared to be winning because they were afraid of the violence and instability on the ground of the protests. And so they nullified the election result. We see something similar happening in Romania and also in Serbia and Georgia, but they're doing it here. Brazil. But the fact is Norm Eisen plays that key role in quarterbacking that. And the fact that he appears to have not just a man on the Supreme Court, but the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is extremely troubling.
Staying at his mansion and discussing rule of law issues for a week. My goodness, I'm sure that the right people are rightly concerned about that. But the problem becomes, what do you do about it? This raises another question. If this is something that we kind of accidentally learned about through vigilant researchers like the researcher online, what other relationships are undisclosed? They're happening right under our noses, but we know that there is this kind of broader relationship between these transatlantic groups, these legal elites, these political operatives, and very big names inside our ruling class. That whole thing needs to start unraveling. But I don't know how we go about doing that. If all of these are kind of hush-hush meetings, private individuals, how do you do that?
Well, I'm going to actually be publishing this in next week, a lengthy analysis of what's publicly available on that. And you'd be surprised how extensive it already is. And then we'll get to the declassifications that I believe need to be made at the higher level. Tulsi Gabbard just today at ODNI announced a new task force for transparency and declassification. And the main phrase that I'd like the audience to take away from today, if they simply want to Google on their own or DuckDuckGo or Brave or Grok on their own, is the phrase rule of law. You may have heard this phrase as a sort of, bantying cry from the left and from Democrats when they were trying to arrest Donald Trump by saying, no one's above the law, no one's above the law. Then, of course, if Trump were to ever arrest one of them, it would be, malicious prosecution, and suddenly no one would be above the law in that case. But rule of law, that's not an accident that they use that phrase. That is the phrase, that is the banner name for the programs under which all of these judicial networks are built, and the judicial vassal state is made over foreign countries. So, for example, Norm Eisen was a part of something called the Transatlantic Democracy Working Group. And as you noted, him and Chief Justice Roberts were engaging in American and EU rule of law exchanges. And these rule of law exchange programs are vast. They are in pretty much every country, every populated country on planet Earth at this point, because it's part of a standard checklist of how we attain vassal state control, political vassalage control over foreign countries. We seek economic levers, we seek civil society levers, we seek media levers, we seek legal levers. It's a standard checklist. Every U.S. embassy does this. And the ABA, for example, the American Bar Association, which is the credentialing association for having a law degree in this country, is active in over 50 different countries and has gotten millions of dollars of U.S. aid funding. All of these programs involve networking judges and connecting them to vast systems of NGOs, leaders, both domestic and foreign, and building up their networks so that they're more likely to get promoted up into the appellate court and into the Supreme Court. And all of these entanglements now need to be unwound as we're seeing what's happened when this network is fully activated against a democratically elected president.
One light at the end of the tunnel, Mike, is as these hacktivist judges start fighting back against the Trump agenda, they're exposing themselves to just how politically weak they are based on how they got into, they received these appointments from political activists themselves. And so they're starting to expose some of that. People are starting to listen to, subscriptions like yours. They're listening to how people get into these positions, and the education that's available to the American public now about how this system works is unparalleled. And so I think that's the light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to have more of an educated populace so long as they're listening to guys like you.
Well, thank you, Chanel. The nice thing is that judges are barred from hearing cases if there's even the appearance of impropriety. And just as was done with U.S. aid and with impropriety at the intelligence community and at the DHS level, I do believe the same thing can be done in the case of this judicial lawfare and rogue district court issue. And I do believe that sunlight will truly be the best disinfectant here.
I'm with O'Keefe Media Group, and we're doing a story, and we have someone who secretly recorded a meeting in your office talking about DEI and exposed that you were changing the words.
And we're seeing specific projects being pulled because they have the words in the executive summary: climate change, environmental. I mean, this got to me personally. This is kind of my research. If you go to the federal government right now and see funding for this work, and they talk about climate change impacts on manatees and such, it won't be fun. If you word it as surveillance or defense, you'll probably get money.
One of the individuals who worked here had a meeting with the president in his office with all of his senior staff and recorded the president, a man named John Nicklow, talking about changing the wording to get around the presidential executive order in order not to lose funding. Can I show you that clip real quick? Just
No, not true.
It's not true?
No.
In the meeting that was covertly recorded, Nicklow discussed a meeting that appeared to be with Governor Ron DeSantis or some high-up state official in Tallahassee. Nicklow describes in that meeting that he obtained $7 million in funding.
But how this really came up for me is how it happened. So I had a $7 million ask. Talked about the project, literally sat at his desk, turned two screens around and said, "Why are you so woke?" And he pulled out two examples, and one was ICCM, and called Rich on the way home, and tweaked the language. These people are just looking for words, okay?
Where sources say the duplicity came in is in after that meeting, the president of the university went against the deal and then said he was going to fight back with the $7 million.
Pardon me, I'm driving back thinking about this. Why don't we fight back? $7 million. That's a lot of money, but if I lose $7 million, we can live with it. And if we have to change some words so they're not being scraped and so we're not targeted, it allows us to do our work.
I was walking in the president's office and trying to make an appointment, and then the president was walking out. While I was walking in, about to leave, I caught up with him, and he said, "This is illegal. I'm going to contact my attorney." It's not illegal to record. There's nothing illegal about recording. I have it on video. I have it on video on my iPad.
Why was it illegally recorded? Nobody told me this.
I don't think it's illegal. There's a First Amendment issue here.
I'm going to have you talk to my attorney.
Your attorney? Is he here?
Absolutely.
On the eve of publishing this recording, we were sent a cease and desist letter by this law firm. We've called the lawyer and are waiting to hear back. Oh, here comes security. Keep the camera rolling, keep the camera rolling, keep the camera rolling. What's that?
Are you approved by the school to be here recording?
Approved?
Yes. Is it? But have you gone through anyone higher up in HR?
Well, the problem with getting approval, I usually don't get the consent of the people to do the stories on them.
So with that, I was told I have to tell you that you can be on the sidewalk because
We got a backup here.
Yeah.
It's a serious situation, right?
Someone complained.
Who complained? We can't just finish the shot.
No, sir.
No, okay.
Absolutely not.
Oh.
It's just how it is. All the higher ups complain about every little thing.
Oh, man.
You're not the first person to do it. It happens all the time.
We're getting kicked out here.
Yep.
That's too bad. We're just trying. This is for the public's right to know. You know.
Hey, you can do all you want on the sidewalk.
Public property. Oh, okay. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
They are escorting me. They should be escorting the president off the property. For real. So they kicked us out. The lady was very nice. The guy was kind of a dick, to be honest with you. And they should have escorted the president out because it was the president who was caught on tape saying what he said, talking about changing the wording. So this guy denying that he changed the words, that's what he did. Professor Julia Konstopoulos, who is the head of the School of Psychology, talks about renaming and changing aspects of the course catalog with the president.
The best recommendations, we have our human sexuality class, we have culture in, what's the name of the class? Social cultural. Multicultural psychotherapy. DEI, and because that course catalog is public, it might be wise for us to request an exemption to get it changed past the catalog publication date.
I don't want to give legal advice, but my inclination is that you continue to teach those courses. The university work closely with doctors to help you either modify the grant for a different agency or find a new funding source.
After experiencing 4 years of a volatile economy, America is facing record inflation and a massive threat to the U.S. dollar. Experts are warning the stock market could crash and we could be facing a recession. In these uncertain times, I recommend gold to my audience, and I trust Fisher Capital as my official gold partner. Not only have my friends at Fisher delivered hundreds of millions of dollars in gold to their clients, they have also proven to be vigilant and right on the front line, supporting causes that make our country stronger and better. Fisher Capital is the largest corporate partner for Turning Point USA. Close friends of OMG, we appear at their events every December and continues to make sure the new administration is successful. Based on my experience and client testimonials, the team at Fisher Capital consists of some of the most caring and compassionate individuals in finance today. And when you click the link, you will qualify for an exclusive offer only available to my listeners, where you can get up to $20,000 of free silver with your qualifying purchase. When you speak with Fisher, make sure to mention that James O'Keefe sent you. Our portfolios are too important to trust to stocks and bonds alone. Protect yourself with gold today and get it from Fisher Capital. Go to FisherOMG.com. That's FisherOMG.com, FisherOMG.com. Another professor is asking the president of the university, Nick Lau, if certain courses will be barred from Florida Tech. The president responds that the government does not have smart people. They're just searching on the web for their DEI courses.
So we had conversations with an external outside of the US funding body, but they're also being targeted. They've removed a bunch of their grants as a consequence of Elon Musk and Doge. So it's becoming very challenging just targeting social scientists.
I mean, potentially at some point. My approach to this one they're simply, searching. Whatever comes up on the website, sometimes not even reading it, right? I don't know, they are actually somebody searching and just not understanding. You have academic reading to teach those topics. Your students sign up for the course if they're to learn about it. Publicize all the notes so that anybody can access them. I probably would not right now. So I think being mindful of how you're teaching the course and sharing information so that it doesn't get misconstrued in the wrong hands.
We also have Julie Kostopoulos, head of the School of Psychology, getting approval from the president. He says, I will support that to get an exemption, to get the thing changed. These people are acting deceptive, and they're using your tax dollars to do it. This is James O'Keefe reporting live from Florida Institute of Technology. I never knew such a place existed. Now I learned the practices of the president, who called the police on us most likely, and we're going to ask the school for comment. Stay tuned. This was a recording provided to you by a source, by a brave person who provided it to us. We caught up with that source as well.
In recent months, many of our fellow Americans experienced unprecedented natural disasters and damaged infrastructure, making access to healthcare essentials impossible at the very moment it was needed. When disaster strikes, being prepared is your best defense. And now I'm excited to share with you the brand new Field Emergency Kit from our friends at the Wellness Company. The ultimate survival kit for any situation where medical help is not an option. Inside this rugged, waterproof case, you'll find essential medications that cover over 60 conditions that you can encounter, along with a detailed 85-page doctor-written guidebook. This ultimate kit includes amoxicillin, an essential for treating bacterial infections, and antivirals and antiparasitics like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, medications that are critical in situations where you're exposed to respiratory viruses or parasites. And for those facing potentially life-threatening allergic reactions, the field kit includes epinephrine, the generic EpiPen, along with vital first aid supplies such as tourniquet and wound and burn treatments. Natural disasters are happening at record rates, so I urge everyone to get the ultimate field emergency kit from our friends and supporters at the Wellness Company by going to twc.health/OMG, twc.health/OMG, that's twc.health/OMG. And now you can save 15% just by using code OMG at checkout.
So this next guest is someone that I've had the unique opportunity to know for a number of years. He's been a mentor of mine. He's become a friend of mine. He is truly the entrepreneur's entrepreneur. Wow. He is a hustler. He is amazing. I mean, and like us, he had business cards when he was young. He always had little hustles when he was in elementary school and high school. He always had something going on, selling something. And then in college, at the University of Michigan, he decides to create a software company.
And now he's rubbing shoulders with Steve Wynn, with Steve Jobs. I mean, the stories.
He sneaks onto Steve Wynn's plane to convince him to invest in his company when he's like 19 years old. And then goes ahead and builds one of the most iconic technology companies on the planet, Activision Blizzard.
Bobby Kotick is one of the greatest entrepreneurs of our time. His stories are remarkable. There's endless wisdom in them. This was an outstanding interview.
And he talks about, 40 years ago, he starts building software, making video games. And then about a year ago, he sells the company after 40 years of running it for $80 billion to Microsoft.
I mean, hit after hit. Candy Crush, Call of Duty, Guitar Hero. I mean, the list goes on and on. Bobby Kotick created a model that there's been nothing like it in video games on the planet.
And he explains how he does it. He explains how he's able to take an existing franchise, an existing brand, and build a game around it, and then effectively distribute it in a way that is just incredibly great scale.
Bobby Kotick bought a bankrupt company. I mean, they had nothing.
That's right. And actually, this is amazing, but if you were a creditor in that bankruptcy, and you would have held the stock of that company up until the acquisition a couple years ago, it would have been the greatest return of any investment in the history of the world.
Wow.
This guy is incredible, but he's also kind, and he thinks about his partners, and he talks about his stakeholders, and he explains how he works with different stakeholders to build these great companies. He's also the longest running CEO of any public tech company ever.
Which is not easy to do when you're a founder, to become a professional manager.
And be the best at what he does, and then to go on and sell the business for $80 billion. It's an unbelievable story. I hope you enjoy it. Ladies and gentlemen, Bobby Kotick.
Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team in. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. I done kept it real from the jump.
So we've done a bunch of these amazing interviews with these incredible Jewish entrepreneurs, but this one's special for me because, unlike the others, I actually have a relationship and a friendship to Bobby, and so it's kind of a unique one for me because I kind of feel like I know the guest a lot. I know the guest, but the one thing that him and I have never talked about is that, you know, you and I, when we were kids, Dave, we were always very entrepreneurial. Yeah. You and I, we've talked about this, had business cards when we were a kid. So did he. You and I had little hustles when we were a kid. So did he. So I want to kind of start there, which is, you know, kid growing up in Long Island. I think you sold your mother's ashtray at some point right off of her counter.
He says so.
Yeah, something like, I mean, we would do the same thing. You had business cards. You eventually started renting out late night spots in New York for underage parties. I mean, like that's the cloth we are cut from too. But what I don't know is, where did you get that entrepreneurial spirit from? Where did that come from? Was it a family member? Was it a friend? Where did that even source from?
It's a good question. You know what? I actually think it's in your DNA, but in my case, I had a grandfather who started an insurance company, was very entrepreneurial. But I just think it's your DNA.
Were you encouraged to do it? Like, was it?
Oh, absolutely.
Like the ashtray story wasn't, Bobby, why the hell did you sell my ashtray on your play date? It was, look what my son did, he sold an ashtray.
Yeah, and like there was a lot of pride in entrepreneurship, but you know, my grandfather was successful and my mother was entrepreneurial, even though she was an elementary school art teacher. My dad was a lawyer, but entrepreneurial lawyer, and so like I was always around entrepreneurial people.
What was it like at the dinner tables? Like, did you talk about entrepreneurship? Was business the topic of conversation? What was the
Shabbos dinner?
What was Shabbos dinner like?
We don't really have Shabbos dinner. If it was a Shabbos dinner, would be at my grandparents', which was not that frequent. But you know, when you grow up in a town like Roslyn, where I grew up, it's 95% Jewish, and so you know, there's conservative Jews or Reformed Jews, and then there are the cultural Jews. Mm-hmm. And I think
3 days a year in shul kind of thing.
Not a little more than that, okay. But so you know, that didn't really like, you know, I had a bar mitzvah with 3 other people, so like I had 14 lines in my haftarah. Like that's all you get when you're doing it with 4 guys, right. And but. You know, I think the dinner table was always about business. My father was a real estate lawyer, and he had all of these really fascinating, like all of the great New York real estate developers, like the Harry Helmsleys, and you know, people who were like reshaping the skyline of New York. And so
the Larry Silverstein crowd.
Larry Silverstein was a client. Wow. You know, all of the only client he never had was Donald Trump.
Interesting.
Did you get to tag along and meet some of his customers, or did you, how?
Oh yeah.
You did?
Absolutely. I used to go to his office, I'd meet his clients, he would take me to clients' houses, you know, like I was always, as a kid, exposed to people in business.
And did that just open your mind up? You're like, wow, I want to be in this world.
Like I said, I think it's like your default setting. You know, I think if you're really entrepreneurial, those things sort of add to the interest and the learning journey, but I think you just have it. You know, it's sort of an innate thing. I was talking to Warren Buffett about this once, and he said the only reliable predictor that he's ever seen for future business success is how early and how enthusiastic you are about starting and running a business. And so I think that's just, you know, sort of your DNA.
Yeah, it's kind of like the thing you do when you're 13 years old. If it's business, you're probably going to do some pretty cool things later in life in business.
I think it starts even earlier.
You do.
Well, which is an interesting thing to think about because, you know, most successful business people have had plenty of failures along the way. So it's having that enthusiasm, but maintaining it. But I guess still, if you have it early, odds are you're going to maintain it?
I mean, you can't generalize it, but I think like if you're really genuinely like you get up every morning excited about business, you're probably not going to lose that enthusiasm ever.
Yeah. Now we'll skip over a little bit and we'll go back and forth, but you had a roommate in college, Howard Marks, and together you create this software company. We were trying to figure this out because, I'm not trying to date you or age you, but when you were in college, there weren't PCs in every desk in America. Some people had a computer, but it was very uncommon. Why would you start a software company as an undergraduate?
Actually, my first company was a hardware company.
Interesting.
And
tell us about that.
So I ended up meeting this guy, and he was my college roommate. He was French.
Okay.
And
not a really French name, Howard Marks, but yeah,
Jewish French kid.
Yeah.
And he had a cousin who worked at the University of Michigan who had an Apple II. So, and I was a big arcade video game player, but I also liked to play text adventures on computers. And so at night we go to this computing center, we get to use his cousin Pat's Apple II. And like the first game I got really crazy addicted to was Mystery House, which was one of the early great text adventures. And then I'd leave there and go to the arcade, and Defender was a game that I used to play 3-4 hours a day. And so we started using the computer to write our papers. You know, like freshman year, I was using that computer. Sophomore year, I was using the computer to write my papers. But they could tell that it was a computer because it was on an Epson dot matrix printer. And that wasn't okay at the University of Michigan at that time. Like, you had to either write your paper or type your paper. And I thought, sort of silly, but okay, there's Olivetti electric typewriters that have a serial interface. Why can't we connect the Apple II to the typewriter and just use the typewriter as a printer? And in those days, if you wanted to get like that caliber of printing, didn't really exist. So our first product that we made, we found a little local company, and we built a circuit board that was a parallel interface from the typewriter to the Apple II.
So it'd print on the typewriter.
Printed on the typewriter.
Wow. Brilliant. Brilliant. And no teacher knew, no professor knew.
It's typewriter.
Typewriter. Brilliant.
So we started this thing, and this must have been in '82, and we put an ad in Byte magazine, like the very back of the Byte magazine. It was, you know, for this parallel interface, and you could buy it and turn an Olivetti typewriter into a printer. And we left for Christmas break and came back, and there were like hundreds and hundreds, checks, you know, Visa cards made out, but like hundreds of orders for our interface. And so we started making them, and the defect rate was like 1 in 3 cards didn't work.
Okay. Which is kind of
pretty high. Yeah.
And so, and we didn't price it in a way where you could actually have a 1/3 defective rate. And so we realized every unit we were selling, we were just going to lose money. And so we kept doing it till June of that summer. And then this is now 1983. Howard left to go back to France where he was living. And I went with him for 6 weeks, and he started working at Apple Computer. And the guy who ran Apple Computer France was a guy called Jean-Louis Gasset, who was like a legend in French technical business. You know, I think he was at HP, but like very charismatic guy who had become president of Apple, and Jobs loved him. And so Howard was working at Apple, and he saw a prototype of the Lisa computer, which was, you know, one of the coolest things ever created. And he comes back and he says to me, and I'm living in his parents' apartment, and he says, I just saw this Lisa computer prototype, and it's unbelievable. It's like a graphical user interface and a mouse, and we should make this for the Apple II. And I said, yeah, anything would be better than losing money on every printer interface. Like, let's do it. So we got back to school. We hired his TA from his like 101 electrical engineering class. And guy was a great guy. He was like the best TA, and we hired him. And we said, you know, I think he'd gone to Carnegie Mellon, and we said, well, you know, we're going to build software to mimic. And we didn't have anything that we could explain to him because the Lisa hadn't come out yet.
That's right, he didn't know what it was.
So we said it's like the Xerox Star Workstation, which
Was something that was out there already.
Palo Alto Research Center was like the pioneering place for computer graphics, and people knew about that.
So you're building the operating system.
Operating system and some applications.
So there's no Microsoft Windows, but right,
yeah.
but way far away. Yeah. But this is the equivalent long before that.
Yeah, it's literally like a graphical user interface.
Right.
Plus, we had to build some application software. So we said, all right, well, you know, we'll make a word processor, we'll make a little database manager and a spreadsheet and a mouse.
There's a lot of pressure for this one TA, by the way, this one guy.
Right. I mean, we're just talking about like 3 multi-billion-dollar software products that you guys are making in your dorm rooms. Like,
so fast forward to today.
Yeah.
He's the president of R&D for Microsoft.
Oh, yeah. Okay, perfect. So yeah, you happen to pick someone who was brilliant.
We picked like literally the best guy
like
we could have ever been.
Of all the places in all of America.
He left Michigan to run the computer science school at Carnegie Mellon.
Wow.
So he's the dean of the computer science program, and now he's the head of worldwide R&D.
Talk about Beshert, as they say.
It's incredible.
Amazing, amazing. So what'd you do with it after it was built?
So we started making it, and originally we were making it for the Apple II. We thought, okay, maybe we should make it. The IBM PC had just come out, and we had heard a rumor that they were going to make this thing called the PC Junior. And we thought, okay, you know, how hard is it to convert from a 6502 Apple processor to an 8088 IBM processor and Intel processor? And so we started looking into that, went up to meet the Microsoft guys. I got to meet Bill Gates when I was 19.
Pretty cool.
And then we went to Commodore. This is my Canada story. And Commodore was based in the suburbs of Philadelphia, but was owned by this extraordinary Canadian entrepreneur named Irving Gould. And you got to go look up Irving Gould, because like in the annals of Canadian Jewish business history, he's got to be one of the most successful people. And I heard about him, and I called him up, and I said, you know, we want to come see you. And he said, well, I don't really run the day-to-day, the business. We said, well, we want to meet you. Yeah. So we fly up to Toronto, we go to his office, his beautiful office, and like he was like a schmata guy. The Commodore thing happened like by accident.
It was a side hustle.
Took a 20% stake in this company that was making office equipment and office furniture and calculators, and so it ended up becoming Commodore. And
he was really a schmata guy. He was a schmata guy.
Literally.
He's on Chabanel.
Okay, but he also was like in the Royal Canadian Air Force. Okay. And I think when I met him, he was probably late 70s.
Okay.
And you know, this is like the thing that people can't really understand, but like you go and you're like an enterprising Jewish kid, and there's somebody who's like had a similar journey, you have like that instant catch. And he like wanted us to be in business with Commodore. So, but we really thought the big opportunity was Apple. And there used to be this trade show that was really important in computers called the Comdex, and it was Las Vegas. And so we showed our software this first year in 1983 in November at the Comdex, and Steve Jobs heard about it. And when Howard, my business partner, was at Apple, there was another guy who he worked with in the same cube, whose father was one of the original executives of Fairchild Semiconductor, but then became the head of sales and marketing globally for Apple. He also then went to found Kleiner Perkins.
Wow.
An incredible guy named Floyd Kwame.
Okay.
And so Floyd's son, Mark, and Howard worked together. And Mark said, I know Steve Jobs because my dad's an executive at Apple, and like you guys should go show it to him.
And Steve Jobs was more accessible at this point.
Yeah, I mean, how old was Steve in 23. I don't remember how old he was.
In his 30s, probably.
No, like late 20s.
Late 20s.
This is before the 1984 commercial and where Apple.
Before Mac was launched.
Before Mac, right. Right. But you're building a competing product to what he's doing.
No, we were building it for the Apple II.
But Apple had their own.
But it was based on what they saw with Lisa, right? They were sort of inspired by Lisa.
Right.
So we were going to build Lisa software and a mouse for the Apple II, not knowing there was a Macintosh.
Yeah.
Got it.
We had no idea. So we go and we get to meet Steve and we show him what we're doing. And he looks at it and he's like, this looks like shit. And he actually threw the mouse on the floor. He's like, this is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. Throws it on the floor. And he takes this little blue bag out and he puts it on his desk, like a Tyvek bag. He unzips it and he pulls out the prototype of the Macintosh. And he plugs it in and like the little script, hello, comes up on the screen. And we were blown away.
You guys were checkmate,
like,
yeah.
Oh my God, what are we wasting our time on?
Yeah.
He goes, I want this for the Apple II. And we said, well, what's in this? Like, how do you do this? And, you know, not to get too technical, but it had like the first 68,000 16-bit processor. And we said, yeah, we can't do that on the Apple II, but we can mimic it. And like, this was one of these meetings where I was fighting with Steve Jobs when I was 20 years old over when you boldface text, should it be noun verb or verb noun? And like 45 minutes of like debate over how the interface should work. And of course he won the debate, but he said, okay, I'm building 2 new Apple IIs. One is called the Apple II GS and the other is called the Apple IIc. And they have more powerful processors and more memory, and you're gonna make it was called Jane. He said, you're gonna make this for the new Apple IIs. So we're like, this is awesome.
Right.
And then we leave and we start making the software with the prototypes for those machines.
You're still in school, though.
I'm a student.
Okay.
And Jobs comes to Ann Arbor, not really to see us, but more because he was selling computers he was trying to sell computers to the University of Michigan. And he found out that I was still a student, got really pissed off, said, you need to quit. You can't, and when I told him-
You need to quit school.
I need to quit. Like, I'm not giving you a contract with Apple.
Yeah, you gotta drop
if
out.
you're
Yeah.
in school.
It's fair.
And I was like, well, I told my parents that I was gonna finish school. He's
Jewish
like,
mother, like.
I don't give a shit.
Mom, Steve Jobs told me to drop out of school.
And then he got really pissed when he found that I was studying history of art. He's like, that's the stupidest thing you could ever study. Like, I'm like, you studied typography.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like,
why were you studying
history of art?
Yeah, but why were you studying
Yeah,
history of
like
art?
a young hustler like yourself.
Why are we not in business school?
I went to the University of Michigan. Have you ever been to Ann Arbor?
No.
Okay, so we can't use this part.
Okay.
The cute girls were all in history.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. We actually, over lunch, we were trying to figure out why you went there. And actually, that was the assumption.
Yeah.
This worked.
I met my wife in English lit class,
Yeah.
so I get it.
Yeah, so I don't know. And I also thought, like, how do you, if it's all about like expressing your opinion about a work of art, how hard is that? Like, and if you could write reasonably, the only skill I had was like I could write, other than being entrepreneurial.
Was your heart ever in school, or was it really all about what you were building with Jane and everything else?
It was never in school.
It was never in school.
Never in school in 7th grade. You know, like, I just wanted to go work. In high school, I sold T-shirts at the U.S. Open. I did the parties at Studio 54 and Xenon. You know, you guys don't know about this, but there was this oil crisis in the 70s where you had to wait on lines to get gas for like 2 or 3 hours. I used to go sell snacks on the lines at the gas station. I would go to Little League and bring my cooler, and at like breaks or in between games, I would sell sodas, snacks to the other kids at baseball games. Like, all I wanted to do was be entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, Steve gets really pissed. I have to quit, which I do. And then we put the thing in the market, and it didn't really work. You know, it just was sort of dead on arrival.
Before you get there, what did your mom and dad say when you said you're dropping out?
Well, I didn't tell them.
Okay.
For a while.
Yeah.
They thought I was still in school.
Okay.
And then when they found out, it's funny, Forbes found out about us and wrote this great article in 1983.
Yeah, you were top 20 under 20, I think, right?
This was way before that.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. And it's actually funny because it was the first time Forbes ever wrote about Mike Milken, same issue. And we got top billing. Like he had a little thing and we had like a 2-page spread. But the headline of the article was when Bobby Kotick told his father he was quitting college to make software, his father told him to cut the crap and start doing some schoolwork. And that's the headline of the article.
It's amazing. It's also amazing because, like, you know, we have Jewish parents too, you know, as proud as they may have been about, you know, your entrepreneurial ventures.
Yeah, you should have been a doctor.
Why aren't you talking? Your brother's a doctor. That's right. Wow. So what happened to software? So it doesn't work out as well as you wanted it to?
No.
Okay.
Now, there's an important part of the story that I'm sort of missing because it actually like transformed my life.
Yeah, where'd you raise the money? I think there's a story there.
Yeah.
So my dad was a lawyer and had friends who were venture capitalists, and they were going to invest in our company. And we had planned this meeting to go spend the time and get the money, and it was like $5 million. And you know, in the early 80s, like when tech was really starting to be something like, you know, it's not dissimilar from what you've seen over multiple generations, whether the internet or AI, but it wasn't hard to get people interested. It was hard to get them to actually close and give you the money. So these investors were going to give us the money. The weekend before I was going to meet with the investors, I had a friend who invited me to this party in Dallas that I definitely didn't belong at. And it was called the Cattle Barons Ball.
Yeah. No Jews.
Not that I was aware of.
Right. Did you wear like a cowboy hat?
Yeah, cowboy boots. Like I knew I had to like fit in.
Play the part, yeah.
You know, so I go and I'm at this table with 12 people, the women who were my friends who I went with, their parents, and then these other people. And sitting on this side of me is this like stunningly beautiful 40-year-old woman and her husband, and we start talking. And I don't know like how this even came in my head, but I looked at him, I said, I feel like I met you at a bar mitzvah. And I said, were you like, and I told him the name of this family in Great Neck whose bar mitzvah I thought he was at. And he starts laughing. He's like, no. He said, but you know, one of the guys I work with is from Great Neck. And I said, oh, I didn't know that. And so we're having this whole conversation. I said, what do you do? And he said, you know, I'm a casino business. I said, oh, where do you do that? He said, Las Vegas, Atlantic City. I said, oh, I've never been to a casino. I've never been to Las Vegas. You know, I always thought that was like a gangster kind of business. And he said, yeah, it was at one time. He said, but you know, like I went to University of Pennsylvania, I was going to go to Georgetown Law School. And I said, you're Jewish? And they both said, yeah. And I said, oh. Talking. Next morning, just by total coincidence, they're at the hotel that we're staying at, and I see them. And they said, are you going back to Ann Arbor? Because I told them where I was in school. And I said, no, I'm going to New York. And he said, why? I said, well, I started this little company, and I'm going to raise money. And he said, well, why don't you come with us? I said, what do you mean? He said, come on our plane. And I said, how does that work? And he's like, you just come with us, and we'll get a car when we land, and we'll drop you off. Where are you going in New York? And I said, to my parents' apartment. And he said, great, come with us. And I get on this, like, I've never been on a private plane.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I've never been on a private plane like this. It was an MD-80, so like, or DC-9. So like an airliner that was a private plane.
Wow.
And I get on this thing, I'm like in a couch like this, you know, and I said, so how'd you get started? And it says, you know, my dad died and he ran bingo parlors, and we had one in Las Vegas, and I went to go collect the $30,000 that was owed to me by the Silver Slipper Hotel bingo parlor. And I met some guys, and they said, hey, would you like to invest with us in the Frontier Hotel? And it turned into an opportunity, and he told me his whole life story. And he said, you know, and the guy who helped me out said, I'm going to help you out, but you got to promise someday you'll help a young guy like I'm doing for you.
Wow, pay it forward.
And he said, so what's this thing that you're doing? And I start telling him. He goes, He said, I'd invest in that. He said, well, tell me a little bit more. And I said, well, we already have investors. I said, I'm very flattered and grateful, but we've got investors.
Was that true?
Did you actually have them?
Yeah, that's where I was going to New
Okay.
York to
Yeah,
sign the contract.
Wow.
And he said, yeah, well, if it doesn't work out, call me. And I'm like, okay, great. Can I have your number? And I take down his number. Next day, in the morning, I go over a friend of mine's house, and her dad is a famous entertainer. And I said, do you know this guy named Steve Wynn? And he's like, yeah. And I said, well, he offered to invest in my company. He said, if Steve Wynn offered to invest in your company, you take the money. I'm like, why? He goes, he's going to be the most successful entrepreneur in the history of Las Vegas. Pretty prescient guy. And I said, yeah, I really liked him. And so we go to my dad's office. Howard had flown in from Ann Arbor to meet me. And I blew the deal with my dad's friends. My dad was really pissed.
And what'd you blow? Just the pitch wasn't right?
I didn't like one thing that they kept demanding was I couldn't take a salary until the company was profitable, and I had to commit to do it for 5 years. No matter what, I had to be committed for 5 years. And
you had no leverage, so you sort of had to take whatever deal they were giving you.
Yeah, but you know what it really was? It was there's something that just said to me, I want to be in business with Elaine Wynn and Steve Wynn. And by the way, Elaine Wynn was as compelling and as impressive and extraordinary as he was.
Wow.
And so,
but you're in the office ready to sign this deal that would handcuff you for 5 years and give you no salary to profit, pen in hand.
Yeah.
And you
kept thinking about the flight with the Winns the day before.
And you just you just put the pen down. You're like, I'm not doing this, guys.
Yeah. I said, I think we have a better alternative. And we leave the room, and Howard looks at me. He says, "What are you, an idiot?" My dad said, "What are you, an idiot?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Maybe." And I called Steve and I said, "Hey, I blew the deal with these investors." He goes, "Yeah, I knew you would." And I said, but my business partner is going to go back to France. He's not going to want to do this. And so we really need the money. And he said, "Okay, so why don't you come meet me?" I said, "Great." He said, "Where are you?" And I told him. He said, "Here's my address, my office in New York City. They will bring you to me. I'm in Atlantic City." I said, "Okay." We go to his office, Park Avenue. This limo, biggest limo I've ever seen in my life, pulls up. These two big guys get out, and they're like, "Get in." So, okay. Howard's looking at me like, what is going on?
We just blew this deal for this.
Deal with real people who were giving us real millions of dollars of money. And I said, I'm telling you, you're going to like this guy. Wait. And we drive to the 61st Street heliport in Manhattan, and there's this big Golden Nugget helicopter waiting for us. Now, I was never on a helicopter or a private plane, but
or a limo probably at this point.
Limo I've been in because Studio 54 is my business.
Right.
Every once in a while, paid for that.
Okay.
But so I
Mr. Big Shot in the limo.
Yeah, exactly.
I syndicated it out with 8 other guys.
You made some money with it. Yeah.
I went to prom.
Of course. That's right.
And so we get on the helicopter and fly to Atlantic City. And they drive us to his office, which is in the basement of the parking garage. And we wait for 3 hours. And Steve walks in with his beautiful Ferrante suit. And he's like, "Hey, fellas, glad you're here. Okay, what do we do?" And we talked a little more about business. He goes, "How much do we need to make a prototype?" And I said, $300,000. He takes out his checkbook, writes a check, $300,000. He says, "All right, we're partners, third, a third, a third. You guys do the work, I'll raise the money. Who's hungry?"
That was it.
I'm hungry. And I said, we have all the contracts already written because we were going to do it with my dad's friends, so we can get them sent over tomorrow. And he goes, "Contracts, schmontracts. You guys are my family now." And he walks out. And Howard looks at me and I look at him. I said, "All right, we're in the basement of a parking garage in a casino in Atlantic City, and a guy just gave us $300,000 and said we're his family now.
Did he just make you an offer you can't refuse?
I said, we're going to die. Because we really don't know what we're doing. Like, we don't know how to make this software.
And this is serious. I mean, this is Steve Wynn. Even then, he was a big deal.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but yes.
I learned very quickly.
Well, and then the software doesn't work in the end of the day.
Well, that was like the embarrassing part. But so we take the money, we go, like, and he actually, I didn't know this at the time. I obviously found out afterwards. But Elaine and Steve both thought, like, these guys would make great son-in-laws. And they had 2 daughters.
Oh, interesting.
And so.
It's quite the courting. Yeah.
You know, and it could have worked out either way.
Right.
But so we take the few years, and Steve got like really interested. And
did he like you, or did he like the tech? Was he thoughtful with the technology?
Yeah.
He liked the idea of making computers easy to use, but it was us.
What did he, I mean, your family now, what did he say to you when you had to turn him and be like, sorry, Steve, like, it's not working?
Well, there was a moment where, and this was like one of the great moments of my life, but John Sculley calls and says, Steve Jobs really liked what he saw. And
was John Sculley the CEO of Apple at this point?
He was.
He was, okay.
And he said, so why don't you come to Cupertino and let's talk about a deal. Mm-hmm. So I called Steve Wynn. I said, I think Apple wants to buy us. And he goes, really? And I said, yeah. He goes, well, that's not really why I invested. He said, you know, I don't know that we want to sell out, but he said, we should hear him out. I said, well, we can't do this on our own. You got to come to Cupertino with us to the meeting. So he takes the big DC-9. This is, like, San Jose used to be like a really long driveway with like houses. Like in the early 80s, it wasn't like the bustling metropolis that it is today. And DC-9, private DC-9s never landed in San Jose Airport. So he lands, and our buddy Mark Kwame, we go to pick him up, and he's in his like suit and tie, and we drive to Apple headquarters, and we go into John Sculley's office. And, you know, Steve has an eye problem. He has retinitis pigmentosa, so he can't see. So we walk in, and everywhere you look, there's like no smoking signs, and he sits down in Sculley's chair.
This is Steve Wynn does?
Yeah,
Okay.
sits down in Sculley's chair. Lights up a big cigar, waiting for John Sculley to walk in. Sculley walks in. Steve says, you know, it's great to know you. And he said, you know, where'd you work before Apple? And Sculley says, Pepsi. And Steve says, oh, I'm good friends with Don Kendall. And he didn't realize it was his ex-father-in-law.
Wow.
And Steve starts going off about why he invested. He said, you know, I was talking to my friend Steve Ross, who owns Atari, and he said what the guys are building is like going to revolutionize computers. He's giving this like whole sales pitch to Sculley. And Sculley says, yeah, well, we're interested in doing something. And, you know, maybe we'd acquire the company. And I don't know where Steve came up with the number. He goes, yeah, you know, maybe $80, $100 million, we'd consider it. And I'm like, I have no idea where he came up with the number, but okay.
Well, what number did you have in your head?
I didn't have a number because I was like, anything. We literally don't know what we're doing. Like, this isn't going to work. And so he says, John Sculley looks at Steve. He goes, listen, we like what the boys have built, but we probably could re-engineer this in not too much time.
Yeah.
And so we're not turning Apple Computer upside down for these guys.
Yeah, right.
You know, if you want to do a reasonable deal,
Get real.
you know, we might consider it, but you guys are gonna have to first decide, like, do you want to do a reasonable deal? And then he says, hey, could we meet the CEO? And John Sculley says to Steve, I am the CEO. And he goes, no, the young guy. And he said, well, Steve Jobs not around today, but, you know, perhaps some other time, and thank you for coming, and why don't you guys deliberate on this, and we'll talk to you again. So we leave, we get on Steve's plane, we fly back to Las Vegas. He says, you know, that's the first time in a long time I've gotten the my way or the highway speech. And I said, well, you know, what do you think? Like, this sounds pretty good. We could, you know, I think we could get like $4 million. Like, like maybe a little more, but we could sell the company and make some money. And he said, look, we each have to vote. I didn't put this money up for you guys just to sell out when you're 20 years old and move to the south of France and make millions of dollars. It's like, I want to build a business. He said, so my vote's we build a business. And clearly they are excited about what you're doing. And Howard said, yeah, I think we should build the business. And I said, south of France. And
good answer.
That they overruled me.
Of course, yeah.
And of course, like, a year and a half later, we were bankrupt, more or less. And so
Steve couldn't say much at that point. I mean,
his view is like, look, you guys gave it a good college try. Let's like come up with something else.
Yeah. I mean, he rolled the dice and it didn't work out. Did that change the relationship between you and Steve Wynn?
Not really.
Well, that's interesting. Let's try something else. So, I mean, he still considered you his partner, even though this has failed. He already was telling you he's on board for the next one?
It was more like, be resourceful. Mm-hmm. I'm not giving you any more money, but be resourceful and make a pivot and come up with something else. So we started licensing that software to Commodore, to whoever we could get a contract, and we came up with some other entrepreneurial ideas. We took some contracts developing software for other companies like Electronic Arts, and there were a lot of companies that were looking to get in the consumer software business. So we just started coming up with pitches and getting contracts and keeping the doors open, and started building up a contract software development business.
And this is you and Howard still at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then how do you sort of go from that to sort of like what becomes Leisure Concepts?
Well, before you get there, I mean, you could have been Microsoft, no? I mean, you were building operating systems.
We didn't have good enough technology.
You didn't have good enough.
I mean, it was that idea, we just didn't have the capability.
Right.
We had the vision.
So how did you then, because you obviously became the greatest video game developer on the planet, how did you then take that learning of you didn't have the talent, you couldn't pull it off, you had this massive opportunity, and then go and pull it off in another massive opportunity?
So it took a little while, we kept getting more contracts and being more entrepreneurial, and we started building up the business to being like a legitimate software development business, and we had contracts. And in 1987, the stock market crashed.
Black Friday.
And Commodore had launched this computer called the Amiga. And it was an amazing computer, but it was designed, all the engineers at Commodore were ex-Atari video game hardware designers. So they designed this thing that they thought was going to be a serious computer, but it was actually just like a souped up video game system.
Yeah, and it felt like a video game system. Yeah.
It was like a video game system. And so market crashed in 87, and Commodore had, $1 billion of revenues and $150 million market value. And my best friend from growing up was a guy named Eddie Lampert. And he had just left Goldman to go work with this guy named Richard Rainwater, who spun out from the Basses and was a really great investor. So I go to see Eddie in Fort Worth, and I meet Richard, and I tell him about Commodore. And I said, we should buy this company and take this Amiga, take the disk drive out and the keyboard out, and put in a CD-ROM drive and make it the first 16-bit CD-ROM based video game system. And it's going to be a big, big idea. And Rainwater likes the idea. So he calls Irving Gould, who owns 20% of Commodore, and says, hey, how'd you like to sell us your 20% stake in Commodore? And we'll give you a big premium, and we'll take over the company. And Irving said, no, I don't want to do that. And kept trying to convince him. He said, I don't think the direction that Bobby wants to go is the right one. He said, I want to compete against Sun Microsystems. I don't think the video game industry is like a real industry, and I'd rather do something that's commercial. So he says no, and I just thought, you know what? We got to just make video games. Maybe hardware is too complicated. Let's just make video games. And by some sort of crazy coincidence thing, my sister's high school boyfriend's father had this company called Leisure Concepts. And it was a licensing company, like they were a licensing agent. They licensed t-shirts and, you know, coffee mugs, lunch boxes, but they had just signed a client called Nintendo.
Yeah.
And so I thought, yeah, this is cool. And we actually bought 20% of Leisure Concepts, became the controlling shareholder from my friend's dad, went up to Nintendo. We're the owners now. I'm the CEO. We're your licensing agent. And we said, we're really software guys. And we'd rather, like, we like being your licensing agent, but we'd actually rather make video games.
When you say we bought, did you have any money at this point?
$440,000.
And so you let it all ride on Leisure Concepts?
Yeah, I forget what we paid to buy the 20%, but the company, let's see, it had a market value of $7 million. It was public.
Okay.
And we bought his 20% for $1.5 million.
Wow. So
And
you went all in.
Steve helped with that.
Steve helped with it.
Yeah.
So Steve had already come back into it, but also Richard was involved in this too.
No, Rainwater's not.
He was out.
Yeah, and Eddie wanted to be, but he wasn't until later.
So it was really you, Mark, and Steve.
Me, Howard, and
It's just me, you, Howard, and Steve.
And what did you see in video games that others weren't seeing?
You know,
You liked him.
I liked them, but also I thought that there was a real business there, and that Atari's failure was not because there wasn't a market, because people were playing video games on computers. And Nintendo in '87 launched the 8-bit Nintendo, and they sold like 25 million units in 2 years in the US. And so you realize like there was a market for video games that was just untapped. And so, and there weren't really independent game companies. You know, when Atari started, Activision was born, and Magic was born. There were some other companies that were making video games independently, but it hadn't really been like a professional business. And so I thought there was a big opportunity to be in the video game business. And we were at Nintendo, and the chairman of Nintendo, incredible guy named Howard Lincoln, and he said, you know, there's this company, Mediagenic, used to be Activision, they changed their name, they're insolvent, maybe you should look at it. We looked at it, and it was a $20 million public company. And I thought, we don't have $20 million. And it's too bad, because they own Pitfall and River Raid and Kaboom and all these great games I used to play on the Atari 2600. And but we didn't have enough money to buy it. And so a year after he suggested it, Mediagenic lost this patent infringement judgment, and they were bankrupt.
Wow.
And so, again, Canadian company factors very prominently, but 25% of Mediagenic was owned by a subsidiary, a Canadian subsidiary of British American Tobacco. And I just cold called the company and said, hey, would you be willing to sell your 25% interest in Mediagenic to us?
Which wasn't worth very much.
$400,000. So spent $400,000, bought 25% of Mediagenic, which was Activision, called up the CEO and said, we're your largest shareholder, we want to have a meeting. And he wouldn't even have a meeting with us. He's like, hey, glad you're a shareholder, thanks for calling.
Don't care.
And what did you see here? I mean, it's bankrupt. They have some IP, but what were you going to do with this company that they had failed to do?
All the IP, because what happened in the 80s, every video game company was going bust, and Activision just kept buying all the IP. So, like that game I told you I was crazy about, Mystery House. It was part of a company called Sierra. They owned Sierra. They owned Imagic. They owned Infocom. You know, like they bought all the IP.
And no one wanted it.
No, they couldn't, and they couldn't afford to make games based on any of that IP.
But at this point in the industry, like, was there support requirements, or if you own the IP, you put the game out and that was kind of it? Like, was there's no subscriptions at this point? You couldn't buy add-ons or in-game, products.
No, it was a retail product. Remember, it was on a cartridge.
Yes.
So like all the investment was in a hardware cartridge, not in the making of the software.
But what's young Bobby saying, right? It's you're like, we get all this IP, and then you know the devil's advocate is saying, yeah, Bobby, but what are you going to do with it? These guys can't figure out what to do with it now. What is it that you were going to do with it that was so different?
We didn't have a clue. No, we had built up this profitable business doing software development.
Yeah.
And we're making profits. And in addition to everything else, Activision had $200 million of tax loss carry forwards. So if nothing else, we thought if we merge our profitable private business into this business, at least we'll get to use the tax losses.
Right.
So you're like, downside, we get tax losses. Upside, we believe in video games. Yeah, we believe in video games. They have a ton of IP. Maybe we'll figure something creative out with it.
No, we were going to make Pitfall. We were going to make like all these games that we loved.
Yeah.
You were going to make them again.
We're going to make them. And like, I think that the big insight is a game like Pitfall had sold from 1980 to 1983 when Activision went public. It had generated $200 million of revenues.
Wow, these are real businesses.
They sold like.
So why'd they go bankrupt then? I mean, that's
because
a lot.
Atari collapsed. And the whole industry was based on selling Atari video games.
Yeah, on the console.
So there was no distribution of where to play the game.
It was just computers. And so you could only really buy video games on computers until Nintendo. And the thing we liked about Activision is they were the first American Nintendo licensee. So they had a license. You had to get a license from Nintendo to make games for their platform. They not only the license, they told you how many cartridges you could make, so it was a restricted supply. They had to approve the game. Then you had to wire them the money or give them a letter of credit to make the cartridges, which they made for you. But they liked us and they liked Activision because Activision had helped them in this litigation that it lost, but that ultimately Nintendo won, which was against Philips in the Netherlands over this patent infringement. And so they were really very willing to let us make video games. But they said, we don't really want you to be our licensing agent and a licensee. You sort of have to pick one. So then we sold our stake in Leisure Concepts so that we could focus on building Activision, which was bankrupt. And I had a couple of crazy lucky things because it could have gone bankrupt and gone very easily. And we didn't have capital, you know. All we had was what we put up, the $400,000 to buy our 25% stake. And then we had a little bit more money and we bought some debt that was owned by one of the creditors. And most of the creditors, we said, this is our plan for the bankruptcy, is you're going to get equity. Otherwise, it's done. You're done. Like, you're going to lose it. So, like,
It's that or nothing.
Almost everybody was willing to take equity, except Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank. They had the letter of credit on some inventory, and they're like, we just want to sell the assets, sell the furniture, we want the money. Craziest thing happens. And our lawyers were all like, you know, look, this Hong Kong Shanghai Bank, they're a secured creditor.
Yeah, they don't need
not
your equity.
budget.
They don't want to be your partners.
They're owed $2 million. Just $2 million worth of assets. Like, they don't care.
Yeah.
We show up in San Francisco at the creditors meeting, and the lawyer for Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank walks in, motorcycle helmet he'd taken off, he's like wearing a motorcycle jacket, and he's got a big like handlebar mustache, and he walks in, and everybody's like, if you don't get this guy on board, you're done. And he looks at me and he goes, Kotick. And I said, Zadek, what are you doing here? He said, what are you doing here? I said, I bought Activision. He's like, why? And I said, I want to make Pitfall, River Raid, Kaboom into video games. I said, what are you doing here? He said, I'm the lawyer for Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank.
Who's this guy?
My aunt's best friend.
Wow.
My mother was his babysitter.
Wow. Jewish guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he takes me outside. He's like, do you really want to do this? And I said, yeah. And I said, but we need your consent. Like, you got to go along with this. He goes, all right. Comes back in and he says, I'm on board for the credit.
Wow. That Long Island connection? I mean, is that what we're talking about here?
From Queens.
Queens.
And you walk in fully expected plan B where you take your tax loss.
All the lawyers said, there's no way this guy is going for this. No way.
Wow.
It was like the craziest coincidence.
So he allows you to do this.
Lets me do it.
They get equity. They become your partners, I guess.
Actually, they got paid off. They did get some equity, but he said, look, I'll give you a payment plan.
Yeah, right.
But I'll give you the time to.
But wait, you still have a problem. I mean, there's, if I remember, $2 million in cash, $30 million in debt that just went away. But you had a $20 million loss the year prior, right? It's not like this thing's profitable. Like
No, it's not a good business.
No, you're bleeding money. Like, what now?
So we had to lay off a bunch of people. We were selling the furniture to make payroll. And it was a bankruptcy, an actual bankruptcy where we had an approved bankruptcy plan. We got everybody to convert their debt. And I was thinking about this the other day. I don't know who held and who didn't, but if you were a creditor of Activision and you held your equity from that equity restructuring, it's the greatest return in the history of any bankruptcy in America.
For sure. Especially, I mean, taking it till the Microsoft acquisition, right?
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah, because think about it was $20 million that was restructured.
Yeah.
So, and the creditors got, even the equity, in bankruptcies, equity doesn't get equity. Our bankruptcy plan, we gave the equity holders a 1% stake.
Wow.
So if you just think about 1% of the purchase price was $80 billion, think about what the creditors would have.
It's unbelievable. It's a lot. It's unbelievable. So before we get to the $80 billion acquisition by Microsoft, so then what happens? You then actually, I think you changed the name back to Activision.
Immediately
And
changed
why
the
is that? You want that had.
Think about this name, MediaJet.
It's a terrible name. I can't believe anyone called it that. But also, Activision's a great name, but maybe it's because it has brand equity now. I don't know.
Right, you make the name.
Yeah, you kind of make the name, but
No,
you like the name.
I thought it was the best name ever.
Yeah.
It's like, what's interactive? What's a better name for interactive television than
Active?
Right, it's active.
Yeah,
It's
right.
And the original logo was an incredible logo.
Amazing.
And so we're like, yeah, we're Activision. We're a video game company. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make video games. And, we started to, we raised a little bit of capital. We kept things going.
Yeah,
kept
you were
the
quite
lights
acquisitive
on.
too, right? I think you did 9 acquisitions.
That was later. We first had to get from 1991 to 1995, where we weren't even in a position to raise any capital.
So 4 years of making no money.
Well, we made money.
You did, right away.
Right away. You know what? I never ran a business that didn't make money. That gets back to the DNA of, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
Even
selling your mother's ashtray. Yeah.
I don't have the ability to be in a business that generates losses.
So when you bought it, there was enough revenue coming in the door already that you could cut the staff to a place where it was profitable?
No, we had to be entrepreneurial, but here's what we started to do. We took old games, put them in anthologies, repackaged them. We were entrepreneurial and we figured out how to sell stuff. So we sold furniture. We also came up with new ideas to take the old library and resell it. So we were selling 1980s developed text adventures, like the Lost Treasures of Infocom. Then we were remaking some of the old games, like we remade Pitfall into a new game for Nintendo, and just started being entrepreneurial. And so, we went from the bankruptcy to actually generating revenues, and by '95, I think we were up to probably $60 million in revenue.
Amazing.
Wow.
And profitable. And then we raised $40 million in the public market. And that was the amount of capital that really got us to be able to build the business.
Yeah, I mean, what you sort of forget is all this time, you're a publicly traded company.
Yeah.
You're doing earnings calls, and I mean, you talk about this in a very scrappy way, being all very
right. There's 4 people around,
but it's still publicly traded. I run a publicly traded company. I know what that entails.
Right. You had a whole organization.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I've been doing conference calls since 1992.
Well, actually, one of the things we found out was you were the longest running CEO of a public company ever.
Of a tech
company, yeah.
Let's talk about that actually, because most entrepreneurs struggle to give up control. You not only gave up control, but you became professional manager and had this long tenure doing it. I mean, what were you thinking at that time about control, not control? How did that?
I mean, look, if I think about my business upbringing, it was really reading the Berkshire Hathaway annual report every year. like that was
That was your MBA. That was your
That was my business training. And so, Warren used to say, like, you get the shareholders you deserve. And my view was, I don't need control as long as you do the right thing. And, when I did the deal, I did it with a guy named Brian Kelly, who I had brought into Leisure Concepts to be the CFO. And he's probably the smartest person that I've ever met, the person with the best judgment, and like we became instantly good friends. But when I was doing Activision, I called him and I said, listen, this Leisure Concepts thing, I think we should get out of. I think we should buy this bankrupt company. And he's like, I'm not moving to California. I live in New Jersey. My family's here, so I'm not moving, but maybe it's an interesting idea. Let's take a look. I did it, and I said, you should be my partner. And Howard had moved back to France. He sort of was getting distracted, didn't really want to do this. And so, 94, he actually started an internet company.
in France.
Then did it and moved to the U.S., but didn't really include us in it. And he left to go do that. And Brian was my real partner. And we brought in the president right away, and then we brought in 95 after we raised our money, brought in a guy from Procter & Gamble to actually professionally run the company. And so, I was somewhere in between founder, entrepreneur, and I had to learn the skills of being a professional manager, but I got to do that with someone who's actually a professional manager.
Well, that often doesn't go well.
Yeah, and I can tell you there was, the beginning of it did not go so well.
What changed?
I would say I was willing, I realized how important it was to professionalize the business. And Ron, the guy's name was Ron Dornick. Ron was really willing to allow me to have the founder role and participate in the management. But we had a very fortuitous thing happen, I think, very early on, made him rethink what his role was and appreciate what my role was. And I'll tell you the story because it's a great one. So we were making Toy Story, the video game. And Ron had just come on board, and we were going up to Pixar to have a meeting. And Steve liked to come to our meetings because I'd been in business with him all along the way. And he was going to come to the meeting. And Ron came in, I don't think it was PowerPoint. I don't know if PowerPoint was invented then. It was like a deck. And it was like a 50-page, dense deck. And he came into our weekly meeting and he sat down. He said, we're going to bring this to the Pixar meeting. And I said, no, that's not how the meetings go at Pixar. We show them the game prototype and then they comment and then they show us like where the movie is in production and they tell us like things that we need to make sure align with what the movie is. And we don't really, we don't use a presentation. And he said, Bobby, I'm the president of the company. I don't really think you should be prescribing how we're going to organize the meeting. He said, we've got a lot of business issues that need to get addressed. And I said, all right, that's fair, Ron. You could have 5 pages and 5 bullet points per page. A third of the page needs to have pictures of the game. Then you could have the bullet points. The headline needs to be in a 14-point Helvetica, and the text of the bullet points needs to be in Garamond condensed.
By the way, it's called founder mode.
Yeah, seriously.
And he said, what are you talking about? And I said, Steve, I know what he is willing to look at.
Yeah.
You have 5 points. Those are the fonts. He likes those fonts the best. Believe me, I know his font choices. And the imagery is very important because that's going to show what's in the game. He goes, this isn't going to work. He said, I don't think I'm the right choice for you for this job. You're telling me
font choices,
how many pages I can add in the deck. I said, no, I'm not just telling you
telling you
the font and the font sizes. And he's like, this isn't, this is not what I signed up for. And I said, make a deal. Let's go to the meeting. Do what I say. And if you don't think it's effective as a meeting,
you quit.
Leave.
Yeah.
And if it works out, you'll trust my judgment on things like this. I said, all I want you to do is be successful. It's not like I want to tell you the fun.
Well, you have a vested interest in him being successful. Like, you guys are partners here.
I said, I've known this guy for 12 years, okay? I've worked with him when he went to Next. I came back and worked with him when he came back to Apple. I've worked with Pixar since the founding of Pixar. I said, I can tell you, just trust me on this one. He's like, look, I don't really feel comfortable working this way, but, in the spirit of wanting to, partner, okay. And we get in the van from Oakland Airport to drive to Pixar, and he passes out the new deck, and it's 6 pages. I'm like, what's the extra page? He said, we got focus group test results back, and I wanted to share them. I said, doesn't seem like a good idea. I don't think they're going to respond to the idea of a focus group. That's not Pixar. Yeah. And he said, you need to trust me on this. I said, I'll make you a deal. I'll trust you. If this meeting doesn't go well, you're going to stay, but you're going to accept, when I come and tell you, this is important and it matters, we're not going to have a debate.
You're going to heed that advice.
You'll accept it.
You'll accept it.
And I said, how about that? And he goes, it's fair. Go in. And I said, don't pass out the deck until after we have the conversation. Go in, passes out the deck. I see Steve, gets the last page. He looks at me and he looks at the guy and he goes, what the fuck is this? And I said, Ron? And Ron says, well, Steve, we tested the game, we had a focus group, and here's some results we thought it was important to share with you because we think it will inform on how we make the game, and we thought this would be useful for you. Steve looks at us. He goes, where are you from? He goes, Procter & Gamble. He goes, do you think The Godfather came out of a focus group? I think Gone with the Wind came from a fucking focus group. He goes, do you think great entertainment comes from focus groups? Because that's not where it comes from. It comes from inspiration. It comes from the creative minds of people like John Lasseter. He's like, we're not looking at fucking focus groups. And he looks at me, he goes, get the fucking Procter & Gamble guy out of the room.
Oh my.
And to Ron's credit,
he left the room.
Walked out. And it was a bad meeting after that. Lasseter got things sort of back to a place where, but walked out. Afterwards, Ron sort of acknowledged, things didn't go quite the way I expected.
Understand, yeah.
But he was the greatest president I could ever have. It's he figured out how to manage the balance of creativity, passion, inspiration, and process. And
right.
The people that we ended up getting after that from Procter all helped the company.
Wow.
And
did he acknowledge the fact that going forward, you should sort of help architect these meetings? Was that ever a contentious issue after that?
Reluctant.
Okay.
But he wanted to run the company. But I also sort of, Brian, my business partner, really convinced me. He's like, look, we got to let this guy help us professionalize the company. Let's be the entrepreneurs. There are things that we're going to need to acquire. And so we spent our time on the acquisitions, on, the vision, and he actually really did professionalize how we execute. Mm-hmm. And that, allowed us to do things that I don't think we ever would have been able to do. And so,
it sounds like you did a really good job diffusing his ego.
He wasn't, that was one of the things,
it wasn't about ego.
To be honest with you, I'm not a big ego guy. Brian's not at all an ego-minded person, and Ron wasn't either. So, he had sort of the, desire to run the company, and I think we gave him the broad latitude to actually help build and grow the company.
And after that meeting, he had the respect with you to know that if you step in and sort of pound the table on something, he's going to listen.
I think that combined with like he had an appreciation for the fact that there were certain things like skills that he wasn't bringing to the business that were critical to the evolution of the business.
Well, the skill of sort of understanding what someone like Steve Jobs wants to understand and see. The font size is actually, it's a bit of a, it's a proxy. It's a proxy for deep empathy. You actually understand what is going to resonate most with this genius creative person.
Attention to detail.
This attention to detail, the font, 5. I mean, the idea, objectively, the idea of a focus group sounds good on paper.
Well, but it also,
Godfather came from.
it is,
He
I
was
mean,
right.
it is ego though. I mean, here you are, you have an insider knowledge on something, and he's saying, but I'm the president.
I also think he thought like, well, these time-tested tools that we use to build and grow Procter & Gamble are going to work. You're at the end of the day, you're selling a consumer product that gets in a box and goes to Walmart and people pick it up off a shelf, and it can't be that much different.
Yeah.
And he was within Procter. One of the reasons why he left is he was more of an entrepreneurial person, and he didn't quite fit. He was Dutch, and he didn't quite fit in the culture. And a lot of like what he brought to our culture. If you're a Dutch person whose parents operated a single supermarket in a small town in Holland, you understand thrift.
Yeah.
And like I grew up with a Depression era mentality, and Brian, my business partner, literally grew up in a 2-room apartment on top of a bar in Jersey City with 6 siblings. Like, we understood like the value of $1, and we shared that with Ron. And so, we all understood like we were there to make sure that we were putting the money into product making in the right way and getting the most out of every dollar that we invested in. So like there was that shared understanding.
And you certainly did that. I mean, Candy Crush, Call of Duty, I mean, the hits, Guitar Hero, the hits go on and on. How did you guys execute in a way that others didn't to be so successful?
It's a really good question. I think very early on what we learned was that franchises, especially the ones that had these broad appeal, big customer bases that were like globally appealing audiences, that we used to think that the way that you would create innovation is the new idea. Mm-hmm. And the new idea had to be a new game.
Yeah, novel, completely new.
Like fashion.
But what we realized is like, wait a second, you have an audience of people and you can try out innovation on that big audience of people and you get the benefit of the popularity and the appeal of a franchise. And that the pathway for innovation was actually easier with a proven franchise than something that you had to build from the ground up and try and convince people they actually wanted to buy it. Now, that wasn't always the case. Like, you had to have a balance between the proven franchises that you keep creating new innovation in and coming up with new ideas that wouldn't necessarily be in the franchise, but the franchises would give you a more predictable revenue stream that allowed you to experiment both in the franchise but also with new ideas.
Well, that's why I think the idea of like something like Tony Hawk, okay, pro skater. You have this, Tony Hawk is not just, this pro skater, of course, but he's in the suburbs, right? Like, people know him and people understand him and people feel like they connect to him. And so creating a Tony Hawk pro skater game to me is so compelling because you're effectively incepting your game into the minds of all these people that already like Tony Hawk.
Well, Tony Hawk is a great story in and of itself because we encouraged innovation within our, the model was an unusual model. We bought independent studios, but we bought them because we loved the people who ran them. And so we didn't change anything. We would buy them and say like, hey, we'll help you with like the HR systems if you need it, or
G&A or something, yeah.
Whatever thing like you, and you had to say you needed it. It's like if you liked how you were running it and you were making a profit and delivering on time, like we wouldn't change the formula. Like, again, it's principle of Berkshire Hathaway. We could tell you in 5 minutes if we want to buy the business. you have to supply the management because we can't. And you know what? If we liked what you were making and we felt like you were passionate and enthusiastic about the games you were making, you're our kind of team.
But when you uncover this idea that you don't always need to come up with something new and innovate like in fashion, but you can take one thing that people already like and iterate on it and do new versions of it and really go deeper on the franchise. Did you tell those independent studios, you have full creative license, but don't start going off in all these directions, keep going down what's already working and do new versions of it? Or how did you deal with that? Because I'm sure you had people.
You had to innovate.
You had to, yeah.
There was like the prerequisite for keeping your customers excited is always going to be like innovation. But the innovation didn't necessarily need to be that new game. It could be within the game. But like
interesting.
Pro Skater is a great example. So the studio that was making Pro Skater had done some other work for us in like helping software development in an area. They wanted to make a skateboarding game. By total coincidence, my brother-in-law was an agent at William Morris. And we had like a family friend who was working for him who called me one day and said, you know Tony Hawk? And I didn't know Tony Hawk. And he said, yeah, he's a skateboarder and he's a really cool guy and he wants to make a video game, and somebody else pitched him on an idea. And, you know, I said, you know something? I think we have a prototype for a skateboarding game that one of our studios is working on. So
unattached to any professional skater.
No name,
right, of course, yeah.
Just a skateboarding game. And I called the guy and I said, what do you think if we got Tony Hawk to be involved in this? He's like, that'd be cool. Tony came over and I met him, and like, he's one of these people, he has money-making DNA. Hardest working guy, like, and he's brilliant. And like, when we started pitching him the game, immediately he's like, no, I think you want to do this. You want to make, you know, like, he had great creative ideas for how to actually modify the game. And so we cut a deal with Tony. You know, I don't even remember what the advance and the guarantee was, but it was like, you know, cut the deal. And, you know, it wasn't like any fancy big deal, but he got so invested in the process. And then he started being the evangelist to get other skaters. So like, he knew all the skaters. He knew like, and he also understood popular culture. Like, he's so insightful about culture. And so he started to infuse like the game design with like the important things about, like, Tony picked the music for Pro Skater. And, you know, he got the musicians, like whoever the music artist was, he called them and like got them to
Sounds
sign
like
up.
font again, you know, someone going deep into the details. I want to ask you a couple questions before we have to wrap here. The first thing is, you've been running this company now for, I don't know, 35 years, something like that?
40 years.
40 years. You had this incredible moment happen a year ago or so. You sold to Microsoft for about $80 billion. 80 with a billion with a B, 80 billion, unbelievable acquisition. How does it feel? How does it feel as a founder, as an entrepreneur, this thing you've been building for 4 decades? You just sold it. What does that feel like?
Feels great.
Does it?
Yeah.
You going to the south of France?
No, but you know, this is what was going through my head.
Yeah.
And it's actually an untold great story. So TikTok got banned by the Trump administration. And Stephen Mnuchin and I grew up together, we've been friends for years. And
Treasury Secretary.
Yeah, and I called him and I said, what's the thing with TikTok? And he goes, it's going fast. And I said, okay, tell me the details. And he tells me, and I said, all right, I'm not sure we can do all this in the time frame. And so I called Safra Katz, who's the CEO of Oracle, and you should do one of these with her.
Yeah.
And Larry, but Safra would be great. And I called her and I said, you know, I'm thinking about buying TikTok. I need a secure cloud, or I can't do this. And I actually need to convert 40 million lines of code that's commented in Mandarin. Do you have any interest? And she's like, no, I don't think Larry will be interested, but let me ask him. She calls me back half an hour later. She's like, yeah, we're interested. So now I find out that Microsoft is the other bidder. And I thought, I don't know if this is like a great thing to compete against Microsoft for. And so I called the CEO of ByteDance, who I knew and was friendly with, and I said, you know, I know Microsoft is the other bidder. What do you think about the idea of me doing it with Microsoft? And he said, yeah, I'm okay with that. So I called Satya and I said, hey, listen, I don't want to bid against you, but I really want to do it. I have Oracle, but I think it'd be better if we could do it together. And Satya said, look, I don't even know if this deal's going to happen. I don't even know if, it can get approved, but we're really far down the road. And I don't think it's a good idea to bring in a partner now. But if it doesn't work out and we don't get this deal done, maybe we should sit down and talk about us buying Activision. And I said, hey, we're public. You always have the opportunity.
You can always buy Activision, right?
And so, but I'd love to do this with you. And he said, no, we're going to do this one on our own. So I got Oracle. Now the deal doesn't happen. And fast forward a couple of years, and he calls me. And he said, we're not where we would like to be in gaming. What do you think? And I said, Satya, I told you then, I'll tell you now. If you make a fair offer to the shareholders, of course, we're going to entertain the idea. Right. The thing that was going through my head, though, is you see me. I live here in Hollywood.
Yes.
I have watched over the last decade what has happened to Hollywood. And when you look at Apple, Amazon, Netflix, all coming in and making content without a profit requirement, they get a free pass. It's like they're doing it to acquire subscribers. And I thought the exact same thing was going to happen to video games. And I was worried. We're a standalone company with a big market value and a great business. But if Amazon, Apple, Tencent, Netflix, Disney, all these companies start coming in and they're going to be making games and bidding up the cost of talent and not doing it with an actual profit motive,
you can't compete. Yeah.
And then you look at like Nintendo and Sony, who are the dominant players. They own the hardware. Now you've got Android and Apple that are the two new entrants as the platforms, and they're making games. Remember, Google announced they're going to be in the games business. Apple has Apple Arcade, which is probably the most successful subscription game service of all time. And I'm sitting here thinking, I don't know, how are we going to run the business
in this new era of this new business model?
No desire of profit. And I didn't think we could, because our whole incentive and reward system was based on giving our employees percentages of the profits. There's no profits, like how are we going to pay people? And so I was really worried about like what would be the long-term future of the business. And so when Microsoft made the offer, it was unbelievable premium. It was all cash, and it was
$80 billion all cash.
Well, we had, at the time we closed the deal, we had about $12 billion in net cash.
Okay.
So
on your balance sheet.
Yeah, so they paid $68 billion net
68 billion.
cash, but 80.
Yeah, 80 was a full deal.
Right, so
68 billion is still pretty damn good. I mean, it's unbelievable.
But it worked out for everyone.
Yeah.
Because they're a good owner. They
got something incredible. They got a great company, great business.
Phenomenal.
I mean, you spent your life building this thing. They it's incredible.
Yeah, it's hit franchise.
And they know what to do with it.
Yeah, they can distribute it better.
They didn't have a great game business.
Right.
It's like their hardware wasn't that successful. They didn't have any franchises. They owned Halo. Yeah. And Minecraft. Yeah. Okay, but they didn't own anything. Like their share in games was de minimis. Yeah. And so this gave them a library, talent, gave us somebody that would be an owner that would actually be willing to fund the development of the library in a way that we couldn't. They're willing to lose money if they have to, but it gave them the opportunity to compete against Sony, Nintendo, Google, Apple, Tencent, that they otherwise wouldn't have done.
We talk to these great entrepreneurs on this sort of project. And some of them are sort of 0 to 1 entrepreneurs, builders that sort of take it to a level and they try to get out. And others are sort of 1 to 10 entrepreneurs. As we sort of wrap here, Bobby, I want to ask you, if you sort of look back on your career and you think about selling the ashtray in your mom's table that didn't belong to you, or you think about the clubs, or you think about any of the hustles you've had to selling your business for $80 billion. The entrepreneurs that are watching this, that are trying to find their own version of your story, maybe they can't build an $80 billion company, but whatever their own version is, what do you tell them to help them on their own, find their own version of that? What do you tell them to help them have their own success?
I think it's the most important thing when you think about your responsibility as either a CEO or a business owner or a business founder is your responsibility to your stakeholders. And you can't ever lose sight of that. Like, even if you're the owner or the controlling shareholder, your customers matter, your shareholders matter, your partners, like, they all matter. And so if you always like stay true and keep the conviction to your obligation and responsibility to your stakeholders, you'll always be successful.
I love that.
Bobby, this has been an outstanding interview, truly inspirational. It's incredible. I'm somewhat speechless, but like, thank you so much for doing it. I know a lot of people listening are going to get a lot out of this. We got a lot out of it, and it's been a total pleasure. Thank you for coming.
Thank you guys for having me. It was really fun.
Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team in.
Now, I can't argue with a thing she's saying. She 100% on point. Check it out.
We've been hearing what the Democrats say for so long, and it sound good and it feel good. But we watching what they do, and they ain't doing shit. We hear what Trump say. It sound crazy. But when I watch what Trump do, and I go back and I look at real facts about how this man went to court every single day with Michael Jackson, how him and Don King was super, super cool, how this man was on the Wu-Tang Clan album, how when Jennifer Hudson's family was murdered, he put them up in Trump Tower for 6 months, protected them, didn't charge them a dime, how he sent his private jet to go get Nelson Mandela out of prison, how he gave Rainbow Push and Jesse Jackson $1 million to get started, to get activated in the black community, how he gave me and Kwame Kilpatrick pardons to restart. I hear what people say and I watch what they do. I hear people saying they mad at Trump about the Central Park 5, and I get that. But then I know Trump passed the First Step Act, which done freed close to 20,000 people to this day, including Big Meech getting out on some of that sentencing reduction. That ain't got nothing to do with Kamala though. That's Trump in the First Step Act. But then I hear what Biden saying, but I know Biden responsible for the 94 crime bill and the crack cocaine disparity, the thing that took all the real niggas off the streets. This is what Trump's First Step Act was in retrospect to that. Trump's First Step Act overturned that 94 crime bill. That's why we see all the real ones come home. That's why we stuck with a generation of Lil Nas X.
Chills on my back right now.
All of this was strategic. Wipe all the real men off the street, push this agenda. Because if the real men were in the home, we wouldn't see this like this. So you watched your mama be this pillar of strength. You modeling behavior to go back to psychology. And then we watching agendas on TV. Unfortunately, the Democrat Party of the day ain't the same Democrat Party that Grandma done raised us on. A lot of us is Democrat because that's what Grandma done was on. We're gonna be honest. We don't even know why we Democrat. That's just what we on, because we black. Grandma and them said it. The policies have changed. Times have changed. We cannot be educated on abortion and Margaret Sanger and the racism in abortion and vote for it. You can't say Black Lives Matter and vote to kill the black life that you create and then be mad at white people. Black women. We so stuck up in this feminism with having a choice that we got to feel liberated that we don't even realize the consequences of our actions. Like, we want to run around here and call a man a deadbeat if he don't want the baby, but bitch, you can go kill the baby and get a pat on the back when you don't want it. And at the same time, they screaming equal rights. They don't really want equal rights. They want control. And I don't want that much control. I don't want the right to kill my children. And if people gonna hate me for that, oh well. But you know, people waking up now, but I think what the issue is, again, we so stuck on racism. Like, they use this whole racism thing to try to control.
Yesterday, we get word, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Yesterday's story comes out, Rob, if you want to pull this up. The whole Signal Gate, whatever they want to call it, right? The Signal chat with Pete Hegseth, Pentagon Inspector General opens investigation into Hegseth, Signal chat scandal. The White House said this week that the case has been closed on the Signal scandal. The Pentagon's Inspector General opened it back up. And then, Rob, is this the one where 6 people got fired yesterday? Can you go?
That's a separate article. That's this one right here.
Trump fires 6 national security staffers after meeting with far-right activist Laura Loomer. This is with The Guardian. Trump ally presented with the opposition research against a number of officials that said she followed their Disloyalty, can you go a little bit lower, Rob, to see who it was? Fired 6 national security team on far right. Okay. The firing encompassed 4 staffers who were fired overnight after the meeting and 2 who were removed over the weekend. Created an extraordinary situation. Loomer appeared to have more influence than the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. Okay, so now this is what they're going through with communication. Mike Waltz is creating a group chat on Signal where they're communicating about a decision that's being made, and then accidentally, the individual that gets added to the chat, Rob, is somebody from
Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic.
From The Atlantic. He gets into it. Accidentally, he's in it. Some are saying, the way that it happened, it is what it is. For you guys, you're out there. How are you communicating yourself? What apps were you using when you're communicating? What apps are being used today? And maybe what different angle do you guys have here that maybe we're not looking at?
The fact that everybody in there is a human. We use Signal, we use Silent Circle, we had all the same thing, and people have the same name. And as soon as I first saw that, we were on the gym talking about them. That looks like you're a normal person scrolling down on the phone, and you click one wrong name, and you don't realize there's 2 John Davises in your phone. That's what it looked like to me. Nobody sanity checked it, and you start communicating. I mean, we've launched out really detailed stuff on Signal chats. I mean, business stuff. I mean, all kinds of stuff. Things happen. I mean, there definitely been some checks and balances. Something needs to be sanity checking that, but that's real world. That's what they do. That's what everybody does. You have a group chat. You have a Signal thread. I'm sure you're on them too. That if that thing gets leaked and the photos that you share with your old buddies, something you don't want out there, it's the same thing. It's just on a huge public scale now. That seems very normal to me that someone messed up a Signal group chat.
At that level?
Well, no, you shouldn't have it at that level, but at the end of the day, people are human. They're brand new into that job. They haven't done that job. I mean, Pete didn't have any experience doing that before. Like, how many people are in that? I don't know. I don't think it was malicious by any of those guys. Most certainly don't think anybody would add a reporter into a Signal chat and start talking about business knowingly.
No, for sure not knowingly. To me, it's more, one, how it happened. 2, do I trust Signal? 3, if a mistake like that happens that could lead to something with the enemy finding out before we're doing something, that's massively problematic, right? And what should the punishments for something like this happen? Like if that happened in Buds, is there a high level of, not Buds, if that happens, you're a SEAL, you're out there, you're talking to each other, you accidentally add somebody else that gets leaked to the market. 1, did it ever happen? And 2, if it does, how do they handle that?
I can't remember a time for it actually happening, like an actual thing, business being leaked out to anybody.
Nothing pre, always post.
Yeah.
Nothing pre, always post.
Yeah, nothing previously before something happened, but definitely after.
What did you guys do? Like when you're being added to a group chat, like was there, especially nowadays, would they train you to say, anytime you're being added to this, first look at this and look at that and look at this? Because like right now, emails for us. Guy sends an email. One of our guys responds. This literally happened 2 weeks ago. That person wired $100,000 to somebody that was fraud. This just happened to us. We just lost $100,000. We're never going to get this $100,000 back. It's happened 2 weeks ago. Why? Here's the email. It looks like a legit email. Change the password. They log in. Boom, boom, boom. 100K out. 2 or 3 weeks ago, this happened to us, right? So these types of things happen, and you train. When you're getting an email, when somebody says this, actually check the email. Do you guys get trained on that, or no? It's pure common sense. They leave it to you.
You get trained on it. Yeah, you get trained on it. And there's definitely been some occurrences where human error or malicious will happen, and then pretty quick fix on the IP catches.
Fired or not fired?
Well, depending on what it is, you definitely get fired. Yeah.
So in a situation like this, somebody's getting fired.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
If something like that, heads are going to roll.
So Mike Waltz, what you're saying is Mike Waltz's favorite song on repeat right now is I'm Only Human. He's listening to that, hoping he doesn't get fired, but at that level, he might get fired.
I'll date myself. It was probably 2011, 2012. It was either Silent Circle or Signal when it was first coming out, and it was literally everybody sitting inside the team room. Everybody, because you can't bring your phones upstairs. Everybody get downstairs. We're all going to download Signal. That's going to be our new unclass chat for the whole group. So if we have to pass anything, movements, training trips, whatever, we'll put it out on Signal. That way we get in real time. It's not just an Apple text communication. These guys have Android and Apple, all the other stuff. So, yeah, I mean, we transitioned over to Signal for a lot of the stuff. But I mean, yeah, I mean, you have IT guys making sure everybody's above board. But I mean, there's always issues with it. Who owns Signal? Who owns the backside? All that kind of stuff. It's
trust
sketchy.
it? Do you guys trust it?
I trust it for stuff that me and him are doing. I wouldn't trust it at that level.
Yeah. So what do they use now at that level?
I'll be honest, I would have thought there was some proprietary thing that Elon Musk has come up with by now or something. The fact we're just downloading something off a regular app store on that level kind of surprised me, if I'm being honest.
I agree with you, bro. I actually agree with you.
But I also know a bunch of guys who are in the Beltway, senators, congressmen. That's how they normally communicate.
Yeah.
They just have, in unclass, we'll just call it an unclass chat. Me and Cole are texting back and forth, and we just do everything on Signal. That way it's secure.
So even you guys, when you guys don't text each other, you Signal on everything.
I mean, we normally text, but I'd probably have 50 Signal chats. From trainings we do, SWAT teams we're going to go train, everything's on a Signal chat.
So out of all of them, you trust Signal more than some of the other guys? Telegram, WhatsApp?
Oh, definitely more than WhatsApp. No,
okay, got it. So Signal's at the top for you. Okay.
Hey, what's going on, guys? DJ Shipley and Cole Factor from GBRS Group. I want to talk to you real quick about MNAC.
Retired Navy SEALs, entrepreneurs, and co-founders of GBRS Group.
Cover everything from flat range shooting, mental health, mental resiliency, physical education, anything you guys really want to drop into. Search us on MNAC, find us on there, and I'd love to connect with you guys.
Look forward to hearing from you.
Appreciate you guys. We'll talk soon.
If you enjoyed this video, you want to watch more videos like this, click here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click here.
Republican mayor of Sterling Heights, Michael Taylor, your district, says the president's tariffs are the, quote, single biggest threat to our local economy. He's expecting it to be devastating and staggering. This is a Republican saying this about the impact on your district. What's he missing?
What's devastating and staggering is the fact of the matter that we have been taken advantage of for decades. The president, under his original tax plan, lowered corporate tax rates from 35 to 21%, and he's offering lower tax rates to 15% for those who build in the United States of America. We're also looking at energy independence. We're also looking at lowering the regulatory burdens for folks to succeed and excel. But what Democrats are doing is they're going to actually make it more difficult when they vote against these tax reforms for small businesses to excel and for entrepreneurs to get their feet under them. And so regardless of what it is, when you take a look at the EV policies that Joe Biden put in place that actually exacerbated the inflation, just look at work trucks. Yeah. Work trucks 5 years ago were $15,000 less expensive than they are right now. SUVs, $8,000 less expensive than they are right now.
Did you tell the mayor he's wrong?
Caused by terrible Democrat policies, and that is what's that?
So you're telling the mayor he's wrong? I mean, the Ford CEO said in an investor conference last month that 25% tariff would blow a hole in the U.S. industry that we have never seen.
Well, you know what? Memory is kind of short, because when you look at the OECD nations, they're already talking about leveling 15% tax on anything in businesses that are making $750 million or more. Everybody should be looking at the impact that makes on top of the tariffs that are already imposed on goods that are made in the United States of America. No one is talking about this, Margaret, and all these economists, we expect that these are going to be honest focus, but they're not. We are not operating at, you can go talk to the CEO of Ford, but what I'm dealing with is people I'm talking with when I visit factory floors each and every single day. I am an automotive supplier in the United States of America, and I feel this pain. We've seen it for too long. And like I've said, we've been taken advantage of for years, and we need to level the I think that fairness is what we should be pursuing, and I don't think that's wrong to ask for out of our allies and our partners.
The global supply chain, I know you know it well, is complicated here, and the production goes back and forth.
Yes, I have a master's in it, Margaret. I understand it, and I'm also in the automotive industry. Yes,
right.
Go ahead.
And, well, what I'm trying to say is that the cars go back and forth across the border multiple times. So what is the construction of the tariffs that you think is actually going to be beneficial here?
You know, it also comes across the border, fentanyl coming in from Mexico, and China is sending in precursors. And as a result of these negotiation tactics, Mexico surged 10,000 of their own National Guard troops to the border. And just as you were mentioning in the last segment, I think it was great that border apprehensions on the southern border have plunged to the lowest levels this century. You know, if this is working, Mexico is paying for the border security. They're extraditing drug lords to be prosecuted in the United States of America. And these are the types of things that we're looking for. 84% of those in the terror watch list and the FBI terror watch list are apprehended on the northern border. And we're getting Canadian cooperation, which would have never happened under the previous administration and only started when President Trump started playing hardball and talking about these things. We have a number of levers, diplomatic, economic, and military. And diplomatic levers haven't worked. We're using economic levers to secure our borders and to make sure that we have fairness across our economy.
Go get him. Okay, that's John James, and he's a Republican representative from just above Detroit, Michigan. And I'm going to break down everything that's going on here, but I've got to start off with the obvious and just thank this dude, not only for his service. He's a fellow West Point classmate of Wesley Hunt, by the way. But this dude actually knows how the economy works. He knows how rhetoric works, and he knows what service looks like. This is exactly what we want in our Congress, and the good people of Michigan, good job on y'all. Thank you for electing someone like this, because he understands basic economics. And what does basic economics say? America is getting a raw deal from the rest of the world. Europe is inherently protectionist. They want to protect their own goods, their own services, their own creations. There's a reason why their cars sell for cheaper here in the United States, but our cars sell for more expensive over there overseas. They want to protect their markets while exporting further. And meanwhile, all we're doing is giving them every single piece of defense contracting that we possibly can. We basically are their protectors, and they don't really have much of a military over there. And then we're the ones that put all the money into NATO, okay? So we do all of their protecting while they protect their own economies. Meanwhile, we don't get any of that return service over here, so that's why we're talking about tariffs. That's why we're talking about dealing with Canada and Mexico on a different level. Ever since the NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Association, got passed, at least I'm pretty sure that's the acronym, but ever since NAFTA got passed, more and more American industries have wound up overseas or across the border. And that's just problem number one on the border. And John did a fantastic job here. John James specifically brought up the idea that now we're having to deal more with problems from the Canadian border. Ever since we started cracking down harder against the southern border, which ironically, the moment Joe Biden saw the writing on the wall that he was going to lose the election if he didn't do something, he started upping border security back in actually about May of 2024. I was about to say early 2024. No, it was around May. And now that's been ramped up even more under the Trump administration, ever since Biden really realized that do something or lose the election. So yeah, elections have consequences. But now the Chinese and other smuggling associations have realized that there's sort of a loophole. If we can get our goods into Canada, it's easier to get it into the United States. And that's why there's been an uptick there. And that's why Trump has levied a 25% tariff on everything coming out of both Canada and Mexico into the United States. This is economic warfare being used really as rhetoric and leverage, not as in terms of retribution. This is exactly what a good leader is supposed to do. Just make sure you don't push it too far and, Zelensky yourself out of a good situation. And so further from the transcript of this very same interview, Representative John James went on to say that, look, America is open for business, but we are not for sale. Michigan remembers what NAFTA did to us. And over the past 30 years, Mexico has built 11 major automotive plants to only one in the United States. Michigan remembers 900,000 automotive jobs over back in the 90s to 600,000 now. That's a loss of 300,000. Michigan remembers the Great Recession, where 50% of all the jobs lost in America were lost in Michigan alone. And Michigan remembers the harmful EV mandates that have forced compliance rather than actually allowing regulatory environment that permits innovation. We've lost jobs to Mexico and China. That sounds like a major problem to me, particularly when you are from the Rust Belt and you're used to being the actual heartland of America to some degree. Now that area has been hollowed out by bad policies and then made worse by Democrat policies. So John James is making this simple argument that the past economic policies under Clinton, Bush the Younger, Obama, and until about Trump's first term, and then Biden reversed all the good stuff and tried to put EVs on every street corner, and it didn't work. So places in the Rust Belt are starting to turn Republican, and John James is making that point as succinctly as possible here. Meanwhile, Margaret Brennan hasn't really gotten the message here. She hasn't fully understood the consequences of her rhetoric, because she's talking about a mayor who's talking about the potential issues of the tariff war that's coming. Yes, that district is on the border with Canada. They're probably receiving a lot of goods from across the border. That's going to happen. Again, basic economics here. So that's going to pinch them a little bit in that region. But that area has already suffered devastating consequences from blatant inaction that has plagued our presidents and our Congress for the past 30 years. It is time to start taking a little bit of that power back and hopefully renegotiating some of these trade deals and maybe getting better deals for the American economy and therefore the American heartland like the Rust Belt. These areas have been hollowed out by bad policies. They've been hollowed out by offshoring greedy companies that decided that instead of protecting American interests, they were going to go overseas. Well, now it's time to start reclaiming some of that former glory. Now it's time to start reclaiming that idea that maybe things should be made here in America. That is how we're going to make America great again. It's going to be by making farmers independent of the ridiculous conglomerates. It is going to be into making American foods more healthy for our own people. It's going to be done in sort of reclaiming these lost trade battles that did not need to be lost in the first place. That is what this new coalition is about. That is what the Make America Great Again mantra really is. And John James here, and I think this is the first time I've ever dealt with this dude. I've really got to get a little bit more into politics than I already am, because this dude is on point. He is fantastic in dealing with the media, because Margaret Brennan is trying to move him off his spot. She did once by talking about the potential issues of tariffs without giving any of the previous context, and then she again tries to move the goalposts into the idea of other trade problems, to which John James then reminds her, look, you have failed to talk about the main issues. You failed to talk about the fentanyl crisis. You failed to talk about where the jobs have gone, and now you're trying to grill me over these small, insignificant things? This is the new playbook. Deal with the real problems instead of the minutia, and actually start talking directly to the American people, and maybe, just maybe, the mainstream media will start to pick up on this desperately needed change in the zeitgeist. John James is doing a fantastic job here, staying on point and representing American, and of course, in his case, Michigan interests.
What's been like the biggest surprise?
The biggest surprise is how much we can do at once. You know, I was coming in here, I knew that there was a lot of work that we were going to have to tackle. We have a 4-year term to get it done. And you wonder, how much can you get done in the first 100 days, in the first year? And everything that we're talking about here, whether it's canceling $22 billion worth of grants, it's the deregulatory actions that were discussed. There's a whole lot of different actions that we are undertaking to better protect the environment that we're proud of. The hazardous material removal response in Los Angeles after the wildfires is a perfect example of that. The Superfund cleanups that we're involved in across the country. The good work to protect human health and the environment and power the great American comeback. We're not picking and choosing what to tackle first. We want to fix everything, and we want to do it right now. It's been a surprise just how much we're able to do at once, and I'm all for it. I'm here for it. I'm happy to be and honored to be part of it, part of this cabinet, which I think President Trump did a great job filling with talent. And here at EPA, we have all the talent we need to make America proud.
Please come back and update us on your efforts. It's great to see you, and all the best to you.
Thanks, Megan.
Wow. Don't you feel better knowing he's in there? Gosh, I do. We have been so strangled by especially environmental regulations. You wouldn't do it any differently if you really wanted to put a harness on the American economy. And thank God now with Trump and Zeldin in there, I think we'll really start to see some changes. And now, look, Trump's trying this thing with the tariffs. We'll talk more about that one tomorrow. but he's doing so much in many areas to try to get the economy going, to try to rev up the engine that's powered America for decades now. And this is just one great example, all the things that Lee Zeldin was talking about.
Stop buying Costco rotisserie chicken. Here's why. You probably didn't know this, but this little peep is only about 6 weeks old. This is a specially bred chicken in horrible conditions, grown and fattened on likely corn and soy that's GMO to create this chicken in 6 weeks that you're eating. They take it to a mass slaughterhouse where they dip it in chlorine and other toxins to make it safe, and it's leaving those residues on the chicken. And this bird isn't just seasoned with normal herbs and spices. They have preservatives in here like sodium phosphate that's linked to liver and kidney damage, and carrageenan, which can degrade into polygenine, which is a known inflammatory agent and possible carcinogen. And lastly, this chicken is hot, right out of the oven, stored in a plastic bag. And nobody really knows what type of plastic bag this is, but it's likely a mix of polyethylene terephthalate. Remember that word phthalate? It's a known hormone disruptor, and this is microwave safe, so you're putting hot food into a plastic bag that can leach these hormone disrupting chemicals, and 117 million of these are eaten each year in the US, so share this video with your friends.
Okay, so look at this, right? This is Birmingham, a place called Alum Rock. Now, a lot of you might already know Birmingham has a city council strike, a bin strike. They're in a crazy amount of debt. And it's around, there's a figure going around that only 34% of the people in Alum Rock pay money towards their council services. So, in a lot of debt, bins aren't being collected, place is a mess. Okay, so here's another clip of what it's like. It's disgraceful. And what's happening is because it's 7% white and the majority are from other countries, it's starting to resemble other countries, which shouldn't be a surprise. Now you would think with the state of the place, the politicians would be adamantly trying to fix it, trying to clean up the streets, make it better. But of course the MP, whose name is Tahir Ali, instead of focusing on cleaning up the streets, he is focused on building an international airport in Pakistan. He's an MP in England, but of course his main focus is an international airport in Pakistan.
Deputy Speaker, on 28th of March, I shared on social media the work I and colleagues across the two houses have been doing to urge the government of Pakistan to build an international airport at Mirpur. This is an important issue for over 1 million British Kashmiris who overwhelmingly come from there.
Right. So yeah, you can see how immigration, I call this debt migration. You cannot bring in huge numbers from other countries and expect your own country to stay the same. This is debt migration. There's nothing English about Alum Rock. You have to ask the question, is that what you want? Do we want? I don't want that in Europe. I don't want it in any European country. I don't want to see it in Ireland. And we're letting them recreate the situation in their own country over here in Europe. If you had any love for your country and respect for its people, you'd stop it straight away.
Hurry the fuck up and write my ticket so I can go. Then stay in the car. My car finna fucking overheat. Let me the fuck go. Don't grab my phone. Look at it. I can't see it. Okay, it don't matter. Look at it. You can see it right here. I'll just write you a ticket. No, you're not gonna write me shit. Here, look at it. Stay inside the car. Look at it. You're not gonna write me shit. Give me my motherfucking phone. You're not gonna write me shit. This isn't to this car. Yes, the fuck it is. I got SR 22. Yeah, but that's not. It don't matter. I got SR 22. Go right your bitch ass. Okay. Keep the car off. What's your badge number? That's a lawful order, by the way. Don't move the car. Okay, what's your badge number? It'll be on the ticket. Stay in the car, man. You said what? Stay in the car. What are you doing? I'm writing you tickets. You're staying in the car. What are you writing me tickets for? I'll explain to you when I give them to you. Get in the car. Give me my license. Get in the car. You're about to be arrested. I'm about to be arrested for what? Obstructing, and I'm going to tow your car. Obstructing for what? You're disobeying a lawful order. Stay in the car. Did I just give you a lawful order? You ain't give me a lawful shit. Stay in the car. Hold on. Let me hold on. Sure. Hold on. What can I do for you? You're prolonging the traffic stop because while I'm out here talking with you, I can't write the ticket.
I swear to God, Law Dog,
you don't step aside, we'll tear you apart.
You die first, get it? Your friends might get me in a rush, but not before I make your head into a canoe. You understand me?
He's bluffing. Let's rush him.
No. He ain't bluffing.
You're not as stupid as you look, Ike. Now tell him to get back.
Go on now, get back.
Go on! Billy!
He'll kill me.
And you, music lover, you're next.
Drunk piano player. You're so drunk you can't hit nothing. In fact, you're probably seeing double.
I have 2 guns, one for each of you.
Back it up now! Go home now! I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon.
We'll meet again.
Well, as you can see, never a dull moment.
Guys, let me introduce you to Samantha Power. Samantha Power here is a top administrator that is now fired from her position. Okay, Samantha Powell is a far leaning left individual. Okay, we did a little digging. Samantha Power was sworn in as an administrator at USAID on May 8th, 2021. Samantha Power's financial disclosure filed in January 21 shows her assets estimated at $6.7 million to $16.5 million today. In 2024, her net worth is estimated up to $30 million. How does a government job multiply wealth like that? Her salary at USAID was only $180,000 annually, and she's on national TV complaining about the good work she has done. What work is that? Laundering our money?
Hillary Clinton going to Germany and saying on an international platform this about the USA.
Autocracy is on the march, and we now have a government in the United States that has thrown in its lot with the autocrats, which has made a choice to support those who wage war, not peace, who have given enormous power to the men who control the information flow in our world, who have all pledged allegiance to the continuation of algorithms that not only addict us, but poison us.
Oh my gosh. This is wildly inappropriate of her. She's taken her case against Elon and Trump and Zuckerberg and the rest to Germany.
I moved from Canada to Tennessee less than a year ago. It's only been some months. I'm constantly, absolutely in awe of how kind and warm and welcoming, helpful, and social people are down here. And it's crazy to me because I feel like Canada has this reputation of having like the nicest, most polite people around. It is absolutely not the case. So I had lived in Canada for 26 years. I'm not from Canada originally either. I was born in Ukraine. I lived in Israel, immigrated to Canada with my family when I was 6 years old, and then lived there for 26 years. People are nice, but they're not kind towards you. You know what I mean? And obviously there are exceptions to the rule. There's a lot of lovely folks up in Canada, but you wouldn't go into stores consistently, have people always strike up a conversation with you, always look you in the eye, always be super kind and like genuinely interested in you and like having a warm, real, authentic interaction with you. You just don't get that. So moving down here was like, I was in shock. And I know like the whole Southern hospitality thing, like people talk about it, but I just wasn't expecting it to this level. So I don't really know how Canadians have the reputation for being the nicest humans on the planet, because it is not true. Those people exist here in Tennessee. Thank you for coming to my Sasha Talk.
Empirical case that's been made for Atlantis in Antarctica, which Graham Hancock made in Fingerprints of the Gods, his first book, working off of the research of Charles Hapgood and Rand Flemeth. And Colin Wilson also at one point found this theory compelling when he wrote one of his books on Atlantis, that the only landmass that fits Plato's description is Antarctica. Plato describes an island the size of Libya and Asia combined, of Asia and Libya combined. In the Greek world, in that time, in Plato's time, that was a description for a territory roughly the size of the First Persian Empire. The First Persian Empire is about the size of the continental United States, a little larger than that. Well, that's the size of Antarctica. Moreover, Plato said that Atlantis was in the world ocean. Well, what does that mean, the world ocean? He said it was outside the Pillars of Hercules, which means the Strait of Gibraltar, but he didn't say it was in what's now the Atlantic. You know, people get this ass backwards. The Atlantic is named after Atlantis. It's named after Atlas, not the other way around. It's not like Atlantis had to be in the Atlantic because it's the Atlantic. So people named, in other words, the Atlantic because they imagined Atlantis had been there. Okay, named after the Titan Atlas.
Right.
So, but what Plato says is outside the Pillars of Hercules, outside the Strait of Gibraltar, in the world ocean. Well, what's the world ocean? There is one. There's a world ocean. It's where the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Indian Ocean all meet in a single body of water in the shoreline of Antarctica.
How would they get into a war with Athens all the way down there?
They had conquered and were controlling the entire planet. So the Greeks think they're all so important. Like Atlantis came here and fucked with us. Now, Atlantis fucked with everybody. Okay, it was a global civilization. It's a civilization that used those 1,300-ton stones at Baalbek. A global technical civilization. So, first of all, the only landmass that fits the size is Antarctica. Second, it's in the right place. It's in the world ocean. Third, Plato said that when you go to Atlantis, you can come from one side of the world, like South Africa, and cross over Atlantis and you're on the other side of the world. Where else fits that bill than Antarctica?
Right.
Where you go across Antarctica and you can go from South Africa to South America.
Yeah.
Okay? Moreover, if you look at the research of Charles Hapgood, who was actually he was a historian, but he started to develop interesting geophysical theories, and he worked on contract for the CIA for a while. He was a history professor, but he had classified clearances and he worked with the CIA. And he developed this theory of earth crustal slippage, that when you look at the flash frozen mammoths in Siberia, who are frozen with the food undigested in their stomachs.
Yes.
And certain other things, it looks like the crust of the earth slipped by several thousand miles suddenly. And this is why we have stories from various tribes who say that the stars fell.
Like the idea of this is called, what is it? It's called like a geomagnetic pole flip or something like that.
Earth crustal slippage is this technical term for this particular theory. Earth crustal slippage, Charles Hapgood. And if that theory is correct, and that's how the mammoths were flash frozen in Siberia, and the food that we found undigested, frozen in their stomachs, is food of a temperate climate. Okay? So it means that Siberia used to have a temperate climate. It was suddenly pulled toward the polar region, the North Polar region.
Where the Earth's outer shell can move as a whole over the mantle, like the skin of an orange.
Yes. It happens because it happens because during ice ages, the Earth gets top heavy from all the ice that's weighing down the crust.
Right.
And so it causes it to slip at a certain point. And the fact that the food in the mammoth stomachs is food from a temperate climate means that Siberia was suddenly pulled into the northern polar region. If you look at Antarctica, right?
Yeah.
And you look at how Siberia slipped, it means as Siberia slipped suddenly into the northern polar region, Antarctica slipped suddenly by several thousand miles into the southern polar region. So about 2/3 of Antarctica would have been where Argentina is today.
Right.
Argentina is a great place.
Right.
Great agriculture, great wine, great livestock, right? Atlantis would have been very habitable if Atlantis were Antarctica before the crustal slippage. So Hess, what did Hess know?
Also, just to linger on Atlantis for a minute. According to this long chain of transmission with Solon and all this stuff, Atlantis would have been how long ago again?
Okay, I mean, Plato's dates line up with a lot of other evidence that points to about 10,500 BC or 12,000 years ago.
12,000 years ago. And this is also when people hypothesize the Younger Dryas cosmic impact theory would have happened too, which a lot of people think that the mammoth being frozen was from a cosmic impact that basically blacked out the sky. And
that's an alternative hypothesis. In any case, Antarctica fits Plato's description of Atlantis best. And so if you were to ask me, what did Hess, on the Nazis in general, find in Antarctica? They found Atlantis. And they were obsessed with Atlantis. The entire Nazi elite, which came from out of the occult Vril Society and the Thule Gesellschaft. The Thule is a German equivalent of Atlantis, Ultima Thule. It's a landmass at the north of the world, a vast landmass at the north of the world. Now, we don't have any landmass at the north of the world. But what is the north of the world? The magnetic poles shift like every, I forget what it is, 23,000 years or something like that.
No, it's slipping like literally. What is it? We talked about it on that Jimmy Corsetti podcast.
It's migrating right now.
It's migrating like miles per year.
Which means a reversal is about to happen again. Okay? So when the Germanic people preserved this ancient myth that there was this Ultima Thule, a huge continent at the north of the world, it's probably dating from a time when the poles were reversed. Antarctica was the northern polar, region, and vice versa, magnetically. So the Nazis were obsessed with finding Thule or Atlantis.
Yeah.
And they may have hit jackpot circa 1938.
But then wouldn't there be some sort of evidence of it if the Nazis were there back then? Like, wouldn't some of the stuff, would they find pyramids? What did they find there?
Well, there's evidence the Nazis were there. I mean, look up Operation High Jump.
Right.
1946, Admiral Byrd went down there with a whole fleet. And they were supposed to be on an expedition that lasted months. And they ran into something that devastated the fleet. And they retreated very quickly. And on his way back to, United States, they stopped at some port in Chile, I think. And Byrd made this bizarre statement about how we have to prepare in the next World War to encounter aircraft that can cross from pole to pole with amazing speed. And so it looks like they went down there maybe because they knew the Nazis were down there, tried to clear them out or something, and they had the shit beaten out of them. 46.
What do you make of the argument that Plato was full of shit and he wasn't the historian? He was just making up hypothetical allegories, like the allegory of the cave. What was Atlantis just another philosophical allegory like the cave?
Okay, let me answer in two ways.
Okay.
My first answer is that it could be that Plato never existed. We can completely disregard Plato. The evidence for Atlantis is overwhelming. Don't call it Atlantis. By the way, I'm pretty sure the Atlanteans didn't call it Atlantis. They probably had some other name for it, right? So,
other than Plato, what is the most compelling evidence?
There's so much compelling evidence. I mean, first of all, the megalithic structures that have inexplicable engineering skill behind them.
In Egypt?
On every continent. It's everywhere. Look at Tiwanaku in Bolivia, the Calisacia at Tiwanaku in Bolivia, some of the older sites in Mexico, in the Yucatan. All of these sites exhibit the same enigmatic Sacsayhuaman is another one, Ollantaytambo. The walls at Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo are made of insanely gigantic megalithic blocks which intersect with the blocks next to them, sometimes at 12 different points of intersection.
Yeah.
Which means that either they had a way to liquefy stone and mold it as they were putting stones together, or something even more mind-boggling, the stones were all pre-cut, like jigsaw puzzle pieces, and then put in exactly the right place. Well, either of those are insane from an engineering perspective. I mean, even we won't do that. We won't. Maybe we can, just barely now, but no one in our world would ever think to try to do something like that. And by the way, that type of building, it turns out, it's extremely earthquake resistant.
Yes, it is.
Because it wobbles and then locks back into place.
Yeah. Also, the ground that it was built on, something about it, the way they built the foundations of it, the stone is like super flexible and malleable.
Yeah, and some of these blocks, like the ones at Baalbek, 1,200 ton stones, 19 cranes can't lift those things. 19 industrial cranes. Who did that?
Yeah.
All right, so look,
I mean, it's
like, written in stone.
Whether you want to call it Atlantis, like I agree.
Who cares what you call
I
it?
agree that's evidence of a super advanced civilization that was here before we have any kind of explanation for it.
By the way, other cultures have other names for it. Not all cultures call it Atlantis. You find this in almost every civilization in the world, that there's a myth about a super civilization that existed in antiquity, and that the people who lived there were demigods, that they were godlike people.
Yeah.
Who then disseminated knowledge to other primitive cultures in the world. You find it, this basic myth, in the Mayans, you find it in the Egyptians, you find it in the Middle East, in Iranian civilization, which is something I'm very familiar with. I wrote a whole tome on the history of Iran.
Yeah.
In ancient Iranian culture, they called this place Aryanam Vaeja, which means the seed cradle of the Aryans, meaning where the Aryan race came from. That's what they say.
Right.
And they say it was a place. This is a very interesting detail. So you have all these flood myths around the world.
Right.
And the flood myths are connected to the myth of the destruction of the super civilization in all these cultures, including Mayan culture, Egyptian culture. The one exception is Iran, where Iran, we talked about this first interview. Iran, the name means Aryan. It's a Middle Persian form of the ancient Persian Aryan, or Aryana. The Iranian ancient mythology is the only one that says the super civilization wasn't destroyed by a flood. It says our homeland froze. Our homeland was an island at the center of the world. It was the central continent of the world, which is what Antarctica looks like. If you make a
during the
globe,
Ice Age, it would have been massive.
Yeah,
right?
you make a globe centered on Antarctica. You take a globe and you flip it so you're looking right at Antarctica. It looks like the continent at the center of the world if you live there and you're mapping the world from your perspective.
Right.
So they say it was a continent at the center of the world, and all of a sudden it froze over.
See if you can find a graphic depiction of what Antarctica would have looked like during the Ice Age, the last Ice Age.
You're talking about the subglacial topography of Antarctica.
Yes. That would be the technical way of putting it.
Yeah. No, that's what you want to look up. Look up subglacial topography, Antarctica. They have found maps, like the Orontius Phineas map and the Piri Reis map, which show Antarctica underneath the ice. No one in recorded history ought to have been able to map that landmass subglacially.
Look how big that shit is.
Yeah. Well, it's larger than the continental United States.
That's insane.
Antarctica.
And that on the left, that connects down to South America?
The amount of the closest point to any land is in Argentina. You think that's a coincidence? Do you think it's a coincidence when the Nazis went to Argentina, that where they went was San Carlos de Bariloche? That's Patagonia. It's the southernmost point of Argentina that's close to Antarctica. Very convenient.
So the last piece with all the pre-programming I've seen is that to have these uprisings, we're going to need something much bigger than George Floyd, much bigger than Jussie Smollett. And so I am predicting on the current trajectory of what they were getting before and what they said, the final piece they need for this destabilization that they'll label a race-based civil war that will then crash the markets and be used kind of like the predictive programming in the movie that came out last year, Civil War, to have a bunch of states and the main military join them in a military operation to remove Trump when the Trumpian figure in the movie is killed, and executed inside the Oval Office. And so that's their dream. That's their backup plan. And you have the two camps. One camp is kind of the Chucky Schumer, it's completely evil, but isn't particularly publicly pushing that, though he had his famous whirlwind, we're coming after you speech.
But he's an old man.
Absolutely. So you have the Soros wing with Alexander Soros that more and more is in charge and is really making a run at escalating domestic unrest and terrorism, leading into some triggering event starting. Things are aligning for this summer.
My guess is, and I hope I'm wrong, that there is like legitimate hate and extremism on social media, to the point where it makes me uncomfortable. I'm thinking that maybe a lot of that is manufactured, actually, and that if there is a mass shooting, and God forbid, but if there is a mass shooting of the people who've been targeted for hate actual hate, that's true, on social media, that will be used as a pretext to shut it down.
Absolutely. And
has this occurred to you?
Yes.
Because I see people on social media who I know for a fact, or I think I know, are being funded by the very people they're attacking. It's like, what? Including one of the biggest voices. Like, I know that that's true. And so, like, what is this? And it's clearly preparatory to some sort of event that will shut down, a violent event that will be used as a pretext to shut down free speech. Am I being paranoid?
A lot of the people don't seem to know that in August of 2020, I mentioned it earlier, there was a big article in the New York Times with John Podesta covering a war game they just had, that if Trump was able to win, they were going to have blue states secede and blue cities secede and then create civil unrest and civil war conditions. And then when they knew Trump was going to win, because the poll numbers were so incredible, a few months before the last election last year, Raskin, Carville, Podesta, all of them said civil war conditions. We're going to need to have uprisings. Carville said that. Trump's coming to kill you. We got to rise up, Carville said, and others. And they are clearly escalating with the Tesla attacks and the swatting attacks and the calls for violence. The 55% of liberal Democrats in a study want Trump killed. They are embracing, real terrorism, real domestic terrorism, and that's building towards what I believe is in the cards, because you see the Democrat pundits and their operatives everywhere before the election and after it in the last 78 days or so, saying once he got in office, Trump and Tom Homan are going to kill migrants. And when they do, there's going to be an uprising. And, well, Trump's not going to go mow down people at an illegal alien demonstration. You also have them saying Trump supporters are going to attack black people. Well, where would black people be alone in big numbers? A church, a university. Trump supporters are going to kill black people. And we know a lot of the globalist groups have been funding white supremacist groups and domestic terror groups and basically run them historically. So the last piece with all the pre-programming I've seen is that to have these uprisings, they're going to need something much bigger than George Floyd, much bigger than Jussie Smollett. And so I am predicting on the current trajectory of what they were game before and what they said, the final piece they need for this destabilization that they'll label a race-based civil war that will then crash the markets and be used kind of like their predictive programming in the movie that came out last year, Civil War, to have a bunch of states and the main military join them in a military operation to remove Trump when the Trumpian figure in the movie is killed, and executed inside the Oval Office. And so that's their dream. That's their backup plan. And you have the two camps. One camp is kind of the Chucky Schumer. It's completely evil, but isn't particularly publicly pushing that, though he had his famous whirlwind, we're coming after you speech.
But he's an old man.
Absolutely. So you have the Soros wing with Alexander Soros that more and more is in charge and is really making a run at escalating domestic unrest and terrorism, leading into some triggering event starting. Things are aligning for this summer. And I know that folks in the government that are patriots are aware of that, but I think that the spokespersons and others need to really get ahead of all this calls for violence and not just repudiate it, but talk about the Democrat leadership and their talking heads that are pushing it. I mean, we've seen Colbert just last week say, deep state, please, do something, stop Trump. And so that's where we are. So they want to expand war to try to take control of the agenda. They've been hyping a new virus being released to try to stop Trump's reboot of our economy because they think that would stop this populist revolution. In Europe, it's arresting their political opposition and stopping elections. They also have Europe trying to sue Elon Musk and billion-dollar fines trying to shut him down, like we saw with Brazil. So those are the different strategies. They're also doing big put options and naked shorts trying to crash the market and then blaming Trump's tariffs on that. So it's economic terrorism, the buildup of domestic terrorism, the false flags that can be used, a nuclear false flag to get us into direct war with Russia, a new viral release. Those are the things they've got set up, ready to go, and that they've said before they would use to maintain control.
The first thing in countries that descend into darkness that happens is speech is controlled. And there are political police who put people who speak out against the regime in jail. And that's happening in Brazil, as you know. It's happening in the UK. It's happening in Germany.
They're trying it in Canada.
It's definitely happening in Canada. And these were formerly free countries in Australia. And so the one place that it isn't going to happen right now is the United States because of the First Amendment. So how do you end First Amendment protections? Well, you pick off people like you, which they've been trying to do for over a decade. And, you know, I happen to be, as I've told you many times in private, I happen to be on a fishing trip when I worked at Fox the night that you were taken off the air. And I thought it was like one of the greatest threats to speech in the United States I'd ever seen. I wasn't there, and Fox News like prevented my fill-in host from defending you because Alex Jones is bad. Okay, that's when I realized they were in on it. But they need to end speech in the United States. They need to shut down X. They have to. And my guess is, and I hope I'm wrong, that there is like legitimate hate and extremism on social media. I mean, you know, to the point where it makes me uncomfortable. I'm thinking that maybe a lot of that is manufactured, actually. And that if there is a mass shooting, and God forbid, but if there is a mass shooting of the people who've been targeted for hate on actual hate, that's true, on social media, that will be used as a pretext to shut it down.
Absolutely. And
has this occurred to you?
Yes.
Because I see people on social media who I know for a fact, or I think I know, are being funded by the very people they're attacking. It's like, what? Including one of the biggest voices. Like, I know that that's true. And so, like, what is this? And it's clearly preparatory to some sort of event that will shut down, a violent event that will be used as a pretext to shut down free speech. Am I being paranoid?
No, that's where all the foundation's been laid. Actually, the superstructure has been built.
Yeah.
They're just putting the finishing touches on it. Ultimate Fish Oil is now available at InfoWarsStore.com after being sold out for more than 6 months. And we give it the name Ultimate, like so many other products, because it is the highest grade, the very best you're going to find anywhere. Now, most people know how great fish oil is, but not all fish oil is made equal. A lot of it has been homogenized or basically boiled and cooked off, and it loses almost all of its good effect. This is the highest grade fish oil from 3 different amazing sources. Listen to this. Arctic krill oil is known as the best essential fatty acid. Then another well-known top one, wild anchovy oil and high-quality wild-caught salmon, also one of the top forms of it. It is back in stock. It is not just good for your cardiovascular system. It's good for everything. Take a few hours before you sleep, and a lot of folks have amazing dreams on it. You ever notice you eat like a good piece of fish that's fresh? You also have great dreams. You want to experience this. It's so good for your brain, your heart, everything. Ultimate Fish Oil back in stock. InfoWarsStore.com.
It's pretty ridiculous that you guys are sitting here and wanting to, open more centers for children. The current centers that you guys are running in the county of San Diego are sexually and physically or mentally abusing children on a regular basis. You've known it for decades. There's more and more cases coming forward. And instead of doing something about the crimes against children, you have a Child Abuse Awareness Month award ceremony giving the awards to the abusers. You're praising the abusers, the people that are ripping families apart, traumatizing children, retaliating against parents, and alienating them, and you're not addressing it. You think that your way of addressing it yesterday was to go and have the social workers, the actual predators that have been engaged in the trauma of the family that you went and talked to have them call and retaliate and act like they're going to do something. Until the children are back, they need to stop making threats to these people and doing what they're doing. And you didn't do anything to help. That's what's so messed up, is it's like if somebody raped you, you're like, I'm going to call the rapist and go have you talk to him. How good does that sound? Like, it's so upside down what you guys do, and the fact that you want to spend more money on a children's crisis residential center or a probation's youth less restrictive placement until you quit hiring pedophiles to work with children in the county, you need to keep your hands off the children. It is absurd what you guys are engaged in, and the fact that this perpetuates because you're not willing to do a damn thing about it. And you have children. What the fuck is going on? You need to do something immediately. Very disturbing what happened yesterday with the family that came in and you went to go have your staff talk to them. Like I told you, you also had the predators from CWS go and talk to them, and they now are being retaliated against. The mother of those children was denied her visits. They canceled them today. So the things that you guys are doing are further retaliation against these parents for speaking out. It is proving that there is a severe problem and that something needs to be done, because you should be able to speak about the abuses that are happening to you, your children, and anybody you know without the fear of retaliation. And that's exactly what's happened at the hands of you guys after somebody came in, expressed their concerns, and you put someone out there to go talk to them that was going to destroy their ability to even see their children any further. This needs to be mitigated immediately. You guys are doing some very neglectful and nefarious things, and it's very sad to see, because you get to go home.
Thank you.
We're thinking about pulling our money out of the stock market.
How much is in there?
A little over $2 million.
Mm-hmm. And so you're panicking, huh?
Yep.
Well, I certainly understand the fear. It's in good growth stock mutual funds with good track records, I assume?
Yes.
Well, the market has already dropped 30-something% since about this time last year. When will it come back? I don't know. Will it come back? I do know. And I think you're making a huge mistake. And I would try to talk you down off that ledge. At 57 is not the time to do this. At what may be the bottom of the market, I don't know. I'm not calling the bottom. I am not pulling a dime out at 48 years old. And I'm not panicking.
But do you think I should stay the course then?
That's what I would do. It is what I am doing.
All right, then. Well, I want to say we really appreciate your shows and your ministry as well.
Well, I appreciate it. And, Robert, I'll tell you this. What I said at the opening of the show tonight still stands. I'm just a little bald-headed guy on the TV. I've shared with you what I know and what I am personally doing, but that is your money, and you've worked your whole life for it. So you and your wife pray about it, and you get a piece about it. But I'll tell you this. You need to make a decision because of spiritual guidance and because of intellect, not because of fear.
Come on. Come on. Attaboy.
Recordings have surfaced of a phone conversation nearly a half century ago between President Richard Nixon and future President Ronald Reagan. The recordings were released by the National Archives, and they capture the two men using racist language. Here's White House correspondent Paula Reed.
President Richard Nixon recorded himself talking to then California Governor Ronald Reagan in October 1971, the day after the United Nations voted to recognize the People's Republic of China. Reagan had phoned Nixon at the White House to vent his frustration at African delegates who celebrated the vote.
Last night, I tell you, to watch that thing on television as I did. Yeah. To see those monkeys from those African countries. Damn them, they're still uncomfortable wearing shoes.
The Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation said today, if he said that 50 years ago, he shouldn't have, and he would be the first person to apologize. After talking with Reagan, Nixon called Secretary of State William Rogers and adopted Reagan's racist language.
He saw these, as he said, these cannibals on television last night, and he said they weren't even wearing shoes, and he says here the United States is going to submit its fate to that.
Later that month, Nixon laughed at these comments from his best friend, Bibi Rebozo.
You know, that reaction on television proves how they ought to be still hanging from the trees by the tail.
Even in 1971, that language would have shocked the general public. President Trump has, of course, come under fire for his racist tweets, but he said yesterday he is the least racist person there is in the world.
This just came out the other day. The Pentagon wrote an assessment saying that they calculated that if we gave weapons to Ukraine that allowed the Ukrainian military or our military using Ukraine as a proxy to hit targets within Russia, they judged the likelihood of a nuclear exchange at 50%. Mm-hmm. And they did it anyway. At that point, like, you should be in prison for the criminally insane.
Well, that's right. If Russia moved...
You're risking nuclear war? Like, you should be locked up. I don't understand. Like, I couldn't even believe that. I mean, I, of course, intuitively knew that.
And say that again, because I interrupted. That's important to sink in for people.
That the Pentagon under Joe Biden assessed, like, because they assess the likelihood of everything, or they guess, they sort of work out how they think things will progress. But in every scenario globally, they do this. This is what they do at the Pentagon. And they assess that if we gave certain weapons that allowed the Ukrainians to strike targets within Russia, if we did that, which we did, the chance of a nuclear exchange, nuclear holocaust that killed everybody on Earth, would be 50%. And they did it anyway. So imagine the brain, imagine the evil. Like, you would have to be controlled by, like, supernatural forces to do something. I think there's a 50% chance every person on Earth could be killed in a nuclear exchange, but I'm doing it anyway. Like, how are you still walking free? I'm serious.
No, and I'm glad you brought that assessment up, because I really tried to get people to focus on that. And I agree with that assessment. I mean, let's boil that down. Imagine if Russia had the equivalent of ATACMS and Storm Shadows in Canada, in Mexico, on our border, that they can fire above the trees that can't be shot down, that are nuclear capable. And Putin said this. He said, if you shoot a few missiles once it started, we'll just shoot them down. But if we see a large aerospace attack with a whole bunch of these, we have to believe it is a first strike to take out our nuclear deterrent. And so when we see a large signature of a large aerospace attack, be it cruise missiles, be it glide bombs, be it a mix of aircraft, or all of them, we will do a total commitment. And then Russia and TV said, here's the government scenario, and it showed nukes hitting all the NATO countries and submarines, hitting on from there. And we're talking about world destroyed in 30 minutes, folks, for sure. Submarines off our coast, 2 minutes, New York's gone. 5 minutes, Dallas is gone. This is real. What would happen if Russia was bombing D.C. with conventional bombs, with large, heavy cruise missiles? They're
droning the capital. As the U.S. did through the Ukrainians, they droned the Kremlin.
You were there once when you saw one blow up?
I was there. I was actually driving by when I was over there last winter to interview Putin. I was driving by the Kremlin, just like on the street in downtown Moscow, smoke coming out of the top of the Kremlin. And so I called the guy at the press office who I was dealing with to set up the Putin interview from the vehicle. And I was like, I think your Kremlin's on fire. And he's like, oh, no, it's not. I was like, I'm right there. I'm looking at it. Russians never want to admit that they have been unable to defend their capital city. So a lot of murder has taken place by the Ukrainians of Russians and of attempted murder of Americans, by the way.
And just think about the provocation here.
But the Russians in every case are like, oh, that's not happening. They don't want to admit it because for a bunch of reasons, but it would force them to respond. But anyway, I called up and like, I think you guys just got droned. No, didn't happen. But it did happen. I saw it. I personally saw it. So like, there's been a ton of that stuff. What would we do if the Russians droned the U.S. Capitol or the White House? Like, that's so freaking crazy.
Well,
I can't believe that happened.
Russia knows it's a provocation. The globalists want to reset. Their financial system's going down, and they're willing to roll the dice, and they think a nuclear war is survivable, as you know, as the Pentagon has said. So it's complete madness.
Nuclear war is not survivable. That's a fact.
It's not.
By the way, nuclear weapon explodes over a nuclear power plant. What happens? Anyone know?
Massive meltdown that makes Fukushima look like a
exactly.
child's play.
And we have a lot of nuclear power plants around the world. So
there's over 450 that are big industrial, thousands of small ones. And when society breaks down, they all melt down in different ways, much worse than Fukushima and Chernobyl combined.
I agree.
And it makes the whole surface of the earth, that's mainline science, unlivable for hundreds of millions of years.
I agree. And I know everyone's for nuclear power, and it's like, obvious we need nuclear power. I don't, okay, I'm not against nuclear power in theory, but until someone can answer the question you just posed, like, what about that? Then
Plus, they're never run right. They always have scenarios where they're not going to leak. Basically, they all leak.
You see all these stupid concerns, like, the answer is nuclear. You want more AI data centers, which I don't.
The answer is coal.
Obviously, but I don't understand why everyone... this is such a sidebar, and I'll stop in one sentence, but like those of us who grew up in the 70s and 80s remember that all the opponents to nuclear power were like, furry armpit dumb people and, all the Greenpeace people. And so you're just like, oh, shut up. Nuclear is obviously the solution. Like, you just don't understand science. How can you be against climate change and also against nuclear power? I've said that myself like 100 times on TV. But it's not about the spent fuel rods when we do with nuclear waste. That's easy. Put it in Yucca Mountain. It's about, what if these things are untended? What if they're, the subject of a conventional or nuclear attack?
And you look at all the mismanagement.
There's massive vulnerability. Like, why doesn't anyone mention that? Before we put nuclear power plants all over my country, which I think a lot of people are psyched to do because they want to get rich from AI, like, they should answer the question. Like, that's really freaking scary, no?
Well, you have to also ask, why do they build so many here and in, like, Japan, the plants right on fault lines? I mean, we see a lot of ineptitude in industry and things, so you don't want to have things that have the potential to be so dangerous. And when coal creates carbon dioxide that plants breathe, and the earth used to have a lot higher carbon dioxide than it does now, and it makes plants live longer, yields are up, it will green the planet, all the studies show it. We're actually terraforming the earth to make it better. It's like God-given when you actually look at the real studies and talk to the real climatologists, the people, they'll tell you, no, it's great that we're bringing this old carbon back up and putting it back in the atmosphere. This is fabulous. More carbon is good. Carbon dioxide, oxygen, water, and sunlight are the 4 ingredients of life on this planet, and the globalists created a way to tax and regulate one of the 4 pillars of life on this planet. It is good. I mean, they're trying to convince us that cows' methane is bad. You actually look at the carbon equation, it all turns right back into the gases it came from. It's a good gas. But again, if the cows are bad, well, what else releases methane? We do. We're the carbon that they want to reduce. They want to teach us to hate ourselves, teach us not to have a life force, and their new religion is they will give us all these indulgences and all these flagellations and all these things we have to do to atone for how bad we are to the priest class that is the big satanic green church.
So the threat of nuclear war overhangs any conflict with a country that has nuclear weapons, of course. You push someone far enough, you don't know what could happen, and it could result in the extinction of humanity. So that's like the main fact. That's why people want to run, not to have nukes, right? Obviously. So with that in mind, what do you make of the repeated public statements by a bunch of European leaders, particularly Starmer in the UK and the president of France, that they're ready to continue the war against Russia with their own feeble armies? That seems crazy to me. What is that actually about?
And they've said that now they're sending their troops, that if they get killed, then that's direct war with NATO. They admit that the EU population-wise is collapsing. Those they've brought in, most of them, 80%, never even get jobs. All the different ministers, defense ministers, as you know, the last few years have said, our business model is a 20-year war. They think they can continue that and somehow bankrupt Russia and, again, break it up into 5 parts. So they've made it existential for themselves. They've made it existential for Russia. And you go back to the Pentagon assessment that was public, that 50% chance that if we start bombing, and that's the West doing it, mainly the U.S., inside Russia, they would strike back with nukes. and then Putin clarifying, well, if we see a large launch, it could be a sneak attack with nukes, so we're going to have to go ahead and nuke you at that point. Please don't do that. So at least they limited, to 4 or 5 big cruise missile attacks a day, and then maybe 100 drones a day going into major cities and attacking their nuclear bases, their nuclear bomber bases. I mean, extreme provocation, testing the line, and not playing Russian roulette where you have a 6-shot revolver and you put one .357 Magnum casing in, round in, but this is 3 out of 6, and they're like, well, that's a safe bet. Let's roll the dice, spin the cylinder, and then click it to our head every day. It just goes the fundamental insanity that you see escalating. I mean, if you go back to the...
But actual insanity, not, I don't know, will tariffs work or something, whatever you could argue. But like risking nuclear war? I mean, that's so fucking crazy that I can hardly believe it's real.
That's a good point. They say Trump saying our surrender to these one-sided trade deals, which is totally true, and deindustrialized us and destroyed our morale, and is a huge national security issue, that he's rolling the dice there. No, it would be rolling the dice
with nuclear war? Again, I think you should be in prison for even having that. That's like the craziest thing I can imagine.
Thanks for watching. You can go to tuckercarlson.com for our entire library of everything we've done, and we hope you will.
I can tell you that I got a letter in the mail. My mom is a member of AARP, which is kind of backwards because she's like ultra-conservative, beyond Christian. So I keep trying to tell her to get into the other one that's actually on our side. And if I remember the name of it, I would tell you. But the one that we got a letter in the mail from AARP promoting the protests and signing and promoting a couple of petitions to send to Elon and Trump.
Okay. Hold on. I want you to, I'm understanding what you're saying now. I didn't get it at first. You're saying they're marketing this, they're directly marketing this to senior citizens.
Yes.
Okay. Explain that again. I didn't really see where you were going with it at first. Now I see. Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just, I get it now. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So we got a letter in the mail from AARP directly promoting these protests, directly promoting petitions to the government to get Elon out and to call, and all of the language that we hear from the left. So the AARP is directly recruiting seniors to these protests by direct mail. It's insane.
What was in the letter? Was it like a Democrat pamphlet, or was it like an official AARP thing?
No, it was from AARP with their letterhead, and it was kind of came with the AARP mag that Mom gets every month. Again, I'm trying to get her out of that one, but she likes the hotel discount, So, but it was it came along with the mag that they send out every month, and it was directly recruiting to sign petitions and addressing the protests. Not directly like saying where they were, but to look for them. So AARP is involved in recruiting for both the petitions to get the government back in their hands and to deal with the protests.
Well, this is interesting. I'm gonna upload this clip. We're gonna even post it to Elon Musk. So now we see, okay, we have an answer. How are they recruiting all of these retired people, these elderly people, to these protests? They're using retirement programs and mailers. And I mean, look, I guess they're retired. They don't have anything better to do. They figure, okay, whatever, I'll go to a protest. So this is definitely one of the ways, maybe the biggest way that they're doing it.
Yeah, as far as I can tell. Now, I'm sure there are others involved as well, but AARP is certainly one.
And of course, it's the same fear-mongering. They're taking away your benefits. They're taking away your Medicare and health care and Social Security.
That's exactly it. Exactly. The first line on the letter was, sign this petition to tell Elon to keep his mitts off our Social Security.
There you go. It's the same thing. Do what the Democrats tell you or you're going to die.
Yep. and they're directly marketing it as a fearmonger tactic to the seniors who are directly affected. And they're just flat out lying, because if Elon is successful, the Social Security is actually going to go up. So the whole thing is just ridiculous reverse engineering.
Well, and think about it, too. It's just like how the fake news operates. The average person opens up their letter and they don't assume it's propaganda. They don't assume it's Democrat Party propaganda, anti-Musk propaganda. They just, it's like, this is a real thing. This is going to affect me. I need to go take action. That's how they look at it. It's just like with the news. I tell you, until you discover it, it's like when you say fake news, it's literally fake news. But somebody turns on the TV and they see, Trump this, Trump that. They think, oh my gosh, this is the news. This must be real. They don't get it's propaganda. So now it's the same. So now they're sending out these mailers to elderly folks, retired folks that just don't know any better. It just says, hey, Musk is about to strip you of your Medicare and Social Security. They say, oh my goodness, I need to go to this protest. They don't realize they're just getting propaganda into their mailbox now. Wow. Appreciate that call, Joe.
Hey, Owen, love your show, and I've been following Alex from the very beginning. I'm older. I mean, I sound older, but I am a retiree. And I do want to confirm, they're sending out these stupid letters telling people, that they're taking away your Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, and it's
so you received one of these letters?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Explain what was in the letter.
Yeah, it was like they were just almost like telling you as a. First of all, I want to say AARP is a Democrat-run business organization. Truly. I wasn't going to sign up, but there were some things that I just wanted to, I was curious as a conservative. I wanted to see what they were doing to the senior citizens' mindset. So, it's kind of like fear-mongering and telling you, if you don't try to, defend yourself and don't, take what Trump is saying is true, it's definitely fear-mongering.
Well, here's what's so amazing about it. You think about, and there's all these different organizations, but now you look at AARP. I'm sure there's a lot of benefits for retirees, senior citizens. That's why they sign up. But it's like, how many of these things lurking behind it is just propaganda? It's like, how many of these things are just fronts? It's like AARP. They get their hooks in you. Comes with some benefits. Okay, you get in there. And then what is it at the end of the day? It's just more Democrat Party propaganda. It's just AARP. It's just another way to get their hooks into senior citizens. And then they've got you, and then they funnel all the propaganda to you.
And I'm going to tell you, my mom, I was her caregiver for 15 years, and her health had gone down. So I was reading her mail, and, she would get excited opening some of these mailers and saying, oh my God, look what they're going to do to us, and I'm like, Mom, calm down. This is not true. And she was like 84, and she was getting really, how can I say it, just excited and concerned about her benefits, right? So it's been going on a long time. And it makes me angry that they're picking on some of these older people and trying to manipulate them and not telling them the truth. Like I said, if your eyes aren't open, which Alex and you and Chase and others have helped many people find, I can't thank you enough. But they're definitely like, feeding on the older people.
Well, it's the same program. They take disenfranchised Black Americans, fed propaganda their whole lives, and then they feed them Black Lives Matter, and they say, oh, we're here for you. And they think, oh, this is great. They're looking out for me. I'm disenfranchised. I'm a victim. So then they glob onto Black Lives Matter, not realizing, no, that's just more left-wing communist Democrat Party propaganda. Same thing now we learn, I guess, with AARP. Look, we have to respect the fact the Democrats have a very high-level, well-performing propaganda machine. from the mainstream media to mailers to activist groups, protest groups. I mean, it's a well-oiled propaganda machine. Now we're learning all the different tentacles of it, including AARP. I mean, I didn't have that one on my bingo card, and now here we are.
Watching Trump and the Americans, it has made me even more determined than ever to restore our unique country through a great repeal act when Labour falls at the next election. I don't particularly care if we're liked by the rest of the world. I care if we're respected, because right now, Britain is a joke, and it has been for some time. I want the British government to put the British people at the top of the agenda. Yeah. We should make no apologies for that. Learn from Trump. Let's be unapologetically patriotic. Slash tax across the board. Enforce the border. Deport those with no right to be here. Accept biological reality. Fight back against wokery. Bulldoze nonsensical foreign aid. Eradicate DEI. Deliver sensible infrastructure. Carpet bomb public sector waste. Brutally crack down on crime. And plenty more. Let's make Great Britain great again. Thank you. Thank you.
I rise today in strong support of the SAVE Act, which includes robust measures to prevent illegal aliens from participating in our elections. Under Joe Biden, millions of illegal aliens flooded into our country, and many were given the benefits and privileges that should be reserved for American citizens. In Illinois, J.B. Pritzker and the Democrats rolled out the red carpet and actively enticed illegals and those covered by Biden's bogus asylum programs to settle in my state to the tune of over 500,000 people. They received welfare benefits, CDL licenses, state identification, and the Democrats have even voted to allow them to be law enforcement officers. I do not have to tell you how dangerous this situation is for Americans, and especially for Americans' confidence in the sanctity of our elections. As far-left jurisdictions seek to allow illegals to vote in local elections, let me be clear about this one thing. Every vote cast by an illegal alien is a vote stolen from an American citizen. Congress must defend the integrity of our elections. We must aggressively push back against the left's attempts to change the electorate and dilute the voices of actual Americans in our democratic process. This past week and today, all we hear are the Democrats sharing their concerns that rural Americans, women, and people of color are not capable of getting an ID. This is insulting, condescending, and an untrue argument. You need an ID for most everything else in daily life. Maybe the Democrats should quit wasting so much time in our public schools indoctrinating our children and instead teach them real-life skills such as reading, civics, and how to get an ID.
Police are called to investigate a bomb threat at a high school. The secretary stops him.
What?
You have to wait until sir.
I'm here on official police business.
This is one of the most incompetent principals I have ever seen at a school. There's a bomb threat going on this entire time.
We're here on official police business.
I get that, but safety and security is on their way to come and get you.
Okay, we have authority over safety and security. Do you understand that?
You need to take a seat and wait, okay? We'll just wait for it to explode.
You just have to wait for him to come in here to pick you up. Okay? Okay. Thank you.
This is what a bureaucratic nightmare looks like.
If a teacher's being beat up, I have to ask you to let me through the door. Is that what you're saying?
She just ignores that point.
No, I need Mr. Howell in my office ASAP, please.
So if a teacher's getting beat up, I have to go through you to get to that teacher.
Let's see how she responds to this.
That's what you're saying.
That's a very good logical point. She doesn't address that at all.
She said we have to wait for safety and security. Columbus police are over safety and security. If there's an emergency here, I don't need to explain to her, I need to get in here and get in here now instead of go through this. What?
Not according to the district rules that they give us.
In a real world scenario, they would not have time to talk to the secretary about why they need access.
So if you have a shooting, she's going to sit here and determine to let us in. That's not acceptable.
Competent police department, they have the layouts for every school building and they train. They used to tell us, when we come in loud and you will know that it is us. The principal has arrived on scene.
I just heard a lot of, well, can you step back over here?
Can you step back over here? As though it's like she just wants control of.
I know, Mr. Howell, come on back over here, please. The door, please.
So what I'm going to do is get back a hold with the teachers union. I'm going to get a hold of legal because.
What does the teachers union have to do with this?
Because it seems like they're some of the only people that have pull.
That's crazy that the teachers union, he's like, that's the only people that seem to be able to have pull to be able to resolve something like this. That's a problem in itself.
If we have an emergency at the school, I should not have to explain to this woman why I'm here. I don't come here for party time. I come here on official police business. This is a game we've been playing for years. This is a game we no longer want to play with you.
I mean, I don't know how he could make this any more simple. It's like he's talking to a child.
What I do know is, and I want to make sure this is on camera too, we felt a lot of disrespect by some of the members of the Columbus Police Department, including yourself, sir.
And this is where it gets crazy. Watch what she does here.
How did we disrespect you?
Oh, at one point in time, one of your colleagues, and just even your demeanor right now, your demeanor is off.
There's nothing disrespectful about what he's trying to say right now. What he's doing is making important, clear points.
Because I'm not into playing games.
Well, I'm not into playing games either, sir. So I'm not either. But we are going to follow the district protocols and so forth and so on. Today you were called because a scholar made this threat, which he said he was just playing.
A scholar, I guess that's a student at this high school. Secret scholar in the house, I guess.
And so now you are here. Miss Nash was doing her job. I don't know if she knew you were coming or not. I don't know what transpired.
Okay, if she knows we're coming here for a reason, I should not have to beg and plead.
No, don't argue. Don't argue.
See, look at this power game. Don't even argue with them. This is all just maintaining frame. Her body language, leaning up against the thing. Like,
if there was a situation would have been warranted, that it was immediate or whatever, I would have been told because I'm the first point of contact.
Yeah, it's not up to you to decide if it's warranted or not.
So if a teacher's being assaulted.
So if a teacher's being assaulted, so there was a breakdown on that too, which Mr. Howell and I discussed as well. But the assault had already taken place. But
what if there was a student with a knife in there and a student is in the bathroom and managed to get on their phone and make the call, and this lady has no idea about what's going on? Somebody would be dead by now.
To give me that student's information now?
It depends on what the situation is.
Are you to get, if in an assault? It depends on
what the situation is.
If those teachers
not for me, the teachers are to give that. They were the ones who called.
You are the principal.
That's not how it works.
Suddenly it's the teacher's job to give the information. It's not the teacher's job to pass off the information to the police. I can tell you that with certainty.
We have safety and security for a reason. I personally do not feel comfortable even speaking with you.
And now when she can't contend with the logic, she goes right back to, I don't feel comfortable interacting with you.
To be quite honest, because of the way that, because I believe that you do not even have my safety in mind.
And this just goes next level. The police even chuckle at this. It's so ridiculous.
My safety in mind. So I'm just being very clear.
Okay, and as an administrator, can I give you my feeling?
I mean, his response here is perfect.
For some reason, you don't like the police, and you want to make things so difficult for us that we don't want to come to your school. And listen, I listened to you, did I not?
You did.
You are, and I don't know what in your life happened that you hate us so much that you don't want to cooperate. But the teachers union, and I've talked with them.
I'm gonna pause you because it's not going to be a back and forth.
There's not going to be a back and forth. That just means there's not going to be a conversation here. You can't even talk to me.
But all of this and escalatedness and so forth and so on, I do not feel safe. I don't feel comfortable.
This isn't about you, lady. This is about the safety of the students in your building under your care. And you're speaking to police officers responding to a bomb threat. So you should be fired.
But because
That's
I'm the
ridiculous.
building principal,
You're ridiculous. That's
and
ridiculous.
I heard what
You
was
don't
going
feel
on,
safe right
and
now.
I came on.
You don't feel safe right now.
I do not.
Okay, well
So,
then why don't
Mr.
you go back to your
Well,
office and
I
hide
am.
in safety?
So, Mr.
He goes, why don't you go back to your office and find safety?
May I have your badge, mister?
It's Officer Connor, badge 1300. I do not have to provide you with a card, and we can play this for whoever you want.
This lady should be fired. This is the most incompetent principal I've ever seen, and this makes the administration that I've dealt with look like consummate professionals.
Something in her life has happened, and I don't know what, but she is absolutely the most uncooperative person that I've ever dealt with in a school system
Would you feel safe with your children under this woman's protection?
that wants the police. But if there's a situation here, we don't need to beg that to get through that door. This is ridiculous.
I hope more people, as a consequence, see this video because this is important. This lady should be gone.
That empty District 1 seat that has been empty since the former chair supervisor Nora Vargas resigned back in December, that specific seat and vote could have been a big deciding factor when it came down to today's measure. Now, Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer initially brought this to the board in 2021. It passed, and they started this fund and this program back in 2022. Well, she brought it back today to try and expand this, but it failed. Now, she says it's not the last time the board is going to be hearing this.
So today, I'm here to ask my colleagues to build on that success.
Up for a vote Tuesday was a proposal to expand Tara Lawson-Remer's 2021 measure, the Immigrant Legal Defense Program.
The Constitution is not a suggestion. Due process should not be optional.
I don't think we should be spending our tax dollars when we're actually having a lot of defunding going on and we need this money.
The program has spent $5 million a year to help around 2,500 migrants detained go through the legal process to seek asylum. Lawson-Remer says it's won 66% of its cases and has also helped deport people faster if they weren't legally allowed to be in the U.S. because of a criminal conviction of murder, rape, or drug trafficking. The program has only helped those behind bars at the Otay Mesa detention facility waiting for their court dates. But the changes in front of the board would have expanded it, allowing any migrant in the community to get representation as long as they don't have one of those serious criminal convictions.
Please call the vote.
But it failed in chambers Tuesday.
That motion fails due to the lack of affirmative votes.
It's really unfortunate. I think, when you end up with, frankly, a kind of partisan split where people don't respect the basic principles of human rights because they're more interested in sort of kowtowing to, whatever's coming out of the administration in Washington. It's very sad.
I'm glad that it failed. I do have compassion for illegal immigrants that are working here. But the fact is they are illegal, and I don't think we should be spending our tax dollars to try and defend that.
After the vote failed, Lawson-Remer and several activists held a rally outside the county administration building.
The moment and the need could not be greater.
With Supervisor Jim Desmond in Washington and an empty District 1 seat, the vote failed without 3 yes votes.
It's up to the voters of District 1 to make it happen, and I think that they're going to do that.
Do you plan to bring this proposal back up as soon as someone is in that District 1 seat?
Absolutely will.
So we will likely see who is going to be taking that District 1 supervisor seat in a matter of either moments or months if this goes to a runoff that would be scheduled for July. Either way, Tara Lawson-Remer says she will be bringing this back to the Board of Supervisors very soon. That's the very latest live here outside of the county administration building. Zara Barker, KUSI News.
The trade war has been on a roller coaster this week. Here's what billionaires are saying about the tariffs. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon said that these tariffs are likely to cause inflation to go up and even raise chances of a recession. Dimon also said that everyone should get over the tariffs back in January. Well, right around this point of editing this video is when I found out Trump put a 90-day pause on tariffs for most countries. This goes to show you how rapidly things change around here. But Billionaire hedge fund manager Bill Ackman said that the tariff approach could cause a self-induced economic nuclear winter. Larry Fink, the CEO of the largest asset manager BlackRock, said that most CEOs I talked to would say we are probably in a recession right now. Citadel CEO Ken Griffin called it a huge policy mistake. Elon Musk called Trump's top trade advisor Peter Navarro make sure I got it right, a moron. Now, the Trump administration has repeatedly said that this short-term pain will lead to long-term gain. We will just have to see what else they have to say as this trade war goes on.
Well, if you read the Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, it's all there, and then I see it happening. It says that during these big times of change, that you'll see the best out of the good people and the worst out of the bad people. And some people you thought were good are going to really activate and show you their real cards, that they're really your servants of evil or really slaves of evil. And then you're going to see some people you thought weren't good that are going to be touched and make the decision to be strong for liberty. That'll be some of our greatest champions.
Yes.
And that you're not going to really see people in the middle anymore, that big middle of people passing the buck. God said you were hot nor cold. You were lukewarm. I spit you out of my mouth. And so we're going into really the beginning. It's going to get way more intense in my view. I mean, if any prediction, it's that. If people think things are wild now and tumultuous, this is going to be seen as the calm before the storm. And so there's going to be nowhere to be in the middle. People are going to have to choose a side. And those that have chosen evil, chosen the establishment, chosen the satanic world order, are going to get deeper and deeper into their devotion, their hysteria, their violence, trying to prop it up, because deep down they're scared, and they have a form of Stockholm syndrome where they go to the abuser and think if they prostrate themselves before it, somehow they'll be given deliverance, when really they just need to repent and ask God to come in to their heart and cleanse them and then rise them up to be a soldier against this evil in this key time. But there'll be no room for anybody in the middle in the time we're in. And I'm talking to so many people that weren't even Christian or weren't even religious or weren't even spiritual, who are saying it's good versus evil. And I talked to so many people I know that are professionals, and they, Austin's full of a lot of, particularly rich people and women, just becoming demon possessed. I mean, literally saying that they're demon possessed, and I'm hearing about all over the country, all over the world.
What is that? It's so noticeable, and I'm so blessed to be surrounded mostly by women who are just the opposite, who are wonderful, who are the rock. I mean, they're just the best. However, what you just described is just on display everywhere.
Well, and it's men too. You hear about the soccer coach that just kidnapped the little kid and took him and killed him and threw him in the woods, reportedly, allegedly. Yeah. I mean, it's men too, but normally in history, it's men that do the really openly satanic stuff.
Yes, exactly.
And women, 2% of violent crime. Now it's because it's a crisis, and women particularly, but men as well, buy into whatever they see as the power structure. That's a survival mechanism generally.
That's exactly right.
But when the power structure is a death cult, by increment, they get deeper and deeper. I mean, you look at these leftists and them in the hundreds of photos where they took their shot and they had their abortion, or, they want to kill Trump, and you look at them.
Or they're worshiping death in some way.
Absolutely. And you can see it. They all look super unhealthy. They look totally insane in the eyes. They all look like Charlie Manson. And so it's I'm seeing more and more love in people's eyes,
yes.
More and more spiritual connection to God, more and more of that quiet place of just serenity in people. And then I'm seeing more and more of the satanic energy. So it's really a parting of the sea here.
Yes. So to just linger on the first observation that you're seeing more of the serenity, the peace from God in people, that is including people in your orbit, people you know personally?
Yes. But it's very paradoxical. I'm seeing just godliness, peace, understanding, and then I'm seeing confusion and hysteria. And I mean, what we're seeing is evil writhing around, trying to take us with it. It gets senses yes. that humanity's waking up, and that all of its carefully laid plans to keep us in a trance, keep us asleep, is burning away.
Is there any way to predict? Well, I'll just say my view, which is I've been really shocked by people on both sides. There are people who seem totally seized by hysteria and rage and hate and the desire to commit violence. I never expected they would be that. And then there are other people who I'm equally shocked to see filled with the kind of serenity you're describing, who are filled with love and understanding. And I couldn't have predicted who those people are in some cases. Do you feel that?
Absolutely. I mean, I've always had a lot of berserker energy and
true.
And you know, in the fight, but it was always focused, and I wouldn't say it was demonic, but it was, you know, of the flesh, but also had a big connection to God. Now more and more, I'm just have serenity, focus, clarity, and I'm more effective at breaking things down, not acting like a Tasmanian devil. And so in my own life, I'm seeing more and more of that serenity, just really, really intense the last few weeks. And I picked up on that being around you and your crew and, you know, folks here in this little hamlet we're in. And then it really does make you feel sorry for people that serve evil. I mean, they torture us and they attack us and they want to bully us. But at the end of the day, you actually realize that's on them. It is so sad that they live like this.
They're being destroyed too. They're being destroyed too. That's like one of the main insights I've had in the past 5 years. I come to things really slowly because I'm not a genius, but I always kind of felt hate toward the destroyers in any society. I hate destruction. I like building and creation. But the destroyers always were, I felt, my enemies. And my whole life I felt this. And then it was only in the last couple of years I realized they're being destroyed also. Like they are suffering. They're not getting out of this unscathed. Like they think that they're getting power or whatever money, whatever they think they're getting. But they're like in agony. Like,
well, a lot of them are cowards too. They think survival of the fittest, just being as ruthless and mean as possible, is what they have to do to win. And then when you no longer hate them, because I was never driven by hate as my main force. It was just the old saying, you don't fight an enemy attacking your people because you hate them. You fight them because you love the people you're defending.
Exactly.
But still, I would always hear, no, forgive them, still fight them, still expose them, but really forgive them. That removes a spiritual connection that you have with them. And you see it when Christ says, you know, be kind and pray for those that persecute you. It'll heap burning coals on their head. Stalkers, you know, down at the kind of the low level, I've learned, like, once I didn't care about a stalker and I've had plenty and you just forgive them, they just freak out and go away. When they're getting to you, they're enjoying that energy. So you still fight them with more energy than ever, but you do it from a position of just removing a damaged, collapsed, you know, poor victim of the devil that you have a responsibility to protect yourself and your family from, but you don't give them the energy of being angry back at them and seeing them as powerful, because they're not, they're pawns. And these people that are influenced by satanic energy, by literal spiritual forces, demons, they are the slaves. And when they're not out doing evil and persecuting people, they don't even feel like they're alive, and they're desperate and they're scared and they're lost. And then they get driven forward, you know, by this dark force to like, it'll be all right once you just go out and once you take these people out. You know, it's the good people that are making you feel bad. You know, it's them. Destroy them, then you'll have peace. And that's the deeper understanding I've had of how this satanic system works.
It's so clearly true. And if you ask if there's anyone that you've really like focused on, I don't know, George Soros or Larry Fink. I mean, just the other day, I was talking to someone who knows Larry Fink really well. And I was saying, I think Larry Fink is like, I don't know, I've never met Larry Fink, but he's responsible for a lot of suffering from my perspective. And, you know, this person said there's no one more unhappy than Larry Fink, like nobody. And I was just with him in a car. He was like screaming at someone on the phone. This guy's made billions of dollars and personally tormented. And I know a bunch of people, because I know a lot of the people involved in things that I think are really evil. And there's not a happy one among them, not one.
And beyond the fact that he's got billions, he's in control of more than anybody. You know, we're always hearing Elon Musk, the richest guy in the world. Well, he's a guy that has been good at keeping the companies under his control. So he independently is the most powerful person, corporate, science, communications, titan. But then they spin it like, oh, he's the establishment. No, Trump, as you know, has a very small orbit of independent billionaires that are defending him because they want to stabilize civilization for everybody's good. But when you look at the international power and the largesse, it's been against Trump. More and more they realize they're losing because the people are with Trump. And we were just talking last night. I hope you would repeat that because you were asking me with some folks we were talking to about what my view is basically on the geopolitical new landscape. And I laid my view, and you said, no, I think that's dead on. And then you said, basically, if you feel like repeating it, that we need to sell it very clearly. You're on this team or you're on that team, because it really is Team Chi-Com, EU, globalist, New World Order. That's what's left. You know, the UK, don't trust them who runs it, but they're trying to come in under a U.S. alliance. And America and the world needs to understand there's a new international system forming. The old one fell, and we better decide what this new system is going to look like and who's going to be in charge of it, because that's the way it is. The 8th coin in the limited edition series is now exclusively available at thealexjonesstore.com. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 8th in the series. Your past purchases have kept us on the air. There's only 4,000 of this coin. I designed all the others, but the crew said, hey, people keep asking for an Alex Jones coin. This is the first and probably the only one we'll ever do. InfoWars on the back, myself, the American flag on the front with my signature. It is vital to keep us on the air. Plus, it's an amazing coin. All the other in the last 7, the last few years we put out, you look at them online, they're selling for way more than we printed them up. But I'm not even pushing it as a collectible coin. It is a fundraiser to keep us on the air. We absolutely need the funds. It is historic, and it costs us about $40 for each coin for the silver and for having it printed or minted in Missouri. And you can get it for $99 if you're not a VIP member at thealexjonesstore.com, for $70-something if you are. People love the coins. It keeps us on air. It's a fundraiser.
Hi everybody. I cannot tell you how excited I am to sing this song for you. This is How Deep Is Your Love by the Bee Gees with me and the Kais. Hope you enjoy. Know your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. In the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You know the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I fall. And you may not think I care for you, and you know down inside that I really do. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me.
Well. They fell for the fucking trap. Shifty Shift, Liz Warren, Pocahontas. This is a first. You guys think that because President Trump posted something about it's a good time to buy stocks because they were low, you all of a sudden want to see if anybody in the White House were doing insider trading. Oh, the fucking metaphor of that one, let me just say. Wow. But you guys did fall for it. What was just said not too long ago by Elon? Oh yeah, that Doge has been looking into members of Congress and their own insider tradings. How you guys all got so fucking rich for both sides. And just like that, President Trump, nice little tweet, got you guys going a little bit around like, you know what you guys did is you just opened a door that a door that you not gonna be able to shut. So please go right ahead. Continue asking for information. Fucking falling for the trap again.
Let's address the elephant in the room. A lot of people are afraid to do this, but bitch, I ain't.
Terrorism from white supremacy is the most lethal threat to the homeland today.
Is that right? Then surely you have videos of lynchings.
Hey, white! It's a white person! I get their ass! Hurry up, bitch up! And they beating up every white person! They jumping every white person!
Videos of white people robbing black people.
Guys robbing me! I'm not doing shit! I promise I'm just getting gas! Wrong gas station! Wrong gas station!
Videos of white people committing rampant theft.
Shook, man. Y'all for wrong as a motherfucker, man. Leave for ramsacking that hoe. Thick ass, stealing this shit. No, that shit ain't true.
Videos of white people attacking black people.
This is not allowed on campus.
Damn. Videos of white people punching black babies in the face.
Nigga, I ain't spare shit. It's on Saturday, we in tour. 7 days, 7 nights for the squad. We can do this shit how you want to do it.
No, that's very odd. It seems that if white supremacy was the greatest threat to America, those videos would have looked much differently. Well, if you don't have the video, surely you have some crime statistics to back up your white supremacy claim. No? How fucking bizarre.
Let me make sure y'all got the facts. Most extreme crimes that take place in this country are committed by white supremacists.
To single out as the most dangerous terrorist threat to our homeland is white supremacy.
And what we in the Department of Homeland Security have assessed is that the greatest terrorism-related threat that we face in the homeland, and the most prominent threat, is the threat of white supremacists.
If you really want to know who the criminals are in this country, are white supremacists.
White supremacy is the greatest threat to this nation? Coming from the same people that told you math is racist, getting up early is racist, drinking milk is racist. It's almost like they don't want you to be educated, on time, or healthy. You utter fucking retards. One of my favorite things to do when I come across a video of black on black violence is go to the comments section and find someone cheering it on. Then I go to their profile and I search terms like BLM or George Floyd, and boom, it never fails. It's perfectly fine as long as it's black on black. It's business as usual. It'll be on World Star for all of you to cheer it on. The hypocrisy is peak entertainment. 3% of the population is committing 43% of all murders. But yeah, be leery of Klan members lurking in the back alleys of Detroit. Watch out for burning crosses in downtown Memphis. And don't let the Nazis in Baltimore catch you lacking. Our eyes don't deceive us. When I scroll social media, I see nothing but theft, robberies, assaults, and murders. The categorical majority of it is committed by non-whites. I'm not fucking stupid, so fucking spare me.
The president yesterday at his commencement address for the Howard University graduates called white supremacy the major domestic terror threat in this country. Is that correct?
It tragically is.
Stop right there. If I wanted to hear from an asshole, I'd fart. Hey, if you like what I do and want to support my voice, consider booking a Cameo from me for only $20. Cameos are personalized videos from me to you. So whether you want me to roast your friend, congratulate a coworker, say happy birthday, give you advice, it doesn't fucking matter. Just go to cameo.com/Emery King. For all of my socials or Dreamland Tranquility, go to emeryking.org.
What if I told you that Sweden, the once peaceful, prosperous jewel of Scandinavia, has now been transformed into a war zone where bombs explode in the streets, gang violence runs rampant, and native Swedes are disappearing into the minority. Sweden was once a beacon of stability, progress and Nordic resilience, a nation that prided itself on equality, safety and a strong welfare state. But in the span of just a few decades, it has transformed beyond recognition. Uncontrolled mass migration has turned the country into a battleground. Crime has exploded with bombings, gang warfare and lawless enclaves where Swedish law no longer holds sway. And the most shocking truth of all, ethnic Swedes are now a minority in their own cities, their own communities, in their own country. It began under the guise of compassion. The Swedish government, in its pursuit of open borders and limitless humanitarianism, welcomed hundreds of thousands of migrants, many from cultures with values utterly incompatible with Sweden's own. These weren't families seeking a better life. They were overwhelmingly young men, many of whom despise the West, see it as weak and ripe for exploitation, and exploit it they did. Just look at the numbers if you dare. Sweden now has one of the highest rates of gun violence in Europe. Grenade attacks and bombings, once unheard of in these peaceful Scandinavian towns, are now a regular occurrence. In Malmö, Gothenburg and Stockholm, gang wars rage in the streets. Police stations, kindergartens and residential buildings have been targeted with explosives. What was once a country known for ABBA, IKEA and neutrality is now infamous with its no-go zones and spiralling violence. Rapes have surged. Sexual assaults, often carried out by men from radically different cultures, have shattered the sense of safety Swedish women once took for granted. But even worse than the crime itself is the government's response. Instead of cracking down, Swedish authorities, fearful of being labelled racist, have prioritised appeasement. So police officers warn women to dress modestly, to avoid going out alone at night. Concessions to an alien culture taking root in Swedish soil. And where are the Swedish people in all of this? Outnumbered in their own neighbourhoods, taxed to pay for welfare systems increasingly strained by those who contribute nothing at all. Their voices are silenced, their concerns dismissed as xenophobia, but the demographic shift tells the real story. Sweden is no longer a Swedish nation. It's a failed experiment in multiculturalism, an irreversible transformation into something unrecognisable. You want to know Britain's future? Look at Sweden. If you think the UK is immune, think again. Every week, boatloads of undocumented young men arrive on our shores, ferried in under the watchful eye of a government too afraid or too complicit to stop them. They come from cultures that reject our values, that see our kindness as weakness, that do not seek to integrate, but to dominate. It makes my blood boil. British taxpayers foot the bill, while working class communities bear the brunt of this disaster. Housing shortages, overstretched NHS services, rising crime. These aren't coincidences. They're the inevitable consequences of a system that welcomes everyone except its own people. If we don't act, we will follow Sweden down the same path. Soon we'll be the ones avoiding certain neighbourhoods, warning our daughters to stay indoors, watching as our identity is eroded in the name of tolerance. Listen, this isn't alarmism, this is reality. The time for politeness is over. The time for action is now. Britain must defend itself, or it will cease to exist as we know it.
Golly! Really? Wow. Wow. That's as much of a fart that I could do in probably half a week. How can you hold that much in? Wow. Wow, babe, I'm proud of you. You are the man. Right here, babe.
And what do you plan to do?
We want you to save it for us, so we can be rich like you.
Well, saving is the first important step, no doubt. But money is something you should learn more about. I'm not the richest duck in the world today because I just salted my money away. And that's how I became rich. Making the little slices grow. Money shouldn't be idle and must be put to work, you know.
Oh, yeah? How about all that idle dough you got stashed away?
Oh, no, lads. This is just petty cash. Moves in and out each day. If I sat on my money, I might just as well be stranded on a desert island for all the good 'twould do me. I couldn't eat it, couldn't wear it, couldn't use it. Money should never stagnate, but like ocean currents, circulate. Like the ocean currents control the world's weather, you see, circulating money controls the economy. Money must keep moving to fulfill its obligation.
And if you squeeze it too tight, you'll stop its circulation.
That's a bunny one. And how true.
Your word is woman.
Woman. Can I have the definition, please?
No.
Why not?
The thing is, a woman is a woman is women.
What she's trying to say is that each person gets to define for themselves what a woman is.
So can you define it?
No.
Why? I just want to know the definition of woman.
And that makes you a hateful little bigot, Lincoln.
I don't hate anybody.
Listen, you intolerant little bigot, just spell the word so we can get a girl up here to win this whole thing.
The definition of woman is woman.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's a simple word. We all know what a woman is. Just spell woman.
Woman. W-O-M-A-N. Woman.
Wrong! It's got an X in it now for some reason. W-O-M-X-N. Now get out of here!
Putin's a dictator, so let's act like one too. That's what we hear every single day from the European Union, the leadership. They scream about saving democracy, but let's look at what they're actually doing. What about in France? Marine Le Pen was sentenced and banned from running. Why? Because she was winning. Too popular, too much support. So they shut her down. No real explanation, no outrage, just silence. Romania, same thing. An election result they didn't like, so they annulled it. The winning candidate, what happened? Arrested and thrown in prison. And guess what? The EU said nothing. And because they got away with it, Germany is now trying to copy and paste the same playbook. You can feel it. They're setting the stage to take down the party, the AfD, because the people are starting to choose for themselves. And that's a real threat. What about Slovakia? Their anti-war prime minister, Fico, barely survived an assassination attack. Hungary, they've been under pressure for years. Brussels want Orban silenced out. They're even trying to strip Hungary of voting rights in the EU. What about Estonia? They just banned its Russian-speaking population from voting. That's 25% of the population. Let that sink in. And these are the same governments that are screaming about how Putin is the problem. Well, tell me how they're any different. You don't defend democracy by jailing the opposition. You don't fight dictatorship by silencing your political rivals. You don't stop a war when you buy fuel from the enemy. And you definitely don't preserve freedom by banning elections. But that's the game now. Say you're protecting democracy while you crush it from the inside. And the worst part, they're not even hiding it anymore. They lie to your face. They manipulate the headlines. And they know millions will still clap, still post hashtags, still believe they're the good guys because they have been programmed to hate and to have to believe they are the good guys. Otherwise, who are they really? It's not about right or left anymore. It's about power. And the people standing up against it, well, they're being labeled dangerous, arrested, and charged. Here's the thing, though. Real democracy is messy. It means letting people vote for who they want. It means allowing countries to say no to war. It means telling the truth, even when it's unpopular. But that Europe, it's vanishing. And the people cheering it on don't even realize what they're helping to build. So say what you want about Putin. I could care less. You can hate him all day long. But don't pretend that you care about democracy while you're applauding and supporting those who are destroying it with their own hands.
I do also think that one of the bigger, kind of the bigger picture dynamics to all of this is that we have, at least since 9/11, been in a state of perpetual war. And all of these wars have been disasters. They have been so many lies involved in selling all of them. I mean, the whole Iraq war, the whole war in Afghanistan, just lying the whole way through. I mean, I remember literally having conversations with Green Berets in the middle of the war in Afghanistan, and they're like, George W. Bush is telling you that the army we're building up there is really successful. This thing's going to fall in a week without us. And then all through the Obama administration, it's just like lie after lie after lie with disastrous wars. And so this does create a fertile ground for people to say, I wonder if they were lying about all these wars.
Sure.
Again, I'm not really trying to argue with you about World War II. I'd rather argue about these wars today.
I think the interesting question is whether you're busy watering it.
Well, should you not talk about mistakes that were made overall?
Absolutely.
Okay, you should.
Absolutely.
Right.
I'm all for going back and looking at mistakes.
So what is your argument then?
It's a very weird thing to go back, zone in on a man, say this one thing, is a mistake and should characterize him, and you ignore everything else.
You're taking him
It's
out of
like
context when you're talking about Daryl, who's done, what was it, 30 plus hours?
So what? 30 plus hours of
But
podcasting. You do that in a week. I mean,
Yeah, but
come on.
it's a very different thing. It's a very
thing.
different
He's
thing.
not doing a podcast like talking to people.
Okay, nor is he doing scholarly work, nor is he working in the archives, clearly. Come on. I mean, he is not the historian of our era.
He's not claiming to be.
This is the thing, Joe. This is like punching jelly.
No, but you don't
adapt.
consume. But
It
you
can
don't
adapt
consume his
around.
work.
What I'm saying, because I don't need to consume endless versions of a revisionist history. I understand.
But
I
it's
know
not
where this comes
revisionist
from.
history. If you listen to his work, it's not revisionist history. He's basing it on historical work.
Yeah, I know. But okay, so this is my point about jelly. It's a shape-shifting thing. Comedian or historian?
He's not a comedian.
Historian or podcast? Would-be historian or actual historian? You say he doesn't claim to be a historian, but he's pumping out tens of hours of
Neither
history.
does Dan Carlin. He doesn't claim to be a historian either.
You see my point about the move. It's like some weird jiu-jitsu move.
No, I don't.
Where you say, hang on, you know all about
Sure.
this as well. You say, I'm not a historian, but I'm going to spend my time talking about history. I'm not a journalist, but I'm going to spend my time talking about this thing. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm going to spend my time talking about this thing. It's a weird move, yeah?
No.
You don't think?
No, I'm a free American. I can talk about
You
what
can
I like
talk
to.
about
So
what
I
you
don't.
want.
So what is the point
I've
here?
noticed you can, but
But
we
what's
all
the
can.
point?
The point is, what are you pushing? What are you watering?
What
Why?
am I pushing?
Yes.
Liberty, free markets, peace, prosperity, not getting in another stupid catastrophic war, which we're on the precipice of right now. That's what I'm pushing.
What are we on the precipice of?
Well, I think weren't you just talking about it the other day? Everyone I hear on the inside says we're about to attack Iran. I think you just said something about that the other day. Am I wrong about that? I thought I saw in one of your interviews that you did.
Possibly.
No. Okay.
That doesn't mean we are on the verge of a war. I mean, you keep referring to we being in wars. There's a very big difference between a country having a military that's engaged and a country being at war. This country has not been at war for 25 years. You have not been fighting for the American homeland for 25 years.
Yes, we haven't. That's true.
Right.
We haven't had a war on our shores. We've been picking on third world countries halfway around the world.
Well, you haven't been randomly picking on them. I mean, Afghanistan, you went.
I didn't say it
into-
was random.
Yeah, right. Okay, it wasn't like you suddenly decided to bomb again Myanmar or something. You went for Afghanistan to find Bin Laden and take revenge for 9/11 and stop an attack like that happening again on the American homeland. That is very different from a country being at war.
Yeah, but that's a
Having-
total mischaracterization of the war in Afghanistan. It's one thing to say that might be an accurate characterization of the special operations mission in late 2001, but then we fought a
because then
20-year regime
yes,
change war against the
because
Taliban.
you got dragged into the quicksand of war.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, fine, but
Fine.
I thought it wasn't a war. Like, what? I don't get
No,
your
I
argument.
said it was a war. It's your use of we, as if you're personally like suffering this war. I mean,
Yeah,
you're a
yes,
taxpayer.
when I say we,
we're
it
taxpayers,
implied,
so we
okay.
pay for it. Okay, fine.
Douglas, would
But,
you go,
I mean,
if I went back and corrected you on every time you've used the term "we" to refer to your government or something like that? Like if I were to say, "Oh, we just
It's fine,
imposed
just you-
tariffs
you-
on China,"
it's
would
just
you point out that
take
I
it-
didn't,
you
and it was the
take
Trump administration?
I'm saying you take it obviously very personally, and that's your right to do so, of course. I'm just trying to make sure we're accurate here.
What do you think I'm taking personally?
Just that, the American wars.
Sure, yeah, I think
Yeah.
they've killed hundreds of thousands of people and cost my country $8 trillion and
Sure.
and degraded my country very much.
And there's a very good argument to make on that. I'm still slightly bemused about this move from I'm an expert on this and I have views to I'm a comedian.
I've never claimed to be an expert on anything.
This is the problem, Joe. I mean, if somebody
Wait a minute,
says
you have to claim to be an expert on something
No,
to have
it's-
an opinion on
no,
something?
you don't have to be. You don't have to be. But
So what's
this is
the
like
issue?
I'm not a historian, but I'm pumping out history.
But wait a minute,
I'm
what
not
about
an expert,
just-
but I'm talking all the time about
But
this
you're not
thing.
even talking about specifically on what he just said.
No, I'm saying this is my point about this. You say I'm not an expert.
So what's the solution? To not talk about it?
No, it's to have more experts around.
Well, the expert
to
class
hear-
hasn't done a great job,
I know,
man. This is follow the science.
absolutely,
Yeah, but you know what?
absolutely, I
Okay,
agree
so fine.
with
So
that.
during,
I just said to you, I agree with
right,
that.
I know.
But
so
one of the
Douglas,
problems
during
is-
all of
Fire away.
COVID, I will put my track record against any of the expert class on COVID. I'm glad to do that. So should I have just shut up? Should I have shut up by opposing lockdowns and opposing
No.
vaccine mandates
No.
and
Well,
talking
that
about
was
the
the
lab leak
argument at the
theory?
time. You realize
that's
that,
the
right?
entire argument that you're making. Let the
No,
experts
I'm not-
handle
I'm
this.
not.
Liz, listen, Senator Warren, I'm telling you right now, you do not want to go down this path. Trust me. I know you guys are all just like freaking out because your strategy of trying to collapse the market and blame Donald Trump failed. But trust me on this, Liz, you do not want to go down this path because this is exactly where Trump wants you to go. So after watching the market rally today, one of the biggest days in history following Donald Trump's announcement that he was going to suspend tariffs on 75 countries that came to the table to negotiate, just like he promised, Liz Warren and a bunch of other Democrats decided to start saying this.
And right before Donald Trump declared that some of his tariffs were off again, he sent out a message to his billionaire buddies. He posted, "This is a great time to buy," in all caps. Was that market manipulation? Was it corruption in plain sight? We need an independent investigation into market manipulation.
Okay, Liz, I'm going to give you this for free because apparently you have no idea what Donald Trump is doing. Despite the fact that you've been in Washington, D.C. long enough, you've been around Trump long enough, you should know. See, you guys spent the last week trying to tank the market, to try to blame it on Trump. And now Donald Trump is pissed. And because Donald Trump knows that you guys can't control yourselves, he's decided to lead you down a pathway to take you to the very place that he wants you to be so that we can do this. Yeah, see, while you're out there talking about market manipulation, so are they. So you want an investigation? Oh, you're going to get an investigation, Madam Warren. You're going to get an investigation, but it's not going to be into the people that you think are going to be investigated. No, because you guys don't understand how Donald Trump works, and you decided to try to tank the market last week to get back at him for winning an election and keeping his promises. This is where he wants to go. And that is exactly why he sent this out, because he knew that you and your friends were going to go in front of a camera and start demanding market manipulation investigations because your plan to manipulate the market failed. Now, I know that you're not going to take my advice and let this go because you can't, because your financial backers, your donors insist on you guys making complete and total asses of yourself every time you get in front of a camera. Just know what you're getting ready to do is exactly what Donald Trump wants you to do so that we can start investigating you.
So I think I want you. Wait, no, I want you. Wait, no, I want you and you. So I can have you and you. Oh my God. So
I want to start by asking you to explain the basis trade to me, but like I'm a VC. So similar to explaining, maybe like a child.
Like a child.
Like I'm 5 years old. But to a VC that, considers themselves a macro expert, but maybe isn't.
Yeah, what will this look like in the form of a X thread in 3 months or a memo that's hastily written to every entrepreneur in the portfolio in 2 weeks from now? Break it down.
Oh, man. It's going to be hard putting it in language for a VC. What I would say most simply, basically, the basis trade is arbitraging the difference between a cash treasury and a futures contract on that treasury. And historically, this has been a really safe trade. The spread or the difference between them has been pretty range bound, very, very tiny. Because it's been tiny, investors like hedge funds and active funds, what they do is they go out in the market in something called the repo market, the overnight funding markets, wholesale markets, whatever you want to call it. And they borrow from banks, from broker dealers. And this leverage allows them to amplify the returns they're getting from this arbitrage between the cash and the futures. Now, the problem, and we've seen this a couple times now, is when the entire financial system starts de-risking all at once, suddenly investors can't really roll over these trades. They can't necessarily sell the cash treasury bond in order to close out the trade because the broker dealers, they do not have the space on their balance sheets to actually absorb those extra bonds. That's the big difference. We saw it in the pandemic, and we're seeing it now in 2025. The thing to remember is really, the financial system isn't built to handle like a 10% decline in the S&P 500 and a simultaneous surge in bond yields. It just isn't. There are supposed to be hedges that banks can tap to manage their risk, their capital. Instead, they're de-risking all at once, and that has consequences.
So who's hurting the most? I've been joking that this is a bull market for short sellers. It's a golden age in the VIX. But with regard specifically to the basis trade, is this putting more pressure on banks, hedge funds? Will this actually affect the VCs that we were joking about? Or can they just kind of ride it out because they have LP agreements that date out like 12 years?
Yeah, definitely a good question. Who's hurting most? I mean, obviously, hedge funds that had the basis trade on. Active fund managers, by the way, are really big players in all of this. And we've heard anecdotally in the markets that they've been selling quite a lot too. Banks probably are not having a fun time at the moment. But on the topic of VCs, I mean, I think we have to step back a little bit from the basis trade and talk about just those surging bond yields in general. So, bonds are supposed to be boring. They're not supposed to be moving around that much. They're not supposed to be talked about as much as they are in general news over the past couple of days. And the reason is bonds are the benchmark borrowing cost against which all other loans are basically judged and measured. Refinancing for mortgages, refinancing for corporates and companies. And this is where it comes in for VCs, right? Over the past few years, VCs have been showered in money. I know there have been breaks in that trend, but in general, showered with money. Cost of financing has been going up. That would seem to be an issue, at least for a lot of VCs. And then the one other thing I would add here is uncertainty in the market doesn't look like it's going to go away. So yes, we had the pause on tariffs just announced today. We still don't know what's going to happen with China and the US. Trump has basically destabilized every form of capital out there. Stocks, bonds, domestic, international. It's not clear whether or not he's going to be able to put the tariff threat toothpaste back in the tube now. So I think that uncertainty is going to stick around. And what that means is less capital willing and available potentially to actually fund a lot of risky activities like VC, like tech.
One thing people don't know is before he said fight, 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 I could see him. He says USA twice. He's still on the ground. And then I see him turn and get up and say, fight, fight, fight. Wow. And so we talked about that. And I said, why? And like you did. And he said, well, Selena, at that moment, I wasn't Donald Trump. I was symbolic, even though I wasn't president yet. Again, I had once been president. I had an obligation to show that the country is strong, that we will not be defeated, and that we are resolute. I did not want to be the symbol of America being weak.
Jeez.
So first thing I think people should know is that he called me first thing in the morning the next day. And before I could even say hello, he said, Selena, are you okay? Is your daughter okay?
Isn't that crazy?
And I kind of swore at the president, and my mom's going to be mad when she reads this part. But I said, are you bleeping kidding me? You're the one that was shot, right? But it was just so stunned that was the first thing he was thinking of it. And it was dark 30 in the morning. Like, it was really early in the morning.
What the hell are you doing? Why can't you stay out of this? Leave me buried.
What is Scenario 12D? We know it's a war game scenario, that it has to do with airline counterterrorism. Why is that important enough to kill for?
Because it's no longer a game.
But if some terrorist group wants to act out this scenario, why target you for assassination?
Depends on who your terrorists are.
men who conceived of it in the first place. You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline?
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart bombed.
I can't believe it. This is about increasing arms sales.
Mm-hmm.
When?
Tonight?
How are you going to stop them? Why didn't you tell the world this? Go to the press.
You think I'd still be drawing breath 30 minutes after I made that call?
What the heck's that? Is that what it looks like? I think it is what it looks like. What does what look like?
Modem protocols. Remote access. Somebody on the ground's flying your plane.
Bogey, sir. Keep your course. We need to know our flight plan.
Myers, your flight's gonna make an unscheduled stop in exactly 22 minutes.
Corner of Liberty and Washington. Lower Manhattan.
World Trade Center. I'm going to crash the plane into the World Trade Center. New York Center. This is Atlantic National Flight 265 Heavy.
I don't think anybody could have predicted that these people would take an airplane and slam it into the World Trade Center, take another one and slam it into the Pentagon, that they would try to use an airplane as a missile.
Nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government could envision flying airplanes into buildings.
FBI will go public. With your testimony, we can break this conspiracy wide open, bring Overlord down. The whole operation.
All right, I'm at my buddy Big Al Fix-It shop, and you have to see this. Look at this. Holy. This guy drove into a driveway that had concrete. Bro, how are you going to get that off? I've got concrete dissolvent at my shop. You better get a sledgehammer. Oh, hold on. Should I go get the V4 jackhammer?
No. I don't know if I'm an oil can.
Bro. Is he going to leave this on here?
I was going to try to get back.
What do you charge for a job like this? All right, I guess we got to do it.
This video just exposed what the $300 billion personal care industry is doing to our health, and it's shocking. Better watch it before it disappears.
There's been case studies published of boys growing breasts because use of creams or lotions or oil that were applied to their bodies.
One of the biggest cosmetic brands in the world, their ex-formulator had contacted us. He said, the cosmetic industry is destroying women's cells.
It's hard to imagine that there are rules that limit what chemicals we can spray on food or on crops, but not the chemicals we spray
They crank around there, but they're pretty damn slow. So what are we waiting for? Action, action, action. And seizing land is actionable, it's tangible, and it's immediate, a form of accountability. So I think what Missouri is saying is basically, it's like, when you walk into a store, you ever taken your kid to a store and they picked up something, you're like, no, Johnny, don't touch that, because if you break it, we got to buy it.
Yep.
Well, I think they're applying that same sort of methodology. You broke us, now we're taking it. So I stand with what Bailey's doing. I think it's fantastic.
I think it's brilliant. He went and sued them, won a judgment, and then he goes, okay, well, I can't go to China and extract that money. But look, we sold land to the CCP. Well, we're seizing it. We're just seizing it. And this is what I say, Ann. I've been saying this for a long time. Why are we, the leader in the world, playing by the rules of the international community when we've been aggrieved, instead of saying, you know what? We're the biggest dog. We're taking it. And I'm giving it back to my people. Why don't we do that? Yeah.
Well, Trump said he was doing it, right? He even said that in 2017. He was giving power back to the rightful rulers of this land, the people. Frankly, you don't get to go and poison the world and then come in and buy our farmland. It doesn't work like that.
The Chinese Communist Party is now in a huge crisis internally about legitimacy, because even from the founding of the People's Republic of China, it's been very questionable actually how they came to power. They weren't democratically elected. They never opened up to elections. They never opened up to the sovereign will of the people. They took control, and they took control with a bunch of different institutions and people helping them. Is one of the big controversies. It's really what started off the whole situation with McCarthy. This is kind of lost in time. They think it was internal. It didn't start with that. It started in the late 1940s with Time magazine and with others in the what they called the China hands, or people in the United States that were very close to China. The question was, who lost China? They had been an ally in World War II. They had taken the brunt of the Japanese Imperial Army on mainland China. They lost tens of millions of people. It was brutal. Some of that was fighting each other. The Chinese were very good at fighting each other and not really fighting the Japanese. But it kind of came as a shock to the basic average American that China turned out to be communist after the war. There was a lot of questions. The Chinese Communist Party has always internally had an issue with their own legitimacy. Wang Xishan and others have led an effort for years about how to do that, because they realize they only exist because they've made a Faustian pact with the people of China that we will give you tremendous economic returns and really bring you into the middle class, okay? But at the cost of no political freedom and no real freedom. It's run as essentially a slave labor camp. The elites on Wall Street know that. They knew that in 1989 when Tiananmen happened. That was Bush's first and only term. The Clintons knew it when the Clintons had the Chinese generals coming into the White House with bags of cash. The fix has been in by our governing class, by the investment banks, by the providers of capital, to essentially shift capital out of the United States and away from manufacturing to what was essentially a slave labor camp in China. This has been brewing for years.
Denver, the mile-high city. Come for the mountains, stay, because someone stole your catalytic converter, and now you can't leave. Ever want to watch a city collapse in real time? Downtown Denver's got you covered. Take in the sights. There's a naked man fist-fighting a lamppost and a woman aggressively breastfeeding a pigeon. Don't forget the man selling authentic artisan copper wiring that just so happens to match the power outage on your block. It's vibrant, diverse, and it's definitely not safe. But don't just take in the sights, take in the stench of a city in ruins. The sidewalk? Repurposed into permanent housing. The bus stops? Those are now living rooms. Need to walk literally anywhere? Good luck dodging tents, human feces, and used needles. And we don't just have homelessness. We have a government-approved humanitarian crisis. 9,000 people living on the streets. And our government's response? Counting them once a year. And then ignoring it. Encampments pop up overnight as little pop-up shops. Except instead of selling scented candles, they're selling your stolen bicycle. And we don't just have drugs. We hand them out. Last year, Denver distributed over 500,000 free needles. Because when faced with a deadly fentanyl crisis, the city's response wasn't treatment, detox, or intervention. It was making sure everyone had the proper tools to keep using. Fentanyl overdoses here are up 800% in the past 5 years. Over 1,000 people died last year alone. That's 3 people a day. But don't worry, the governor has a plan. More Narcan stations and free fentanyl testing strips. Because when people are dropping dead in record numbers, the best course of action is to make sure they can measure their poison before taking it. And if they overdose, no problem. Paramedics will revive them, hand them a fresh dose of Narcan, and send them on the streets to do it all over again. It's like playing whack-a-mole with human despair. Denver won't fight the crisis, but they will use your tax dollars to fund another bike lane. Because what the city really needed wasn't fewer deaths or safer streets. It was more space for people to swerve around bodies while riding e-bikes. So come on down and experience the Mile High City, where the crime is lawless, the leadership is clueless. The only guaranteed trip is a drug-induced coma at Denver Health. Welcome home.
The article was describing the state of Germany in 2015, and that's the key in the immigration timeline for Europe. From 2011 to 2015, progressives championed the Arab Spring and the Syrian civil war. People like Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, through the State Department, were training activists all over the Middle East and Northern Africa. I've shown this to you multiple times. As a result, in that 4-year time span, over 1 million migrants flooded into the Eurozone. From 2016 to 2020, as unchecked immigration was being championed by globalists all over the world, another 2 million from the Middle East and Africa continued to cross into Europe. Nothing has changed. Combining all the numbers from 2011 until today, Europe, just from the Middle East and Africa, has received over 7.5 million migrants. And this is the most conservative estimate. It's taken from data that is actually, all of it is known. Now, who knows how many people slipped in undetected? 7.5 million. I'm going to give you some perspective on this. If those migrants would create their own country within Europe, 7.5 million would be enough to make them the 15th largest country in the entire Eurozone. And there are 27 countries in the EU. They would be larger than Ireland, Finland, Denmark, and Bulgaria. They'd almost be as big as Austria, but nothing bad has ever come out of Austria. Completely different culture, and expect everything to be just okay. Well, you can if you can agree on anything, but we don't agree on a lot.
This is important because this needs to be looked at. This is conspiracy against rights. We're getting ready to take action on this legally. This is violation of process. This is racketeering. I mean, cut and dry in my view, and that's what my legal experts agree as well. It's cut and dry. Turns out Paul Weiss, the big law firm that lost its intelligence agency clearances because they targeted Trump and they admitted to it, they came to Trump a month ago and they said, give us back 50+% of our business. Let us have our national security clearance. We promise to stop doing lawfare against you and your supporters. And this is an agreement. And we'll spend $40 million on pro bono work that's non-political. It's in the agreement, okay? And that's, by the way, in our legal action is about to come out. They just filed that 40 million of that 20 is their suit of me. And they list the lawyers.
That's their pro bono work?
And they've been coordinating the entire bankruptcy assault. They came up with the fake auction on.
Okay, everybody. Good afternoon. I am going to be ending the stream. I've noticed that the app for Twitter X has been acting up today, so I'm going to go offline. I'm going to check and see if there's any updates that need to be updated for the app and for the PC. And then we'll just come back tomorrow with some more of This America. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for sharing it out. If you're sharing it, thank you. And thank you if you're supporting in any way you can, which includes sharing out the information. I work behind the scenes a lot with my Twitter account to try to offer you guys a really good video feed. You probably, if you've been watching for a little while, you've noticed that you're not getting a lot of the large bloated accounts. Obviously, you're going to see Alex Jones. You'll see, you know, some of Alex Jones's other hosts, co-hosts that he has. You'll see some, but you're not seeing a lot of these large bloated accounts. And some of them we don't even know if we can trust anymore, right? It's been coming out, it's been getting exposed. Even Tim Pool is in the spotlight right now for visiting privately with Netanyahu, kind of off the record visit, I'm assuming it sounded like. That's very troubling to me. I like Tim Pool, but I'll call out bullshit when I see it, right? I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Donald Trump. I've called out Donald Trump for his choices on some things, you know? So yeah, it's getting really concerning of who we really can trust. You know, you got the Candace Owens debacle. We'll call it a debacle. I've never been a huge Candace Owens fans, but I never really disliked her either. You know what I mean? So I'm right in the middle. I'm just watching this all play out when it comes to Candace Owens and everything that's happening there. But yeah, it's getting interesting, guys. It's getting interesting. 2025 is going to be a very deciding moment in our decade history that we got running right now. We'll see what happens. So I like to share out, you know, other people sharing out the news. You're not going to see me on the screen all the time when I'm doing these shows, but if you want to come hang out with me, if you want to talk politics, if you want to talk conspiracy theory, I do gaming streams. You don't even have to like the game I'm playing. If you just want to come chit chat with me and you want to pick my brain and you want to maybe even challenge me on things, you know, come to my gaming streams. I'm very casual with how I handle them. I don't play high intensity games. I'm more of an MMO RPG player. Some RTS in there and some trading card games sometimes too. So there's that opportunity. And if you want to do if you want to be on a stream with me, we can do that as well, because I do stream through Studio. I can bring you right into the stream. We can talk. So